you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm a have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to Marcia's Assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 ya, ya. Toraba, 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 ya, ya. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing.
All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings. All right, let me go share screen. Peace and blessings. Window. Bang. Let me find share. Let's see what y'all see. All right. Pupils wide open. All right. Let me get my life together. Let me get myself together. I'm gonna stand on up. Hold on. Let me take my these rubber bands out my hair. I had to take a little quick nap to try to get up to teach this lesson. So y'all come on in the building, please. As you come in, if you will, please give a like, because it's going to be one tonight. As it always is, we got some teaching to do. We got some explaining to do. We got some showing to do. And hopefully I should show you and teach you something that you have never known before. That'd be the goal of the children of the Most High. Teaches the Most High's righteousness. All right, tonight's lesson, Nolan Wells, frenemies. Frenemies. Friend. How many of us have them? Be very careful who you call your friend, all right? Because a friend could be one that fry you in the end. You understand? You got a lot of frenemies probably in your life that really holding on to iniquity. Iniquity is secret sin, right? Some of them might be jealous of you. Some of them might be envious of you. Some of them might just not like you. Some of them might have ancient spirits over them that make them hate you. So we understand that the so-called black, hold on, I'm getting my life together. I'm about to stand on up and stand this desk up. All right, let's get this thing together, right? Hold on, y'all give me a second. Stand this desk up. I need to pull this mic up, right? Pull the mic up a little more. Up there, yeah, there we go, right there. Move this chair out the way. All right, now let me get my camera where y'all can see me. Let me see what that look like. That's kind of tilting. I don't want it to tilt. Why is it tilting? You ain't supposed to tilt, buddy. Why are you tilting? I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to deal with the tilting. All right, there you go. Well, y'all can see me. Let me check and see if I can be seen in the vertical. I can when I stand over here. Right there. Oh, I know what I could do. I need to stand here, so I need to turn the camera a little bit this way. There we go. So the vertical can see me. There you go. Centered in the vertical. All right, the mic is level. All right, let's get this party started. Let's get this live stream started. Tonight's lesson, Nolan Wells' frenemies on D-Rug. Did Warren do this? Eyes wide shut. All right, peace and blessings to the chat. Please give a like as y'all come on in. Shout out to Lizette TV. Shout out to Francine Hawkins. Shout out to Yahakanan, Yashiyah. Shout out to the ministry. Shout out to everybody that's coming in the building. Latanya. All right, we come on in. Please give a like as you come in the building. Shout out to Ramon. All right, let's get started. All right, y'all know what we gonna do. We on it tonight. Y'all know when we go live, we try to bring some stuff. All right, let's get started. All right, so let me get the invite, present, invite guests, copy. Let me let my brother and sisters in the building. Control V, right, and then enter. All right, let my brothers and sisters in the building. What did I knock over? I don't know what it. That was important. Hold on. Let me make sure. That was very important. Oh, wow. It fell on the thing. What kind of praise Yah? That would have knocked everything over. Hold on, guys. Let me see. It could stay right there. Okay. As long as I don't push nothing around, it could stay right there for now. Wow, that was incredible. No, let me pick it up. It stopped right there. I'm like, boy, that would have been bad. That would have knocked out all of my everything is. It's like a what's the name? Hold on. Now I can't see where to go. Sorry, guys. There we go. Right there. There we go. All right, so I gotta be careful not to knock that over. Okay, well, it's on that. It's still not. No, that's not a good spot for it. All right, I apologize. Let me get ready. I gotta get to the live. Hold on, let me put it back where it was. Where's that? No, that's not a good spot for it. I can't even grab it. All right, I need to go over here. This is important. That thing, boy, if that would have fell, guys, it would have knocked the whole everything out. All all the plugs and wires and everything. My hard drives when it came out. My stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it right there. You can stay there for now. Well, thank you, Father, for allowing that to fall where it fell. I'll have to set that up again another time. All right. So, let me get started. Praise Most High. That was a close one. All right. So, let me do, what am I doing? Did I, into that, let me share screen again. Not stop screen. Invite guests. That's not, where's the invite guests at? Invite, that's the invite. Okay, why I'm not seeing the invite? There it go. Present, invite guests, copy, right? Then close that. Bang. Let me let Hakiyama in. Peace and blessings, Hakiyama. Control V. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. Need something to drink. My lips dry. All right. I apologize, but y'all know we going somewhere. It's going down. There we go. All right. Here we go. Let me get started. It's about 82 of us in the live stream tonight. Welcome everybody coming in the building. Tonight's live stream, what you see on the screen, Nolan Wells, frenemies on D-Rugs. All right? So we know the case is continuing, right? You know, everybody wants to know around the world what happened to Nolan Wells, right? Whether you're on the side of thinking something shady happened, or you're on the side to thinking it's nothing to see here. You know, he just drowned, right? Now, this case seems to be bigger than just the investigation that's happening. Because things in Mississippi, see, things in Mississippi ain't always what they seem. See, when people hear of Mississippi, I could say basically to my other nations of people, when the so-called Black Americans hear about something happening in Mississippi, we don't just hear a place on the map or a tourist destination. We hear a deep, dark history, okay? We hear that we see and feel in our spirit that old Confederate flag. We hear that old plantation house. We hear about all of the lynchings and unalivings. All right. We hear about the traditions of mockery and hatred and bigotry. Okay. We hear and feel a long story of being excluded, mocked, judged, and hated just because of the color of our skin. And we have to be honest, if for all the nations in the world who's following the story, who don't understand, why don't the Black people, why don't y'all just receive, it's nothing to see here, you know? The boy could have just drowned or something, right? See, this kind of deep-rooted pain and trauma and suffering, it doesn't just disappear overnight. It's like wired in our DNA, right? These sundown towns still exist, places where the so-called Blacks in America, if they go, they could still be unalived. And the court system, policing system, judicial system would just take the case and say it was no foul play, nothing to see here, and move on. So we have in our DNA the remnant, I mean the memories, the remembrance of all of this trauma for decades and centuries. Okay? See, Mississippi just retired the old state flag okay, with the Confederate battle symbol in it we did on the last live in 2020. It flew for 126 years. Some people call it heritage. Some of them call it history. But to the so-called blacks, it represents slavery. It represents intimidation. It represents lynchings. It represents beating. It represents pain. So when a young black man dies under unclear circumstances in a state with that kind of history, we're going to ask the questions. We're not just going to receive what the authorities tell us, okay? The Bible in Exodus 23:1 says, "Thou shalt not raise a false report, and put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness." See? So that's the part we cannot forget, that we cannot put ourselves in the place with these wicked devils who do these acts to innocent children, all right, or innocent people. It don't matter what color the skin they is. Devils is what devils do. You understand? But we've got to make sure that we don't become one with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness, okay? So at the same time that we can't forget this, we also can't tell a nation of people who've never stopped grieving from the atrocities because they still happen. We can't tell them to just go along with the system and be quiet. All right? We can't tell Nolan Wells' family not to ask questions. Okay? We cannot tell a people with a dark history not to remember what that history has done to them. Okay? We, as the people who've had the atrocities done to them, we have to demand truth. We have to reject the lies. We have to remember the history. We have to reject the hatred. We have to discern and decipher and meter out the evidence for ourselves. And we have to refuse to let Nolan Wells' name become another weapon used just to hurt us all over again, and also to divide the righteous people of the Most High. That's the part where we have to be careful at, because there is a bigger agenda going on in this world stage, a 1% serpent seed who wants to divide and conquer. You understand? See, America itself has a sickness that's deeper than politics, right? A lot of people in this country, they just hate skin. They hate a skin color that they had nothing to do with creating. They despise cultures and that really they never took the time to even understand. A lot of them inherited biases and prejudices as like a family heirloom, but they mask it and call it something that they call tradition. They will mock and ridicule something which is different, because really a lot of them are just afraid to even learn. The book of Acts 17:26 says, "The Most High made of one blood all nations of man to dwell on the face of the earth." I know a lot of people don't know that that's in the Sefer Yah that they call the Bible. Acts 17:26, "The Most High made of one blood all nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth." It says one blood, but it's different nations, different cultures, different languages, different histories, different trials and tribulations, different struggles, you heard? But one blood. That's the part that most people don't understand. You are either the serpent's seed blood or the seed of the woman. And the Bible says they would war with one another. So why are so many people obsessed with hating somebody just over their melanin, the color of their skin? Why do people fear another culture before they even understand what the culture is? Because it's a biblical hatred. It's a spiritual attack. Hate is easy. Understanding, compassion, discernment, that takes time, effort. That takes humility. Trying to love actually takes discipline. Trying to decipher truth actually takes patience. And this is what we need to do right now. We're going to discern. We're going to discipline. We're going to humble ourselves. We're going to have patience, but we're going to get to the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So now, what you see right here on the screen, this right here, this is, what's his name? What's that boy name? Warren. I think his name Warren Hudson or something, right? And tonight's lesson is called Nolan Wells' Frenemies. Are they on drugs? Did Warren do this? Eyes Wide Shut. Y'all remember that movie, Eyes Wide Shut? Stanley Kubrick, right? And they had these, all right, masks and stuff on. Well, tonight's lesson is pupils wide open. All right, their eyes is wide, and look at the screen. Y'all see what I did? Y'all see that boy pupils? You see how big these pupils are? These pupils is wide open. So he's on this, look, let me show you. Look at that. Them pupils is huge, wide open. You heard? And they got something for that. Hold on. I think I got something for that too. Matter of fact, I just remembered that. Yeah, I think I do got something for that. Hold on, let me find it really quick. And we're gonna get to the first video clip of the night. Yeah. That pupils. Here you go. All right, let me show you. Let me stop share. Let's do it this way. Stop share. Then we're gonna get to the first video clip of the night. Share screen, right? Window, bang, share. Now this right here, this
100.
is over 100. Welcome everybody coming in the live stream. It says police check pupil size to detect signs of drug use, assess nervous system reactions, and determine if a driver is impaired. Certain substances or head injuries or high stress levels cause abnormal pupil changes. All right, reasons for checking pupils. Drug identification. Certain drugs like stimulants like cocaine in the membrane, okay? Amphetamines and hallucinogens like LSD and MDMA and all that, okay? Now, ain't it interesting that we've heard that the youth in Ocean Springs in Mississippi, they said that those boys that Nolan was hanging with, those was the D-Rug crew. And they was doing a lot of that COCAI, AIM, okay? They was doing a lot of that COCAIN, okay? In the membrane, all right? And it will cause the pupils to dilate, meaning open very wide, okay? And all right, so this is a pupil check-in, dilated pupils, okay? All right, let's continue. Y'all know, we ain't just leaning on our own understanding. We gonna show some receipts for the things we bring out. So when I seen what you about to see, I said, hold a minute. Look at that boy pupils. I said, that boy pupils wide open like a smoker, open like a smoker. I said, that boy high. Boy, I'm from the streets. I said, that boy is high. I said, this boy up there talking, this boy is higher than the kite. That boy higher than the Empire State Building. That boy, I said, this boy up there high, talking, boy, something got to come out, something got to give. I'll be glad the Most High be letting me see stuff. So I'm like, justice for Nolan. I said, this boy high, so I put the eyes wide shut symbol in there. I'm like, they trying to do a mask on us, okay? pupils wide open. All right, let's continue. Now, we're going to go to copyright disclaimers. We're going to go to the first video clip of the night. Okay, let's do it. All right, so I got some things to come out. Some of y'all might have seen some of this. If not, don't worry. I got some stuff you ain't never seen. Y'all know I do it every time we go live. Here you go. Now, we let me grab it. First video clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let me grab it here, right? And then I'm do bang, and then I'm gonna grab it. It's over here. Go ahead, Hakyama. You want to say something?
We have a question when you're ready.
Go ahead. You could do the question right now. I'm grabbing my clip.
The question is from Mike. He says, when you put Yah in every word, is that the written form of ancient Hebrew?
Yes, that's the original pictograph, Habariyah. That language is called Habariyah. That's the tongue. There is no vowels. It's an abjad vowel. It's an abjad Lashayan language, and it is in the ancient Afro-Shemitic group of languages were consonantal. Okay, so when you do the linguistics, so it's not Paleo Hebrew, it's not, which is Canaanite, it's not ancient, it's not modern, it's not Yiddish, and all of these are Canaanite dialects. We are not to be one with the Canaanites. So they started to add the vowel sounds in Acadia, and that's the Amorites. When the children of Israel started to follow the other nations and serve their gods. That's why if you go and look up the ancient Hebrews and the ancient Israelites of the Bible, you'll see it'll say an Afro-Shemitic speaking Canaanite language group, Canaanite group of people. That's because the ancestors mixed with the Canaanites, so we come out of her. So the Habariyah is what Yah's name is in every adiyat and every word group that the adiyat, the letters make up, because his name is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. And that's what makes the language holy. That's what makes it purified, because the Father's name is in every word, in every adiyat, in every letter, every adiyat is a spirit. So it is covered, it is blessed, it is holy, it is set apart. That's the part people understand, but they know, the serpents know it, so they took his name out right? So they took his name out of the Bible over 7,000 times and everything. And his name is a strong tower. The Bible says the righteous run into it and are safe. We have to be called by the name, come by the name, called by the name, come in the name, covered by the name. It says the name all through the Bible, but they got people calling on gods and lords and all that type of stuff. And those are whole different beings in the original Hebrew and Canaanite Hebrew tongue. So yes, that was a great discernment, whoever asked that question. Great discernment figuring that out. That was the first time someone asked that question like that. Praise the Most High. All right, let's get started. Now, copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. First video clip of the night. All right. Tonight's live stream. Hold on. Let me move. I can't see it. Nolan Wells, frenemies on D-Rugs. Did Warren do this? Eyes wide shut, pupils wide open, we should say. You heard? Because their eyes ain't wide shut. The boy pupils is wide open. All right, let's go. First video clip of the night. Let me grab the video clip. Okay. Is the elder here? Let me see. Did you let him in? Yes. Peace and blessings to the elder. No, you ain't let him in. There you go. You can't see him, Hakyama? You couldn't let him in? All right.
I'm sorry, I'm moving around.
Oh, okay. Okay. I happen to see him. All right, let's get started. First video clip of the night. Hold on, something's in the way. The thumbnail's in the way. It won't let me grab. Where you at? Move that up. That ain't it. What's that in the way? Oh, that's my video. That's my video. All right, let me move that up. There you go. All right, copyright disclaimers in effect. First video clip of the night. Let's get started. So some of y'all might have seen this part, but y'all ain't seen what we about to do. We about to show some things, and then I got some stuff y'all didn't see, so y'all hang on there. Shout out to Bilal over on Facebook. T4L, peace to Bilal over there. Him still Strong Island in the building. All right, let's go. Stop share, right? Let's come back to y'all. Share screen, bang. First video clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Here we go.
So Warren, I'm gonna ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out. The first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan? All right, Warren, we had a chance to get to know each other over the last, 2 days. Went out to Horn Island, and I want to start.
So for those of y'all who know, y'all seen this, right? So he's on part 3 now, right? So I'm gonna show some stuff y'all haven't seen. Don't worry about it, right? But everybody's breaking this down. So this is the dude that they got to interview Warren. The four, some of the 4 who was on the boat, the last to see Nolan alive, really. And they lawyered up, they took their social media down, they did a lot of moves that look really suspect, right? And so they got this dude, and this is what you call, to the so-called black community, this is what we call a sellout, right? This dude, he just, it's a lot of people, to every nation. Y'all got some people like that in your nation, the people that sell your people out, right? So of course that they would get this dude to interview. All right. So anyway, so this is Warren. This is the judge's son. Y'all know that, right? The judge that came out and said, made them take their social media down and everything. And so now they decide to come out and speak after all this time. Okay. It's about 2 weeks. It's almost, what you say, Hakema?
Over 200.
Peace and blessings to people coming in the building. All right. So now all of a sudden they decide to speak out, right? And it's crazy because the timing of them speaking out. See, everything that people do is always strategic, right? So all this time, young Nolan, they're supposed to be their friend, been gone. They had nothing to say, nothing good to say, nothing positive, nothing, right? Now, all of a sudden, when they do this autopsy, right? When this autopsy report comes out from Nolan Wells' parents, who had to do an independent one, right? Which I think was foolish for them to release, because now the Mississippi State still didn't release their autopsy, right? I think that's foolish of them. Honestly, Ben Crump and them, they should not have released that autopsy until Mississippi released their autopsy first, okay? Because now Mississippi know what they got. Okay. And so now they can play around it. So I don't know why they did that. That was a bad chess move. Okay. You should have just waited. Who cares what the people want? Just wait. They could see the autopsy themselves. They knew what it was, the parents. Wait until Mississippi still ain't releasing the autopsy yet. All right. So y'all already know about the autopsy. They kept the throat, right? They kept his throat. It has some little injury to the back of the occipital bone. Y'all know, I don't got to show you, hopefully I ain't got to tell y'all that type of stuff. Yeah, I know he Boule and Al Sharpton is Crewlay too, right? So, but anyway, I think Crump was the right person for the parents to get because, Crump go after the money. And that's where you got to hurt these institutions, right? You got to go after the money because these institutions, that's all they care about is money. They don't care about no justice or none of that, at least not for black people, right? So I think that was smart of them to get Crump, somebody that's going to go after the money. If you get somebody that's going to try to go after their heartstrings, then you're going to be screwed. You ain't going to get nothing. So anyway, but I think it was a bad move for them to release the independent autopsy, right, before Mississippi released theirs. They should have never did that. But anyway, so at the same time that they released that, all of a sudden, here he come to do a statement. See, everything that they doing, they playing some good chess. Mississippi is old school, so they got some good chess moves. They doing some dark serpent moves. You know what I mean? So now he released, so it like everything you see they're going to be doing, it's going to be calculated. Every time one make a move, they're going to do a move. Okay, so now all of a sudden, just right here, now you got all of these videos coming out. You got these audio clips coming out. You got fake AI videos coming out. You see all these people doing these crazy videos talking about, we got a video clip of Nolan being in the field, being unalive by them. And it'd be fake AI clips and people be jumping on it because everybody doing stuff for views. You understand? A lot of these content creators, they're not doing it to bring understanding. They're not doing it to bring healing to the people, right? To teach the people that the higher powers are really the ones that are manipulating the whole thing. They're doing it so they can get 10. That's why you see them. They do 4 and 5 videos a day. Y'all see what I'm saying? They doing live streams every day, every other day, right? This, and they'll jump on the next one and just, you know, these are, they grifters too. So it's crazy how some people want to talk about Sharp and Crump. Well, these YouTubers are grifters too, because they don't care about the people. They don't care about Nolan. They don't care about nothing. They just put any information come out. They doing a live stream, live at 3 o'clock, live at 5 o'clock, live at 7 o'clock, video. You see, I don't jump on it. I had the information when they first did the autopsy. I was awake and I sat here and it was early, right when they first released. I was like, man, if I make a video, if I do a live stream right now, you know what I mean? It was like 11 in the afternoon, 10 in the morning. I mean, 10, 11 in the morning. I was like, if I do a live stream right now, I'm early with the autopsy. I'm like, man, I'm not about to sit up here and play this stupid game of this. I'm not doing that. I'm not one of them. So I'm like, whatever. I don't give a crap if people are like, well, that info come out. Well, you ain't gonna have the info we gonna bring out because we have originality, and we have understanding and compassion, and we bring other fruits of the spirit. We discern what these devils is doing on both sides. So anyway, so they go get this devil, because that's what he is. They get this black devil to interview this devil. That's crazy work. The devil's in the building. You got a double dose, okay? And I'm explaining why I'm saying devils, because devils possess people. Do you understand? And you need to discern the spirits behind every person and people. What are their motives? What are their intentions? You heard this part, all right? So this devil, right? These what we call raccoon in the black community, sell his own people out, right? So anyway, let's continue. Now that I said all that, let's go.
Over the last 2 days, went out to Horn Island, and I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up.
So that's when I heard this, right?
Through elementary.
When I looked at this, the first thing I saw,
school.
guys, I said, look at this boy pupils. That boy pupils this big. That boy, I can see through I can see through the pupil. I said, boy, this boy high as a tamale. This boy high. I don't know what's high. What's high? That boy high is the sea, the Mount Everest or something. I don't know what's high, but I know this is high. I don't know what landmarks is high, but I know I'm from the streets. I was in the crack era and stuff. I done seen crackheads and coke heads and all type of heads my whole life. So I know when somebody high as a kite. Okay, that boy pupils, I can see him from here. Right? I said, that's the first thing I seen when I looked. I said, this boy pupils is this big. Boy, the police will lock you under the jail. Ain't no way. Boy, let them come to your car. If you black anyway, come to your car. Excuse me. Let me see license, registration. And you turn and look at them with pupils this big. They be like, whoa. They be like, get out the car. They've been to pull the gun out and shot a black person. We got a different life. The black in America, we got a whole different life. They might just shoot you. You understand? Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something, but I know some got that boy's pupils open like a smoker. Open like a smoker. I know a open like a smoker pupil when I said you from the hood. Come on, somebody told you wrong. If I was this officer of Raccoon, I said, boy, why is your pupils on 100,000? Boy, stop looking at me. I'm looking at 2 eyeballs. You got 4 eyeballs in your head. All right, let's continue.
Was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother.
So he asked him, he said, was Nolan, all right, let's continue.
I want to ask you, did you kill
Now, I know y'all might have seen this, but I'm about to show stuff y'all haven't seen, so y'all hang in there.
Nolan? All right, Warren, we had a chance to get to know each other over the last 2 days, went out to Horn Island, and I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college. You know, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. And Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. You know, there's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Everybody, I know y'all might have seen this, but we going somewhere y'all might not see. Shout out to Not About Me. Shout out to everybody else coming in the building. Y'all might, you know, but I'm going to show y'all some stuff y'all haven't seen, but we got it. Let's get there, right? But I'm like, okay. You know, y'all remember South Park with the old man to be like, okay, okay. I'm like, okay. You know how we try to read through, especially with those pupils on 1,000. I'm trying to read through the sun, right? I'm like, how you just describe your friend? It sounds like he did a description, like somebody write a description. You know what I mean? He lights up a room where he goes. I'm like, okay, all right. But anyway, let me continue, right? Shout out to Ito in the building. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, let's just continue. We going somewhere. I got some clips you ain't seen before, but let's go. So he gave his description. Okay, right? Okay, y'all already know. I'm on one tonight, so this is gonna be a fun one tonight. So let's go.
you kind of grew up together. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit. I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. I met his father.
How you just gonna say there's nothing wrong? Boy, this boy is out. He's telling the statement and then answering his own question. Did that boy just do? Did he just make a statement and then turn around and say there's nothing wrong with that? Boy, so you already defending your own statements. What did he just do? I know this boy. Okay, I know this boy didn't just defend his own statement. If I was to do an interview, I'd say, hold on, you can't do that. You can't just say a statement and defend your own statement. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, right? I guess tonight is an okay for the beginning part, right? And then we got some stuff. I clipped this up because it's a long thing. So I clipped up all the crazy, all the slow stuff. But let's continue. Okay, he defended that. He said nothing wrong with that. He never really been over the family's house, which I understand that. We're going to bring truth to understanding. Just because when you're friends with a person, that doesn't mean that you really been around their family. Okay, I was friends with people in middle school and high school, and we were around each other every day. You know what I mean? Doing stuff, and I ain't never really went to their parents' house or really met their parents. So that's a thing. Okay, so that is a thing. Because I know I heard people say, how you going to be friends for that long and never went to his house and stuff? Well, I've had that. Well, I never went to their house. It just is what it is. But in school, we cutting up. We together every day. All right. So, all right, let's continue.
And I mean, in 8th grade, that's when Nolan and I got really close. It was COVID year. And we were in class all year long together, me and a couple of my buddies. And Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together, eat. And I mean, we were just super, super close. But his dad would swing by Waffle House, and hang out around us, but never, I was never around Nolan's parents a lot. But I mean, that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close.
Did that boy just say Waffle House? I'm sorry. I'm just on the foolish one tonight. We're going to get to this clip is going to play. Y'all bear with me for a second, right? Because some of y'all might have seen this. So, but did that boy just say, he might as well just say, we went and got fried chicken. We got chicken and waffles and water. But that boy just said Waffle House. Why you ain't say y'all went to the House of Pancakes? Why y'all ain't say y'all went to, no, if they just, why know, that's a funny thing. When they throw in the, I got black friends, we go to Waffle House on the such and such. You're like, all right, bro, all black people don't eat at Waffle House. I don't, right? I know some of the blacks in the South like, speak for yourself. But but anyway, this boy just threw the Waffle House card in there. Boy. Anyway, let's continue. Let's hear, let's hear him out. Okay. He got a lot to say. It's been his best friend. He just said that's his best friend, and he's been unalived. And at this point, it's been about 3 weeks. Okay. And, he got a lot to explain. He wants to, clear people thinking, why, what did you do? And, we want to see. So he's explaining, they went to Waffle House and stuff, right? All right, let's continue. His dad would come by the Waffle House. All right.
His parents a lot, but I mean, that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as, anyone else. So 4th of July, everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us. And he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us. And we all planned to meet up that day. And
you say we all, who are you talking about? You, Nolan, and how many people are going to meet you guys there?
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. It wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before.
He said 20 or 30 out of the 3 boats. On my other live stream, I said it was about 15. So I was close. So I was like 5 to 10 short of them, right? So anyway, let's continue.
And then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear, because the statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys, and y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July.
Officer Kuhn, what statements said it was only 3 or 4 of them? What is he talking about? Everybody, what's he talking about? Wait, and he talking about, that's incorrect. Well, nobody ever said that. We always said, we've been teaching this, it was 3 boats. I just said it was about 15 of them, all right? We said it was about 5 to 7 on your boat, okay? We knew it was 3 boats, so what are you trying to clear up? Officer, Overseer, I'm start calling him Overseer. I don't want to call him a raccoon all night. I'm calling him Overseer, all right? Officer, Overseer, okay? Overseer, what are you talking about? But anyway, let's continue.
Is the most popular day to be on the water Y'all
are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water throughout the entire Gulf Coast. I mean, everybody and their mom is on the water on 4th of July, There's no telling. I mean, roughly probably 2 to 3, maybe even 4,000 people out there. There were boats lined up off the island. I mean, there was 3 rows of boats all the way until my vision ended.
All right, so he's giving us numbers. There's about 4,000 people out there. It's a lot of people, right? Going in and out, boats, 3 lines of boats. Plenty people to see something. Hold on. Plenty people to have video filming, camera footage. Plenty of people. About 4,000, that's a lot of people on a 10 square mile island, on a 10 mile island, about a mile wide, okay, 10 miles long. It's a lot of people, all right? But let's continue.
Of people there was 1 row of boats, and then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats. Yeah. I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island to where, who knows? I mean, and that wasn't just, we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. We tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. And then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group. And then, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around us. And then it just grew and grew as the day came it that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, it it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
Big party. Everybody, did y'all notice something yet? I noticed something already. I didn't hear my condolences to Nolan. I didn't hear my condolences to the family. I'm sorry, I didn't hear RIP to my best friend Nolan. Condolences to his family. I just hear him just go, he just went on into the story. He didn't even acknowledge. He didn't say RIP to my homie, like my best friend, like that's when you would like kind of break down. You understand? That's when you would like, I'm just being real. That's when, you know how even when, because everybody grieves differently, but even when you hold stuff in, but when it, stuff will hit you at some point. You know what I mean? So there's no way that I'm going to sit down and do an interview and I don't, say, my best friend, RIP to my homie. And then that's when, the memories of your homie and he's not here no more. Because when you lose someone, guys, it's like this thing, some of y'all, if you ain't felt it, it's this thing that goes in your mind and it makes you be like, I won't see him again. I'm not going to ever see him again. And it like plays memories back. And it's like, it hurts. It's a thing that starts to hurt inside. It's like, and like, it's horrible. It's horrible. I done felt that plenty of times when my homies lose their life or people I love, loved ones. It's like, those memories, bro, like I'm never going to see them again. And it's just like, so anyway, I'm just pointing out, I didn't hear none of that yet. Okay, well, maybe he didn't get there yet, but but let's continue. Yeah, no tears. I don't see no emotion. I don't even see, all right, but let's continue.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women.
Okay, so hold on. Let me go back a little bit.
Everybody's drinking, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves.
Everybody's drinking. It's 4th of July. Everybody's just trying to enjoy themselves.
It's a big party, basically. Big
party.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women. You probably had alcohol, so y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so
he said, this boy's slow. Now I think I know something about these raccoons. I think they on another level of the spectrum. This boy's slow. He just literally just said we was out there drinking. Drinking is a big party. And then he come behind you and say, you got girls out there probably drinking. Fool, he just said he was drinking. What kind of interview is this? You ain't even listening to your guests. Are you listening? Boy, the boy slow right here. Okay, let's continue. I'm starting to learn something. These people be slow. We gotta give them a little grace. I'm gonna start giving them a little more leash, right? Give an eagle a rope, want to be a cowboy though. They go too far with you give them a leash. But I'm still watching. But I see some of these people slow, man. This dude's slow. He's maybe some drinks. He just said they was drinking.
18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women. You probably had alcohol, so y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You guys out there, the friend groups are out there, 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. In a group, I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody.
Hold up. He just said, guys, see, I can read between the lines. This boy throwing shots. This boy is crazy. Listen what he just said. Guys, listen. He just said, he asked him, where was Nolan at? Do you hear what he answered? He basically said, I wasn't even paying attention to Nolan. He just literally said, let me play it back again. Y'all listen.
A couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him.
So he said, where was Nolan at? He said, I had a couple of conversations with Nolan that day.
And a couple of my other buddies, they in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely. Like,
I wasn't focused on anyone solely. That boy just said he wasn't focused on Nolan. You ain't have to say all that. He just asked you, where was Nolan at? I wasn't focused on anyone solely. Oh, so you wasn't focused on Nolan. Okay, let's continue. I'm like, this boy sound like he's grieving. This sound like he's real. He's heartbroken. He's heartbroken over the loss of his best friend. Everybody, this is heartbreak. Let's continue.
Right.
Where is Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
I wasn't focused on him. Well, what you want to talk about? A boat race or something? That's what we hear to talk about Nolan. He basically said he wasn't focused on him.
You know, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older than us were,
You're like, I'm talking to everybody. People I ain't seen in a long time, my other buddies. I ain't focused on Nolan, Well, we're here to talk about Nolan, young man. Can you reel it back in? Can we get back in the lane? But everybody, he letting you know he wasn't focused on Nolan, but let's see he going. He talking to all his other friends. He talking to everybody. Don't be questioning me about no Nolan. He's saying, right? He like, don't be questioning me about Nolan. Overseer. I'm unfocused on him, but let's continue.
We're there. Like, it was just a big, I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time.
He just went to Nolan is drinking. This boy is throwing stuff under the bus. See what do they call that? They got something in the detectives and the police when this line of answering questions. He's insinuating. That's the word I'm looking for. He's doing insinuations. He like Nolan was drinking. Well, you just said we were all out there drinking. Okay. So I guess now he wants us to know. See, these are leading statements. These are purposefully leading statements to lead us to, an opinion, right? Nolan was drinking. Okay, all right. You just want us to know he was drinking. Okay, let's continue. And you want us to know you wasn't focused on him. We got that. All right.
Drinking. Everybody was drinking. Most of
now you got to add that in. Everybody was drinking. Okay, so then why are you singling him out that he was drinking? But let's continue. So I guess he's trying to get us to insinuate that he got drunk and he drowned in the water, I'm guessing. But let's continue.
Right. Where is Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies. They in a group. I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age and even people older than us were, over there. Like, it was just a big, I talked to Nolan, and, Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and, Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations with Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James, I could tell you, I talked to Nolan a couple times, but it wasn't like I was strictly sitting there talking to Nolan the whole day. I mean, there was hundreds of people I knew out there. So,
and this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats. So therefore, it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys going out here to Horn Island. Is there anything that you want to say?
What is wrong with this? This dude is slow. He is stuck on where anybody did. I never seen nobody say that it was only 4 people involved in this thing. And he is intent on pointing out, look, it's all these people coming off the boat. So y'all have thought it was only 4 people involved. We never thought it was just 4 people involved. There's 4 that was shown in the picture. Okay, that's what we were speaking on. But anyway, that's how you know that boy grabbing for straws. He ain't got nothing. I'm talking about this overseer raccoon. He ain't got nothing to point out. He just stuck on this. Whoever, some mystery people said it was only 4 people. That right? When we know it was 3 boats. But let's continue.
That it was only Nolan and 4 boys going out here to Horn Island. Is there anything that you want to say, you want people to know about this whole experience?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's not from here, it's kind of hard to understand, where the island drops off and how the island works. But, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July. This is where people come out to celebrate.
At nighttime, you make of it what you want. A luau, a ritual dance around the fire.
So he said there's plenty of people out here on the 4th of July. People always come out to celebrate. I'm going to break something down a little later about this 4th of July and these rituals. See, celebrations that go on. There's ancient, old cultural traditions that go on in some of these communities. You understand? They used to light black people on fire. That's where they get those fireworks, Roman candles from, right? They used to unalive black people, light them on fire and blow them up with bombs and stuff, right? Crazy work. But so they got ritualistic things that go on these islands, you heard, with water, the marine kingdom, you understand? So you need to be very careful when you're around other people's culture. I don't care where you go. If you go to some, you go to some Hawaiian island, some Amazon jungle, some Polynesian place, you go to some African country, you go to some, wherever, Scandinavian, whatever, Nordic, you go to visit these things, you need to be very careful on certain heli days. They call them holly days, from the holly tree. You understand this witchcraft and sorcery, these things that go about with these holly days. They're not holy days, okay? These days. So you need to be very careful and understanding the cultures that you're around, okay? No matter where you go, no matter what color of skin you are, nation of people, you need to be very, very careful of other people's cultural traditions, dark traditions, and righteous and unrighteous traditions, all right? Especially when it involves water and islands. See, that marine king, that water, it's different spirits that come off the waters. The water is a portal. So anyway, so now they go to the island, okay? And so, I diced it up for y'all a little bit. I give y'all a little extra info, all right? So now he goes to the island, okay?
It's kind of hard to understand, where the island drops off and how the island works. But, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July. This is where people come out to celebrate.
At nighttime, you make of it what you want. A luau, a ritual dance around the fire, an unveiling of the day's artistic work. Even firing pottery at night takes on a special flavor on Horn Island.
So you see what I put in there? See that clip? They said a ritualistic. Listen what he said again in the clip.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's not from here, it's kind of hard to understand, where the island drops off and how the island works. But, there's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July. This is where people come out to celebrate.
At nighttime, you make of it what you want. A luau, a ritual dance around the fire, an unveiling of the day's artistic work.
A ritual dance around the fire. All right? And when that night drop, okay, let's continue.
Even firing pottery at night takes on a special flavor on Horn Island.
There's plenty of people out here, especially on the 4th of July. This is where people come out to celebrate. And I mean, if you fill the water, you could see right here, Brandon, where it drops off. I mean, you could see literally where it drops off. So, I mean, it goes from about waist deep water right there to neck deep. And then it drops from neck deep all the way to like 17, 20 foot. I mean, we weren't even a quarter mile out the island and when we were leaving, and I mean, it was 30 foot of water.
And you can tell right away that if you're hanging out in the water, it doesn't appear, in my opinion, that you would have your phone on you. Is that typical for people to have their phones, or?
No, I mean, there was boats lined up all the way down the island. And there was rows. There was a first row, there's a second row.
So officer, overseer, he want to point out. So you see what they're doing. See what he's doing. He's trying to point out certain things to try to null the questions, right? So he says, when you're in that water, you wouldn't have your phone. Officer Dum Dum, no, you won't have your phone when you're in the water. People leave their phone on the boats. Okay. That's not what people are asking. They're asking because they said that Nolan said he wasn't going back to the mainland with them. He was staying with Katie, and this is what they said. He wants to stay. So we're saying he wouldn't have left his phone with them. He wouldn't have been left stranded on an island to get a ride back with someone else without a cell phone, because nobody would do that. Common sense. All right. So you see how he's trying to point out that gives us a reason to say that he would not have his phone with him if they was leaving him. No, he wouldn't have it in the water. Nobody's going to have their phone in the salt water. It'll get destroyed. All right, let's continue.
They had their phones or?
No, I mean, there was boats lined up all the way down the island. And there was rows. There was a first row, there's a second row. We were in the third row where it drops off. And then there was even boats in front of us. And this went all the way down towards the east end of the island. And then there was people on the east tip. And we're on the north side now, but there was people on the south side too, lined up all the way down.
And people say that you guys just left Nolan behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I see reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat, he didn't. What's the truth in that?
Well, Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump, so it's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with, and the girl is a witness to that too.
Underage kids out there drinking, it's an island, there's no IDs being checked or anything like that. So we said an incident, there's anything that could have happened.
He said Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with, Katie. And the girl said that too. No, pupil man, no. Katie said, Nolan said, I'm not going to stay with you. I need to go back on the boat. Katie said he went to go leave with y'all. So that's a lie right there. But let's continue.
Decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Underage kids out there drinking, it's an island, there's no IDs being checked or anything like that. So we said an incident, there's anything that could have happened. And not every person that drowns do you hear screaming and hooping and hollering. But at this point...
Now this is the Cajun Navy flying, talking about how they found his body. And right here, this is the video footage, right, from the Cajun Navy. And they're saying right here is where Nolan Wells' body was found face down in the sand. All right? All right. So right here, there's a group of people around the body, and they're saying this is where they found it. So listen to what they're saying in this video clip right here.
Decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Underage kids out there drinking, it's an island, there's no IDs being checked or anything like that. So we said an incident, there's anything that could have happened. And not every person that drowns do you hear screaming and hooping and hollering. But at this point, our job was to bring Nolan home, and we did that.
On the beach, you see a grouping of individuals. Now, from another source, we have obtained photos of Nolan's body. When you see that grouping of people on the beach, they look like little ant figures from this high up above, but that is where Nolan's body is. They're standing around it. As I recalled, Todd Terrell, Nolan was face down, still full. Okay, so this is Nancy Grace, right? And y'all know who she is. I just found out who she is because a lot of people were like, Nancy Grace? Is it a Nancy Grace? Like she's, I don't know, like she Jesus or something. I'm like, what? So I go to try to, why some of these black people so excited about Nancy Grace is on the case? Boy, they ain't nothing but ultra perm. I'm like, boy, y'all better get y'all hope up. I discern all spirits. And I'm sorry, but I don't just, all right, let me not, let's let this play out. All right,
You know, because sometimes people, y'all bring people to my understanding. I ain't never watched no Nancy Grace. I ain't know. And once I see a person, I'm discerning their spirit. So everybody all happy. Nancy Grace is on it. Nancy Grace and Nancy Grace. I'm like, who is this? Who this Jesus lady? The way they acting. Okay, so that's her, and she's talking to the captain of the Cajun Navy. Now, this is the reason why I'm pointing that out, because this is important. Y'all pay attention, right? So this is the captain speaking. All right, the captain of the Cajun Navy. All right, and now listen what him and Nancy Grace is going to say right here. Okay, all right, let's continue.
Called Todd Terrell. When you see that grouping of people on the beach, they look like little ant figures from this high up above, but that is where Nolan's body is. They're standing around it. As I recalled Todd Terrell, Nolan was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was...
All right, so they showed the picture. She said he was face down, fully clothed.
On the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant...
Right? Face down, fully clothed. All right, let's continue.
They look like little ant figures from this high up above, but that is where Nolan's body is. They're standing around it. As I recalled Todd Terrell, Nolan was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was found fully clothed on the beach...
Hold on, but did you hear how he said that really quick? He said, yes, that's correct. He was face down, which would have mean that he drowned. Excuse me, Captain. Excuse me, Captain. Pause right there, Captain. Pause. You just said because he was face down, that would mean that he drowned. I know that might rhyme. If the glove don't fit, you must have quit, right? But I ain't trying to do a rap show, okay? That don't make no sense to me. Could you explain to me that if I find, so you mean tell me if somebody unalive me, right, bust me in the back of the head or strangle me or choke me or shoot me and they throw me in the water, right? And then I float onto the sea and you come find me and I'm face down. You said because he face down, that mean he drowned. Right? What kind of fake Johnny Cochran? Boy, Captain got some splain do. I don't be letting stuff go by me. That's why, boy, I swear I should have been in a DA or something, a defense attorney, because I'll be trying to defend, you know what I mean, these people from, you know, from getting mischaracter of justice. But if you're guilty, you're guilty, you know what I mean? But anyway, let's continue. So this captain just said, if he's face down, that means he drowned. That don't make no sense at all. But anyway, now remember, they said he was face down. Now, for those of us who know about the autopsy thing, right? I might as well do it really, really quick, right? I ain't got to go into it too much, right? Because I know a lot of people seen this stuff, right? But y'all might have, you know, some people haven't. So y'all might have seen this thing, right? About I didn't double click. Let me double click. About the autopsy thing, right? And so in the autopsy thing, right? They had this, you know, this information for they little only thing they could find out, because that was a shady thing, was that he had the red, y'all probably seen it already, the red bruising around the back of the neck, the back of the head, right? So he had a collective of blood, soft tissue, and the soft tissue around there. So, you know, they're speculating that, you know, something could have happened for that. So what they came out, the people who are on the side of nothing shady happened to Nolan, he just drowned, they said, well, that could have happened from him being, them having him on the back of his head, right? Because it's been 2 weeks. His body, they didn't have him for 2 weeks or more, almost 3 weeks, right? And they're like, well, if he was laying on the back of his head this whole time, then the blood could collect of the soft tissue. But you just heard Nancy Grace and the captain of the Cajun Army say he was face down. Now, we also heard those two nurses who came out and he said they transported him. How, guys? How did they transport him? Mishandle his body? Face down, right? So he's been face down, handled face down on the beach, face down in the morgue, in the autopsy, face down in the traveling van with it, right? So no, so that collection, so that dispels that right there. Okay? All right. So anyway, all right. So I just wanted to, because this was this the only thing that they can get from that second autopsy, because they ain't give him then. They took his throat, they took all his organs, they took his stomach. They ain't give them nothing to do no second autopsy on. So that's why it's inconclusive. It's like for further research, for further investigation, because the Mississippi didn't give us nothing. And they didn't had his body for a month now and still didn't release nothing. They ain't tell us not one thing. Okay? That's why if I was crumping them, I wouldn't have released this, or I would have said, we going to wait till Mississippi show us what they got before we say anything of what we found. All right? Because that gives them right to say, okay, all they found was this. Now we could do this, right? They continue playing these games. But anyway, so all right, so I just wanted to show that, right? We did a little bit. Now you see a little bit. I know y'all seen this autopsy stuff before, but anyway, that's the only thing that came out. All right, so let's get back to it. Stop share. Let's come back. Share screen. Bang. Share. Share screen. Bang. Share. All right. So you heard, right? So you heard him say that he was face down. And you said if he's face down, that means he drowned. That's some crazy stuff.
One was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was found fully clothed on the beach, it was in the same vicinity of where he possibly drowned. Right there. So it was not uncommon for the body to have washed up right there. That being said, that area full of rip currents really strong right there goes from 2 to 3 foot to 20 feet, pretty much within a couple steps. So that being said, whatever happened really, really close to where the body was found.
Straight out to Sam Crouppen joining us, investigative journalist and star of Samson's World. Sam, did you hear anything about water in the lungs?
No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water in the lungs. And honestly, I've just been
I've seen this dude. Anybody
sitting here in fury.
What is that on his forehead? Is that a Band-Aid? I'm like, what is that on his forehead?
Really, really close to where the body was found.
Straight out to Sam Crouppen joining us, investigative journalist and star of Samson's World. Sam, did you hear anything about water in the lungs?
No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water in the lungs. And honestly, I've just been sitting here infuriated that everybody is putting so much pressure on this second autopsy that thankfully Colin Kaepernick paid for. But why are we not putting pressure on Sheriff John Ledbetter? Where is the first autopsy?
Oh, come on, Band-Aid on the forehead, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Serena. That is a Band-Aid. Shout out to Band-Aid, the fourth Band-Aid dude. Band-Aid dude said, why y'all even, that's why I said they shouldn't even release the second autopsy. Where's Ledbetter with the first autopsy? Mississippi need to be showing us something. Boy, y'all tripping. Shout out to the Band-Aid dude. Come on, Band-Aid. Let's go.
The lungs.
No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water in
the vicinity of where he possibly drowned. So it was not, that being said, whatever happened.
Water in the lungs. And honestly, water in the lung, water in the lung. No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water.
Thing about water in the lungs.
No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water in the lungs. And honestly, I've just been sitting here infuriated that everybody is putting so much pressure on this second autopsy that thankfully Colin Kaepernick paid for. But why are we not putting pressure on Sheriff John Ledbetter? Where is the first autopsy? Why have they held it out? There is a video of 2 nurses who claim to have seen the transport of this body, and they said he was face down. So it's honestly, for me, it's just disgusting to see the lack of understanding, people commenting on how Ben Crump is reading, people saying Ben Crump is a race hustler. Like, he's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by.
Well, to be honest, that boy definitely shouldn't have been reading that autopsy thing. You know, y'all know me. I'm gonna call it a truth for truth and a lie a lie. The devil's a lie if they shouldn't have got somebody else to read that autopsy thing, because that was a shamble. That boy read like he like I'm not even gonna mock him, but that was rough. You know what I mean? You know, they should have got a forensic, a doctor, somebody to read. You know, he said the zipata bone. Right? You know, he got a country accent. Shout out to my brothers with a country accent, but that boy reading is not the best. He might be a good lawyer going after that money, but reading is not his specialty. You know what I'm saying? He definitely wasn't hooked on phonics when he was little. He might have been hooked on them law books. But anyway, so he definitely shouldn't have been reading none of that. So yeah, I agree with the people complaining about him reading it. He read all slow. He like the sip of the bone, the sip of the bone and the bipper. I'm like, boy, Crump, boy, sit down, boy, take several seats. Why don't you hire somebody? You trying to get the spotlight. He trying to get his views up. I'm like, boys, take several seats. You know, you're supposed to hire somebody that can talk, somebody that can read. That boy talk. Boy, anyway, let's continue.
In the transport of this body, and they said he was face down. So it's honestly, for me, it's just disgusting to see the lack of understanding, people commenting on how Ben Crump is reading, people saying Ben Crump is a race hustler. Like, he's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by 3 racist people, and it was covered up. Stacey Turner, the medical examiner, is well known for the death of Trey Reed, ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight? I don't really see myself that way. Do not stir the pot.
Ooh, Ilky. She said, do I look like a witch stirring? You actually do. That part was crazy. Watch this again. What just happened right now? She just said, shut him up. Do I look like a witch stirring? Actually, Nancy, you do.
Ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron?
Yeah, look. Actually, yeah. Yeah, you do. Oh, she would have definitely kicked me off the show. I would have said, actually, you do look like a witch right now, stirring the pot. That's exactly what you look like. I'm sorry, but you do. Okay? So anyway, let's get back. Okay? I know y'all rocking with her. I don't give a crap. I don't care. I'm not a favorite to no man. Nobody. I don't care. I don't watch your show. I don't give a crap. I don't know. Because I find everybody, Nancy Grace is on the case. Girl, bye. But I guarantee you definitely look like a witch right here. Okay? So anyway, she ain't with him. She ain't with whatever he just said. So let's continue. All right.
People saying Ben Crump is a race hustler. Like, he's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by 3 racist people, and it was covered up. Stacey Turner, the medical examiner, is well known for the death of Trey Reed, ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight? I don't really see myself that way. Do not stir the pot, Crouppen, because this is not about politics. This is not what somebody did a long time ago in another case. This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where's the original autopsy? My guess is that they are waiting on the results that Dr. Kilman Crowns just talked about and more. Hey, hold.
I'm sorry, but what he was saying actually had relevance. So all that stirring the pot crap she just spit out, because he's talked about the medical examiner falsely abusing prior cases when it involved Black patients and saying that nothing was done to them, okay? And he's pointing out that these are the same examiners that has Nolan body. So all that has relevance. So all that stirring of the pot crap you trying to do, looking all like a witch. All right, I'm sorry, I'm just not with it, but whatever, let's continue.
This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where I see myself that way, do not stir the pot, Crouppen, because this is not about politics. This is not what somebody did a long time ago in another case. This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where's the original autopsy? My guess is that they are waiting on the results that Dr. Kilman-Crowns just talked about and more. Hey,
what he was talking about is why we ain't got the autopsy report, because the medical examiner and all of them is shady. But you don't want to stir the pot talking about the past. You can't forget the past. It got relevance to the future, to the current. All right, but anyway, let's continue.
Hold it. Simmer down. I want to get to the facts.
You simmer down.
All right. Yes. Am I stirring a cauldron tonight?
Hold on, let me put
I don't
that
really
back.
see.
Hustler. Like, he's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by 3 racist people, and it was covered up. Stacey Turner, the medical examiner, is well known for the death of Trey Reed, ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling Black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight? I don't really see myself that way. Do not stir the pot, Crouppen, because this is not about politics. This is not what somebody did a long time ago in another case. This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where's the original autopsy? My guess is that they are waiting on the results that Dr. Kilman-Crowns just talked about and more. Hey, simmer down. I want to get to the facts. The facts of this case. I want to go back to Brian Trasher on that. Heather, I'm going to get to you in just one moment.
This devil right here, he keeps showing his little Looney Tunes face all over. I'm sorry, guys. Boy, I see the spirits behind people, right? They got this agenda. You know, it reminds me of Ledbetter. Nothing to see here. They just come out, nothing. We ain't got no autopsy report from the medical examiner. They got no evidence, but they just keep saying no foul play. All right. So anyway, let's continue.
Regarding the tracking of the phone and the Snapchat and all the digital footprint, but to you, Brian, again, let me pull it back up. We are not showing this photo. Do not show it, control room. Brian, again, United Cajun Navy, searched for and spotted Nolan's body. Tell me what was seen. Let's see some of that aerial video.
Yeah, so we were flying over the northwest tip of Horn Island after about 2 hours in the air, canvassing a pretty large area, when we noticed some law enforcement boats converging to the northwest tip. We descended, circled around, and saw a number of law enforcement personnel on the beach, and then you could see a body laying on at the shoreline. Of course, using a zoom lens to go in, we could see that the body matched the description of Nolan Wells. The whole thing about, Ben Crump mentioning that we told the parents he was fully clothed, that's not true. We never told the parents that. He was wearing just the swim trunks that matched the description that in the missing persons report, and it matched the photos that were taken of him that day.
All right, did y'all just hear that? He said the lie that Ben Crump told, that we told them that he was fully clothed, we never told him that. He was just in his swim trunks, face down. Hold on, but that ain't what your captain said. Y'all remember? See? So we're talking about what's that boy name with the wide pupils? What's his name? Wilson from Tom Hanks movie. What's his name? Warren. Wilson from Tom Hanks movie. Warren, right? These people, all of them are lying. I thought you just said that the captain said he was fully dressed, face down. Now he's talking about Ben Crump made up a lie that's saying we told him he was fully dressed. We just heard your captain say he was fully dressed.
So that's not true. We never told the parents that. He was wearing just the swim trunks that matched the description that in the missing persons report, and it matched the photos that were taken of him that day. And that was all he was presumed. That's
Hold
all
on
he
one
was wearing.
sec. Brian,
This guy.
Brian, I want to show some video. Oh, there it is. I hope you can see your monitor. That is from our friends over at TMZ. It's a video that we, and I believe, is Nolan Wells. And I can tell you from looking at the aerial photo, I've zoomed in on it, those appear to be the same pants that he was wearing when his body was found. His body looks like it just washed up on shore.
Right.
Now,
That's correct.
regarding COD, yeah, when you look at it way up, it looks like he's wearing a shirt. But when you zoom in, you see he's not wearing a shirt. Nolan was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down.
Y'all know I'm not going to let him get away with this. Nancy, you ain't getting away with it. Cajun dude, you ain't getting away with it. Ain't nobody getting away with nothing. Warren Wilson, whatever his name, Mr. Dilated Pupil dude, you ain't getting away with it. Nah. Listen what she said. In this clip, she said he was face down, fully clothed. Now she want to backtrack and talk about, well, it appeared to be from this high like he had a shirt on. Nah. The math ain't mathing, Nancy Drew. Nah. I'm sorry. I ain't rocking with none of them. Y'all, somebody told y'all wrong. Y'all need to be chest testing all spirits. Everybody else. Nancy's on the case. I was like, man, this case has been went viral, national. Boy, once them people get to you that paycheck, they would tell her, like, listen, we'll pull your show. We'll pull your YouTube to they'll sell you out in a second. Y'all don't be falling for these people thinking, Nancy's on the case. Oh, that was a lie. Listen.
Nolan was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was found fully clothed on the beach, it was in the same vicinity of where
he said it twice. He was face down. She said fully clothed. He said, yes, fully clothed. He said, when we say he was fully clothed, he was in the same vicinity where they said he drowned. All right. So they double and triple down on the fully clothed. Now, all of a sudden, the little happy face dude, he talking about Crump lied and said that we told him he was face down. Well, we all just heard your boss, the captain, and Nancy Drew, both of them said he was fully clothed, face down.
Drowned,
The whole thing about, Ben Crump mentioning that we told the parents he was fully clothed, that's not true. We never told the parents that.
Nolan was face down, still fully clothed on the beach. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. He was face down, which would have meant that he drowned. Now, when we say he was found fully clothed on the beach, it was in the same vicinity of where he possibly drowned. The
whole thing about, Ben Crump mentioning that we told the parents he was fully clothed, that's not true. We never told the parents that. He was wearing just the swim trunks that matched the description that in the.
So somebody lying, all right? He is the deputy, or he is the co-captain or whatever of the Cajun Navy. Your captain and Nancy said he was face down, fully clothed. Now you're talking about Ben Crump is liar. He's lying because he listened to your captain and he listened to y'all when y'all said y'all found him. He was fully clothed, face down. Now y'all want to change it up?
The missing persons report, and that's not true. We never told the parents that. He was wearing just the swim trunks that matched the description that in the missing persons report, and it matched the photos that were taken of him that day, and that was all he was presumed. That's
Hold
all
on
he
one
was
sec.
wearing.
Brian, I want to show some video. Oh, there it is. I hope you can see your monitor. That is from our friends over at TMZ. It's a video
Nobody care
that
about
we,
no
and I
TM devils,
believe,
TMZ, your friends. Nobody care about all that crap. All right, everybody pushing these narratives. Nobody care about no TMZ
is
film.
Nolan Wells. And I can tell you from looking at the aerial photo, I've zoomed in on it, those appear to be the same pants that he was wearing when his body was found. His body looks like it just washed up on shore.
Right.
Now,
That's right.
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and Nolan was making me laugh.
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words.
See, this is what I'm telling y'all. Everybody, all of a sudden, once the Nolan family, once the Wells family released the autopsy, then all of a sudden, here come all of these people coming out of the woodworks and video clips. So that video clip was some dude who said he went to college. He went to college with Nolan and all of them, and he said he was pretty drunk, slurring and right. So you know what I did? I ain't letting none of these devils get away with none of this crap. You heard? I be putting in this work when I make these videos. That's why I said I don't care what everybody else is doing. I don't care if the clips are old, but I'm gonna show you something that ain't out there. All right, let's go. All right, so here he come out of nowhere. Shout out to Saquon over on Facebook. Here he come out of nowhere talking about Nolan was drunk and pissy drunk and all this and slurring.
Say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular.
So you said Nolan was completely fine. Everybody was drinking. He was completely fine. This other dude now want to come out and say he was slurring and hammered drunk you understand? So these narratives they pushing out. Right? And they're going to keep pushing these other people coming out with fake AI clips and other audio clips and this to keep adding confusion to the case. This is manipulation. Y'all don't fall for the manipulation. I ain't going to fall for it here. When y'all see us go live, I know they shadow banning us tonight. We ain't even reached 300. What's going on? See, 260 people. We would be about 300, 400, 500 right now. They pissed off. They show me. I put his eyeballs dilated. YouTube said the devil's a lie. You are not. I tried to. What's the name, guys? I tried to take the D rugs. You see, I tried to put D rugs. They like, we hip to that D rugs crap. I should have tried to play it safe and did something else, but I don't know. I should have knew. They shadow banned the mess out of us. Only 260 people on the live. The devil's a lie. We'd be about 500, 600 right now on the live. All right, but it is what it is. We still gonna expose it. It is what it is. All right, let's continue.
Conversations.
He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
is Nolan Wells photo.
I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and Nolan was making me laugh.
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and Nolan was making me laugh.
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow. For so many people, I mean, boats, they're like on top of each other almost. It was intense.
Lucas Aviz is a college classmate of Nolan at Southwest Mississippi.
Sorry, we don't believe you, Lucas. You just came out of nowhere. We don't believe you. You need more people. I'm sorry, y'all not just gonna be busting out of nowhere and think you can make these statements. We ain't drinking your Kool-Aid, Lucas. Sorry, investigate Lucas, okay? Talking about he was slurring and drunk, and Warren has said he was fine, laughing and joke, right? All right, so we don't believe you, Lucas. Where you come from? Go back.
On top of each other almost. I mean, it was intense.
Lucas Aviz is a college classmate of Nolan at Southwest Mississippi Community College. He says he went to Horn Island with his family and friends on a different boat and ran into Nolan there.
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. And
I'd say he's pretty hammered. He would slur his words. His movement was slow.
Everybody was drinking, most of everybody. And I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations. And, you know, Nolan was making me laugh.
How about let's take a trip out to Horn Island? Horn Island is a part of the Gulf Islands National Seashore, so it, along with several other barrier islands, are a national park. It's also a national wilderness area. There's nothing man-made on Horn Island, except a ranger cabin somewhere near the middle, and there's not always a ranger there. Anything else you might need, you have to bring it with you. And, of course, take it back when you leave. Horn Island is several miles long, but less than a mile wide at its widest point. And to the north is the Mississippi Sound. The water and the beaches there look about like they do on the Gulf Coast. But to the south is the Gulf of Mexico, and the water and beaches there look more like what you're used to in Florida, sugar white sand and turquoise water. Well, it's like that on a sunny day. Now, when a storm is brewing, the sea turns leaden gray, the waves are angry, and it's a powerful place just to stand and watch. There's a symmetry to nature on Horn Island, so I can see where Walter Anderson gets the idea for the repeated rhythms and patterns that we see in so much of his work. And the pine trees on Horn really do look like the ones Anderson renders in his watercolors. I thought they were caricatures until I saw the real pines, but that's what they look like.
Black people, y'all better stay away from these horns and islands. Y'all better stay away from these Baphomet Islands and stuff, Steen Islands. You know, these islands, they never did us well. They ride on these boats and water. Ain't never did us well. Y'all need to teach your children, snap up out of this, okay?
Sort of like spindly pines of Rome in Italy. Artists still come out to Horn Island for inspiration, alone sometimes, as members of groups a lot. They may stay overnight or a week or more. The day breaks silently with a whisper on the breeze and uncertainty in the air. It may be gray or it may be sunny.
See, they stay a week on the island. Once the sun go down, no street light, no lamps. Yeah, nah, I'm good with that. I ain't in nobody's bushes. I ain't camping. I ain't going out there with Yogi the Bear. I ain't going out there with the mountain lions. I ain't going on your water. I ain't getting in no canoe. Which I ain't doing none of the Scooby-Doo stuff. We good. I'm good. I can stay. I'm good. Y'all go. I'll see y'all when y'all come back. Y'all, I'll be here when y'all get back. I'll meet y'all in school. I'll see y'all at the job. Yeah, I ain't going out none of there. With that, y'all need to stop it. So-called blacks, y'all need to tighten it up. All right, stop it. I'm just saying because too many people are being unalived in these situations. Okay, I'm not being prejudiced or biased or nothing. We're just talking reality. Okay, too many is going missing, so y'all need to tighten up. All right, you ain't supposed to. That ain't your culture. The problem is you're not understanding that there are certain things culturally through nations of people. The Bible calls us nations of people. And our culture, so-called black people, our culture is not climbing mountains. We don't climb Mount Everest in the snow, Mount Kilimanjaro. We don't bungee jump off mountains. We don't go dive and swim with sharks and whales and punching manatees in the face and stuff. That's not our culture. Right? That you need to understand your culture. We might, play sports and we might dance and play music. We might like to drive cars really fast. We got cultural things we do, but you better understand. But that's what's happening. That the Bible calls us nations of people, and each nation of people have to be accountable for their own. And you have to understand your cultural traditions that are normal in your nation of people. And you really don't want to step outside of that and go into other nations of people. You get yourself in trouble because you don't understand the spirits that come with traditions of men. There are spirits. We fight against principalities and spirits at high places. Everything, spirits animate people's actions. That's why the Bible tells us that we don't do idol worship, and we got to be very careful of the cultural traditions of men. That's why you got in the Hamite tradition, right? You got a lot of them, they do ancestral worship. We ain't supposed to be doing that either. Right? That's hams. That's the Africans' culture and stuff. If they want to do ancestor worship and leaving food out for the dead ancestors and worshiping the dead, that ain't so-called Black Americans. I'm sorry, I can speak for us and for the other nations, all right? But that ain't our culture. Okay, we don't do all the voodoo and judo and Santeria and all that. Now, if you come from a nation and that's what y'all do, that's your culture. But I need to be very careful. You understand? Because if I don't understand and I go amongst another people and they all of a sudden, I'm at the house and I'm thinking everything is all rosy and they making some spaghetti and all of a sudden they throwing some stuff in the sauce. You understand? In the spaghetti sauce, and I don't understand this culture, do Hundoon and Voodoo and Ogun and Dagon and all these devils, all these fallen angel Anunnakis that they worship. If I don't know that my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, less is more. I ain't eating from everybody's table. I'm not going everywhere where you go. I'm sorry, I'm not going on that camping trip. I'm good. I don't know. You're not about to get me out there in the mountains and stuff. That's not my culture. My culture, you can't be scared. You got to understand. We got the things that that genetically, I'm talking to the so-called Blacks, there are certain things that kind of spook us out a little bit, right? We don't do spooky stuff in scary houses and, in the woods late at night with no lights and right? There's certain things. Now, we might be tough in other areas, but we get spooked out. That's your receptors firing, telling you something ain't right. This is going against your cultural norms. You know what I mean? So that's your signals, your red signals to say nah. But people are want to be so inclusive. You understand? It's nothing wrong with understanding and respecting other people's cultures, but you need to be protected by some of the things that other people's cultures bring as well, because you have generational curses and generational devils that comes with people culture as well. You understand? And some people inherit it. They inherit that as an heirloom, you understand, in their cultural upbringing. So if you don't know that, they do rituals at certain times of the year and stuff, and you won't have no idea. You think they're inviting you on a trip out, but they invited you to be the prey. You understand? Because they about to do a cultural ritual that they do every 7 years or every 9 years or every such and such on this day. 4th of July is a big cultural one for other cultures of people, right? So you going out there with a bunch of Nordics or something, and you don't know that they have so they invited you, but you ain't know they just invited you to be the bungee cord. Somebody that told you wrong. Y'all need to stay scary. Stay spooked. I'm telling you what I know. I survived, bro, when I was in the crack era in the streets in New York City in the 80s and 90s. The reason how I survived, and I was outside selling drugs, it was crazy when they put crack in the 80s. It was so much murder. This when New York was the murder capital of the world. It was murdering every night all over the place. You know how I survived it? Because I stayed on swivel. I stayed on spooked. I stayed on, you know what I mean? And I used to, honestly, the crazy thing, I'm not telling y'all to do this. I repent for this and don't ever do this, right? I rebuke it. But I used to, in my sin in the streets, I used to smoke weed so that I could stay paranoid. Because when I would smoke weed, when I didn't smoke weed, I used to be like, what? Because I used to think I was tough. When you're young, you think you're a thug. I come from a project. I come from a street, right? Hempstead, Strong Alley. I was in Jamaica, Queens, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, right? These are places, right? So, but I'm raised in Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Alley. So it's rough, right? So I grew up, you tough, right? I'm tough. I'm bad, right? So when I was sober, I'd be tough. I ain't scared of nothing. And I wasn't. Crazy. You're supposed to be kind of leery of things. That's your receptives, right? It's a healthy dose of fear. It's not spooky. It's not scared a little girl fear. It's what you call it? It's cognizance. It's discernment. To be discerning when you could discern this, you shouldn't be in this situation or in this environment. This is bad. But when I used to be sober out there in the streets in the crack coverage, shooting a gun, doing everything, I used to be fearless. So I would do anything. But once I would smoke weed, weed had me like a crackhead. Weed had me like this. I I can see through walls. I'd be like, what is that on the other side of the wall? Yo, I swear, we'd be in the club. My boy Saquon is here. Saquon will tell you, he used to be in the car with me all the time in all my cars. Saquon, no, because they used to fight over who gonna be in the front seat. People in my cars, right? I'm talking real life stories, right? So Saquon tell you, they used to be like, yo, don't give Rod no weed. They used to call me, my name used to be Rod Sean. They used to like, don't give Rod no meat, because if we go to the club, if I smoke, we leaving. Let me tell you, and we can drive, we could be all the way in Brooklyn and Manhattan, driving all the way from Queens or from Long Island, right? Everybody got dressed up as girls all in the club, right? So Saquon, no. So we get to the club, if I smoke, oh, we out of there. I swear, it's like that weed made me see through walls. Yeah, I had Warren eyes. It had my pupils like this. I'm like this, boy, that weed, I'd be like, And I was right every time, though. I swear. And that's why I used to do it, because I would see people scheming, because I used to wear a lot of gold and big rock chains and big rings. It's the 80s. You know, people who know, my Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV, to see my testimonies. And I have all the pictures of my cars, my Benzes, all that type of stuff, right? So we got people from New York over on Facebook saying this is real true life stories, right? So I was heavy. I wear all big Gucci links and big chains, everything, you know, and this is the time, and big Fendi suits and Gucci Louis Vuitton suits and all that in the 80s, right? The crack era, my big Benz and stuff. And we out there, so there's always people scheming, right? So, you know, it's shootout, right? So I would smoke just so I could stay paranoid, right? Just because it would keep me, and I was right every time, literally. Now, I'm not promoting that. I'm not telling y'all to do that. I'm just doing a testimony of my reality. That's what I live. Now, I repent for all of that, and I came up. I don't do none of that no more. You know what I mean? But I'm telling y'all not to smoke weed, but I'm telling y'all to stay receptive, stay spooky. Meaning, stay thinking, discerning, and looking for, let me explain, looking for the danger in the situation. Because this world is given over to Hasatan, to the devil. Let me explain. This second world is evil. It's wicked. The devil has this world for a time, until the millennial kingdom, the Messiah's new kingdom come, right? So the devil is the God of this world. So there's sin, there's lying, there's cheating, there's adultery, there's murder, wasn't supposed to say that word. There's unaliving, there's hatred, there's jealousy, there's bigotry, there's racism. There's so many different devils and spirits. So if you need to stay on spooky, you need to stay thinking things are dangerous for your family, your wife, your loved ones, your children. You need to teach that. It ain't corny. It's wise to be, because we have to what? Be wise as a serpent, and so we being harmless as a dove. We need to discern and test all spirits. So we need to see the spirit over people, the spirit over buildings, the spirit over items, the spirit over clothing, the spirit over neighborhoods, the spirit over individuals, the spirit over everyone, even those of your own family, even those of your own household, the spirit over uncle who looking at your little baby girl, the spirit over, you see, you need to discern all of these things individually. Don't ever get comfortable in this dark, wicked second world. The only people who are ever comfortable in this world are the wicked. Because they are the ones they're in charge meaning this world was given over to Hasatan for a time. That's why it seemed like the wicked prosper, right? The serpent seeds who running it. Yes, they was given over for a time, but their time has a limitation. So until that time is up, the righteous, we have to discern and test all spirits. And we need to be looking around every corner, looking for wickedness to happen. If we would teach our children this, and this is of every nation, kindred, and tongue. If you teach your children this, then all of these unalivers wouldn't be happening so much, because you would be not going to these places. I ain't going nowhere with y'all. The devil's a lie. I ain't getting on no boat with y'all. I ain't scared. Boats don't go well with me and my people. It never went well with us. I'm good. You know what I mean? So, all right, let's continue.
And weather brings out its own personality and traits on the island. At nighttime, you make of it what you want. A luau, a ritual dance around the fire, an unveiling of the day's artistic work.
You see what he said? At nighttime, we bring out what you want, a ritual dance around the fire. Oh yeah, I'm not about to be out there in the nighttime with y'all doing no ritual dances. Oh no, you ain't about to have me in this crack pot. You ain't about to have me as the soup of the day. The devil's a lie.
Firing pottery at night takes on a special flavor on Horn Island. Now, I'll admit, I'm not that much of an outdoorsman. I mean, my idea of roughing it's when the air conditioner in the hotel room keeps waking me up when it cycles on and off. But if I were an artist, especially one who specialized in capturing nature and realizing it in my work, I'd be on Horn Island tonight. Well, you can go to Horn Island, Google it, or the Gulf Islands National Seashore, get more information about going out to Horn Island, but it really is just you and nature and whatever you brought in your backpack when you go out there.
4th of July, everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us. And he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us. And,
you see the statement I just said? He said, Nolan's always trying to go out there on the boat with us, always trying to come with us. 4th of July on an island. Yeah. With a culture you really don't understand. You don't understand. See, this little boy ain't show no remorse, but he told me he his best friend. That boy didn't show not one bit of remorse. He ain't not even or what you call that, a heartbreak or compassion, or he still ain't say nothing about Nolan, but he was drinking and none of this. He ain't say R.I.P. to my boy. I miss my boy. You understand?
But started 4th of July, you know, my buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming, you know, everybody's very, very excited for the 4th of July from down here. Like it's a big thing.
It's a big deal.
Very, very big deal. And, I mean, I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan was not with me. And, I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck, and well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, topped the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach, and I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house. And
that's just my buddy. But what, my buddy? My buddy? Saquon used to say that back in the days, that little commercial, my buddy, my buddy. I'm like, how many times you say buddy? If you take a drink for every time you say buddy, my pupils would be like yours. If I took a drink for every time you said my buddy. All right, but let's continue. You was all with your buddies, but let's continue.
And I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day. When we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side. And
Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you, I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
And then he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right. Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and you know, I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's, you know, just like I said, like just so joyful, like always happy. Like every picture I have with Nolan or picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. I mean, like he's always happy. If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, you know. And Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like that's how our friend group is. We're really jokingly laugh. You know, no one takes anything that serious. You know, we enjoy our time together. You know, I mean, there's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking to like specifically anybody. I would go out, like even if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat, and my guys are there to, you know, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, you know, all my buddies are the same exact way. You know, Nolan was the same exact way. if you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like, that's how he was. So,
and then you,
what was that? This boy high. Let me tell y'all something about high. Did y'all hear? He asked them, this overseer, this overseer Tink, he asked them a question. He said, Nolan shared a statement with you about this day, how important it was. Can you share what he told you? And he just started rambling on about something else, and he never shared. Boy, this is crazy. Watch. I'm not gonna play the ramble again, but I want to play the question because y'all might have missed it.
off my chest.
See, this
and what it meant to him.
See, people, you can't get over on me like that. The Most High gave me a Rolodex memory. I literally have it when I'm in the midst of something. So literally, I'll be like, you do know you didn't answer my question. You do know you didn't say what I asked you about what Nolan said. You just went on about something else, totally different.
Right.
And something he said to you.
See, listen.
When we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side. And
Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you.
Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you.
I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
It would be indicative of your friendship.
And he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right.
Could you share what he told you? And look at what he says.
Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's
right there is where his pupils. This is your brain on drugs. Right there is where he went left. He started off. He said Nolan and Javon, and that's would have been to tell the story. And he went right there to the left field. I don't miss nothing. I swear the Most High made me so sharp, I don't miss nothing. That's how I used to be in my relationships. My ex used to be mad. I'm the kid's Nathan. You can't get over on me because I remember everything. I'm sorry. You need to remember that when you say something, I don't care if it was 3 years ago, I'm going to remember everything. I can remember what you had on. I can remember what you was wearing when you said it. I can remember where we were at. It's a gift from the Most High. It just, it is what it is. Thank you so much, Jay Gray, for the donation. I humbly receive. All right. Thank you so much. So anyway, that's where he went left field. He looked like he started out. Now, I would think that would be intentional, but this boy also high as a kite. Y'all see his pupils is on 1,000. But a lot of stuff he's doing intentionally. He's literally intentionally evading a lot of the questions and stuff, right? So listen.
Nolan said something interesting. You told me about this. Something he said to you.
Go ahead, Akiyama.
There's someone asking for the StreamYard link. It's Chaotic Truth Live.
Chaotic. So what he wants to tell him to explain what he went the link for. You want to ask something? I was supposed to have the call in. It would have been perfect. I still apologize, guys. I still don't have time to make this call in thing work because I got to set it up with Hakiyama and Discord and the number and run it through and route it. And I'm going to get Hakiyama and Yana to work it, but I haven't got time to do it. And that'll be perfect. So y'all ain't have to worry about the link. They could just call in, right? We have the call in segment. So Chaotic, let me know which why you want the link, what you want to come on, you want to say something. I don't mind people sharing, just no cussing or anything, but I do want to know where you're going, what framework, where you're going with your conversation. All right, let's continue.
I would say would be indicative of y'all's friendship.
Right.
And then he also mentioned something to you about that particular day and what it meant to him.
Right.
And could you share that?
Right.
Now watch, he gonna start it off. Here you go.
Yeah. So Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and I grew up
right there. Nolan and my buddy Javon are talking, and he's about to. But I grew up, and I grew up.
I grew up with Nolan, and Nolan's you know, just all, like I said, like just so joyful, like always happy, like every picture I have with Nolan.
And now he's off. Ladies and gentlemen, he's off to the races. The pupils are off to the races. I grew up, Nolan and Javon, and like I said, I grew up with Nolan. Nolan is so funny. He's so funny. I just try to, look, we just laugh and we have a joke. And boy, could somebody bring some coffee? I'll be like, excuse me, assistants, can we have coffee, black coffee? We need, we need to sober this boy up. I got an interview to do. This boy, somebody grab, hey, get back on track. Javon and Nolan, now let's continue, right?
Or picture I have of Nolan, he's smiling. I mean, like he's always happy.
See?
If I always need like a shed of light, I'm calling Nolan, you know.
See?
And
he's so happy. I'm calling Nolan for a shed of light.
Nolan and I laugh and joke a lot. Like that's how our friend group is. We're really jokingly laugh. You know, no one takes anything that serious. You know, we enjoy our time together. You know, I mean, there's never any awkwardness within our friend group. We're very, very tight. So if I ever need to get something off my chest or talk to anybody, I'm talking to all my friends. I'm not just talking.
You didn't know I asked you a question. I asked you to share the story you told me that Nolan felt about this day.
To like specifically anybody. I would go out, like even if I'm having issues with something, I go talk to my group chat and my guys are there to, you know, give me a hand anytime I need it. And all my guys are, you know, all my buddies are the same exact way, you know. Nolan was
me and my buddies.
Same exact way. If you ever need something, I'm here, man. Like that's how he was. So,
and then you guys get ready to leave prematurely,
right?
And like, what? Explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah,
it's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah.
Now, actually, what a lot of people forgot, guys, is they didn't start out saying that they left at 4:30. See, this is where my Rolodex memory always works. I don't forget nothing. Most people don't remember. A couple of weeks ago, their first statement, they said they left at 3 o'clock. Everybody, I don't forget. I actually did the video back then, okay? I've been following the story. The first story was that they left at 3 o'clock. Last time we saw Nolan was about 3 p.m. when we were leaving. We asked him to get on the boat. He didn't want to go. He wanted to stay with Katie, and we left. Now, it's now all of a sudden they leaving at 4:30. And then the breakdown of the boat sinking and all this stuff. But they're playing on people's ignorance. I don't forget, all right? I ain't forget nothing. All their stories changed. It changed a couple of times, right? It changed from they got towed in, and then the sea tow company now got the audio that said, we didn't tow you in. We canceled the tow, right? Then now the other person, a friend, pulled them in. But before, it told them in for this much 3 miles. And so it's so many different narratives and stories. They keep changing.
You guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I can't make any statements about Warren Hudson's involvement, his guilt or innocence in the circumstances that led to Nolan Wells' death. But I can tell you, some of the things I noticed in this interview were very, very interesting to me as someone who's been a practicing psychotherapist for about 20 years and has worked with thousands of people dealing with grief. The first thing I want to talk to you about is his overall presentation. There is literally no emotion in this interview whatsoever. And he's describing someone as his best friend and like a brother to me. And he passed away under very mysterious, if not suspect circumstances, just 2 weeks prior. His pace and tone with which he's talking never changed throughout the whole interview. I just showed you a small clip, but they never changed throughout the whole interview. Now, listen, when you are describing...
That's that monotone that some of y'all was talking about, all right? That's unnatural. When your boy just died, your best friend, you said he was your best friend.
Emotional content, your heart races your body releases chemicals, like releases hormones, like things like the stress hormone cortisol, for example, and it makes you fidgety and it makes you move and it makes your tone change. You don't see any of that with him. Now, some of you guys might be thinking, well, maybe that's just his personality. He'd have to be a Zen Buddhist, especially at the age of 19, to be able to talk about something that is supposed to be so emotional without any level of variance in his body language, in his tone, and in the pace with which he's talking. The other thing that was very telling to me is when the interviewer asked him about the incident on that day, he got very intellectual. Instead of talking about like any of the circumstances that led to Nolan being missing, he starts talking about what it's like living on the Gulf Coast. And there's almost a faint smile beginning to come to his face when he talked about what kids in that area do when they go to one of the islands down in that area. That is very, very unusual because, again, when you ask me about an incident where I lost my best friend, like a brother to me just 2 weeks prior, it should provoke emotion. It should almost be traumatizing, but it wasn't here. He just talked about it as if he's rehearsed it 1,000 times. And then the third thing I want to point out is when he talked about details, about like I was talking to Nolan that day, we had been doing some drinking. Most people express those kinds of things, again, emotionally and with some remorse. For example, we really shouldn't have been drinking. Oh my gosh, I wish I had stopped him from drinking. Something like that would have come out of his mouth. But he's just talking about it. Like it's just some sort of story, as if the same level of tone, if Nolan and I went and got a run to McDonald's and came home. It's just a story. Now, again, I'm not saying that this indicates whether he's guilty or innocent. That's obviously for investigators to decide. But I'm telling you, as a practicing psychotherapist, if I were talking to someone who's just lost somebody 2 weeks prior, I would experience this as incredibly unusual. And I would have some questions clinically about why this person is presenting to me in this way.
Right. And like, what? Explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I looked up, I had a girl come up to me and say, "Hey, your brother just got in a fight." And obviously I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about. And I was freaked out. I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody, put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was kind of angry, and, you know, there was a lot going on, but someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was. And my brother was like, "Oh, I just got in a fight, and this guy punched me in the face," and I punched him right back. And then went to the ground, and my brother put him in an arm bar. And
was Nolan involved in any of this?
Absolutely not. When I was over there was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age.
So he's bringing out, shout out to Real Lottie, he's bringing out another fight, all right? Right, he said, "I walked over there." No, I ran, and then you caught it out, but I walked. He went back to walking again, right? Now, he's literally speaking on another fight that his brother was involved. Now, his brother was the one who came out with the judge, his stepmother. What's her name? Ashley Cole. The judge, when they first came out, the brother came out and was disrespecting black people. That same little brother he's talking about. That's the one who posted all you black people saying all this stuff. He reminded me of Jeff Metcalf's kind of rants, okay? When the day after, when the judge came out, when they took all their social media down and stuff. That's that same little brother who came out disrespecting all black people, who was talking about, you know, we need an investigation, okay? Now he's saying he was in a fight, all right? So, okay, so let's continue.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Hakim.
We have a super sticker from Joy.
Oh, thank you so much, Joy. And what did the other person that left a donation, did they write something?
Yes, that was Jay Gray. They say Warren looks like a Nephilim demon from hell.
Oh no, don't read what he wrote. Okay, it's okay. All right. So, Akiyama, if someone writes something like that, don't read it. It's okay. I didn't see what it said. All right. But because everybody got the right to their opinion. They can say their opinion as long as they don't cuss. But right. So anyway, she about to read it too. All right. Let's get daughter, yeah, could somebody bring my slippers, please? Somebody, daughters, somebody. My heel is hurting. All right, praise the Most High. All right, let's continue. All right.
And I mean, Nolan, I never saw Nolan over there. Yeah. Absolutely not. And okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
So you get ready to
You hear him? He just lost his train of thought. I know you did, because you high. He high, his doggone pupils is open like a smoker. You sit there, boy, you just talking. He just having the most casual conversation. He don't care. He talking about, boy, you do know somebody's dead, right? You do know your best friend is supposed to be dead. It's crazy work, bro.
Okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
Yeah, he lost the script, Ramon. I agree. He forgot the script. Look, and he lied. He's smiling. Look at smile. He definitely looked Netflix. I don't want to say it because I gotta. Thank you so much. I gotta stay, out of y'all mess. But he definitely looked Netflix. But let's continue.
You get ready to go. There's an issue with the boat.
Okay, yeah.
And this is what
this led up to that. That's what I was saying.
So the fight happened with your brother, or a little scuffle. I'm assuming that it was cleared up.
You're right.
You got your brother out of that situation, and then how did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, I wasn't thinking anything of it. I told my brother, I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down. I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything else to happen, And so once I got back over the boat, I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom. And I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat. And, no water's coming out, no access water's coming out. And, it was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. And at some point the boat was very, very crowded, and there was just a lot of people on. So that it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours, the boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater. And so the motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it trimmed down, and then it come right back up. And so Wyatt's trying to throw a rear anchor, so we're caught, and he's, yelling at people. Everybody's kind of freaking out. And eventually I'm yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. The boat could possibly sink, and I'm not paying attention to everyone around me. I was paying attention to my buddy's boat. And that's what all my other friends that were on that boat were doing, trying to solve the problem.
So you're on the boat now. The water is getting up to the point where the boat may be disabled to where you couldn't get it out from Horn Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer, you're sitting, looking, trying to pull trash out the bilge.
So you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, the last time I saw Nolan was 3:00, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. You know, it's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat.
I just have to do this because we've been watching these interviews for a while now. And I just want to say RIP to young Nolan, because apparently they don't give two crap cents about Nolan. I'm just hearing everything under the sun, and I never heard a rest in peace to that young man. He talking about he was drinking and he was this, and Nolan, he didn't want to go and all this stuff, but let's continue.
With that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled at, yelled for Nolan times. You know, it's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And like, no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said, you know.
How many people heard that? Were there
at least
just a
5
few,
to, I mean, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. You know, I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there, or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl.
I heard something. Y'all know I hear in between the lines. I heard him say, it's not like we just left him there. My friends just left him there. Everybody pay attention. He's removing himself off the boat. I know y'all can't see it, but it's going to come out. He's removing himself off the boat. So right there he said, my friends left, we didn't leave him, or my friends didn't leave him. He's going to actually, what's that dude name? Wyatt. He's actually going to throw Wyatt under the bus. He's actually going to insinuate that Nolan was on Wyatt's boat and he was on a different boat. But the video call from the sea tow company heard one of them who they was talking to when they was trying to get a tow, which I think was a fake thing, because from listening to it, they didn't sound like there was in no emergency. You'll hear one of them say his name over the phone. So he was on the boat, but he's going to insinuate that Nolan was on Wyatt's boat, the little 18-foot boat. All right, let's continue.
Left him there, or my friends just left him there.
See?
No us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. You know, I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there, or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, you know, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, you know, this is the last time I saw him, you know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah.
That's a lie. Katie did not say the last time she saw Nolan, your buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. Katie said that Nolan told her he can't stay with her. He has to go catch the boat to go leave with his friends to get on the boat. So that's a lie. Katie did not say that. That was not her statement.
Started to get told.
I did not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat.
And my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat. You start to get towed in and you make it back. Now explain how that you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, you know, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. You know, I don't want to sneak out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But
there you go again. My focus wasn't on Nolan. He said that before. See, he said, remember before when it was on the island, my focus wasn't on Nolan. It was other people. Now he said Nolan decided to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on. Like he's making key points. This is definitely scripted. That they're giving him key talking points to keep saying. Shout out to True Seeking. So he keeps talking about his focus wasn't on Nolan. Right? So now his focus ain't on Nolan. Your focus ain't never been on Nolan, apparently, right? This whole time. So that's why he letting you know I'm not focused on Nolan this whole time.
Other than the boat, you know, because if the boat wasn't on anything else other than the boat, you know.
Where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, you know, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. You know, I don't want to sneak out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down. My buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the weight to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off, and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, you know, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, like the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and, you know, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so, you know, we were all tired. And eventually we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing like fireworks and stuff. So we all went over there to swim and, you know, hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online.
Well, they left the island with all that, did all this stuff, and then they went to another girl's house to swim. See? So they stay in this water. You understand? You just left a beach, water. You said you were sinking all day. You come back and y'all go to another pool, right? Swimming. Okay? But anyway, let's continue.
In the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
what is this picture associated with? Because you said you guys went back to swim. Nolan wasn't with you.
Yeah.
So where's this picture at? Like, what's the context around that picture?
Right.
That
was June 27th. Overseer Dum Dum.
Floating.
That picture is taken on June 27th, a week before the 4th of July. We all went to a friend of ours in Pass Christian. We have a lot of friends from Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian. We all went over there to hang out, and
And Nolan was in that picture.
Nolan was in that picture. And if you look in the picture, my arm is around Nolan in that picture, And I mean, that was a week before the 4th of July. So that picture is not associated within even the same. I mean, that was like a week before. So, yeah.
So you guys are now at swimming and having a good time at a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her dad for a while. Okay. And I mean, all my friends were downstairs. I went upstairs, talked to her dad. We were talking about boats and stuff. And, I've been with my friends all day. I was just talking to everybody. But
so you talked to the young lady's dad, and then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean, I went back downstairs and all my friends were just hanging out, and my buddy Wyatt had addressed, talking about Nolan, and I was like, well, where is Nolan? Have y'all heard from him? And he was like, no, we haven't. And I was like, okay, well, it's a little concerning. Like, I mean, I'm not freaking out or anything, but like, I'm trying to find out where Nolan is.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now,
oh my goodness, this is it's like pulling teeth. Shout out to Primetime Vinny. This is like pulling teeth here. All right. So I'm about to fast forward this because I got some stuff coming, because this is just
Nolan could be with a chick.
Because he's saying a whole bunch of nothing.
Could be with somebody else.
Right.
Could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens.
So that's a great question, because guys, they say that they thought he was with Katie, right? But then he decided to call the Coast Guard, like he's lost at sea. How would you know he lost at sea? Okay? Now, everybody, remember, this is right the day of. Okay? He called the Coast Guard. Why would you call the Coast Guard when you think he stayed with the chick? You would think he's at her house or somewhere smashing or something. Why would you think he's lost at sea? Why would that even come to your mind at that point? If he just asked to stay on the island with the girl, why would you? That makes no sense. All right? Unless you know something. But let's continue.
Back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard.
He just went to death. He just went to dying. Everybody, that went from 0 to 100, real to 1,000 real quick. He just said to you, what made you decide to call the Coast Guard when your buddy, right, your friend, stayed with a girl that he was hugged up with? So it ain't been 24 hours. So why would I think anything happened to him? There would be nothing to make me think. I would think he with the girl. Now, the crazy thing is, we got his phone. So that's what's crazy, right? The crazy thing is, we can't even hit him up to be like, yo, you with Katie, where you at? Smashing, if that was your real friend. This is what guys do when we in our sin and transgression, right? So if my homie stayed back, right? And, first of all, he would not stay without his phone. Okay, that's just stupid anyway. Ain't nobody staying on no island doing nothing without their phone. Okay, that's just number one. But let's just whatever. But if he stayed, then you would hit him up. If it's like like we back on the island, we've been partying at another pool party or something. Then you think him, you're like, I wonder what he doing. He probably at Katie. I wonder where he at. You took her to a hotel or something, right? That's what you do in your sin and transgression, right? You hit him up. You text him or something. Like, what you doing? You smashing? You ain't, right? But, right? So he don't think none of that. Guess what he thought, guys? He said death. Plenty people die. Whoa. What are you talking about dying, bro? How death get into your mind? And you call him the Coast Guard. So you think he's lost at sea. And how are you coming up with all this when he's supposed to be with the girl? Yeah, this guilty stuff. This is mad guilty. Yo, this is why they need outside investigate. This is incriminating stuff right here. They really messed up letting this boy talk. That his stepmother, the judge, she said, boy, they didn't got his boy, the boy pupils all open. Maybe they're going to use that. He was high. That's what they're going to use. They're going to look at his pupils, Your Honor. See, boy, I be knowing these devices, these serpents, boy. They'll do some stuff. They be crafty. The Bible says Hasatan is wise looking who to devour. He is really wise. They'll use that. See, look at his pupils, Your Honor. He was high, so all that, none of that's admissible as evidence. Look at his pupils, and that's why I pointed out. That's why I'm like, look at this boy pupils. This boy like a kite. So anyway, this crazy work that he literally just started talking about him being dead, unalive. He just went straight to death. I would have been like, oh, whoa, slow down, cowboy. How you just went to death?
My friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there.
See, like people die all the time. I know people who have died out there. Whoa, cowboy. He was with Katie. She had some lethal coochie or something? What you know we don't know? Katie got that lethal stuff or something? What make you think he dead? What could possibly make you think he's unalive to call the Coast Guard?
You couldn't weigh it out anymore. You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens.
Come on. Serena said he said it just as casually. Serena, he said just as smooth. People die all the time. Plenty of people dead. I know plenty of people that are dead all the time on the island. So I think my buddy, I think he dead. Right? I'm like, my goodness. I'm sorry, Inevitable. I'm going to play the clip. All right. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry, but I'll try to ease up on the, all right? But that's what we're doing it for, all right? You want to watch the clip? Go watch Officer, go watch, what's his name? Overseer Dum Dum. You can just sit there and watch the clip with your thumb up your butt. I'm just joking. No, let me not. I repent for that. Just joking. Welcome to the channel, Inevitable. I'll let it play a little bit. All right. I'm talking a lot, but let's continue.
People die all the time. I know people that have died out there, and it's a fun place to be, but it's also very.
That's what I'm saying. Like, sorry, I'm gonna let it play, guys. But the whole point why people like to watch, because you already watch these people play the clip. You sit there and watch him boring talking all the time, but some people haven't, so I understand. All right, let's go. All right, Inevitable. All right, ease up. Ease up. Watch yourself, Inevitable. It's inevitable. All right, let me stop. All right, let me let it play a little bit.
Be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, and my buddy be okay, than, not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary.
And then after this,
But how do you know something's wrong? That's too early. Why would you not think he's with Katie? Let's continue.
Obviously they didn't find Nolan that day.
Right.
And so what was your reaction like when you heard the news, or how did you hear the news that they found Nolan's body?
Well, the next day, it got to be about 1:00 on July 5th. And I was like, my mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, like, where is he? Like, I got very, very worried. And, I was with my buddy Brooks the next day, and we're driving, and my buddies were texting my group chat. They were like, hey, listen. And then I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey, man, they just found his body. And I was like,
yeah, he said if he's not awake yet. So you thought he was sleeping? So then why did you call the Coast Guard? I'm a little lost, but let's continue.
I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, like maybe, he's not gone, and maybe,
I agree, Inevitable. Inevitable said, I would assume they texted Katie because Nolan didn't have his phone and Katie said she wasn't with them. But Inevitable, they said they act like they don't know Katie. Remember, they said, this girl, we don't know her, right? So they don't have her number. There's no way they could text her. You know what I mean? So again, and that's turned out to be not true. All right, but let's continue.
I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard. We're driving, and my buddies were texting my group chat. They were like, hey, listen. And then I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey, man, they just found his body. And I was like, I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, like maybe, he's not gone, and maybe, he's okay. But my reaction was I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down. I mean, I haven't experienced death a lot, but people die all the time. I know people that have died out there. I haven't experienced death a lot, but people die all the time. I know people that have died out there.
I ain't playing. I don't play, guys. I ain't playing at all. I ain't playing with none of these niggas. I ain't playing with you black niggas. I ain't playing with you white niggas. I ain't playing with you Hispanic niggas. I ain't playing with you Asian niggas. Niggas, you gonna get the smoke. You devils gonna get the smoke every time. Don't come in here. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you because I got a Molodeck. Don't sit up here and make a statement that think I don't forgot that you said that statement about 10 minutes ago. You heard that part? Nah. Yeah, boy, this is incriminating. Oh, lock him up. Excuse me. Yeah, got him. I'm going to get him every time, Serena.
But it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, like maybe, he's not gone, and maybe, he's okay. But my reaction was I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down. I mean, I haven't experienced death a lot, but people die all the time. I know people that have died out there. I haven't experienced death a lot, but people die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. I haven't experienced death a lot, but I mean, I broke down, and I sat there on my buddy Brooks' shoulder, and I cried, and I was upset. I made a couple phone calls to my buddy.
Scratch your lie, catch a thief. Catch you in all your lies. That part. The Most High called us to call out all liars and cheaters and stealers and liars. You lying this whole time. The devil's a lie.
And checked up on my buddies because, I care about my buddies too. I mean, like, we're all experienced this. Like, we all realized at the same time. We all heard the news at the same time. Like, he's gone. And so it was really, really hard on me. I mean, I've never experienced something like this, and it was traumatic. I mean, I could tell you where and when I was there, when I got that phone call, you know, where I was. And I just remember, like, it was insane. Like, I can't even put into words how upset I was, you know, and how upset my friends were. So,
and then
we can tell. He like, I can't even put into words how upset I was and how upset my friends was. And he just been talking this whole time. He ain't never said one thing. He ain't said not one thing about Nolan. All right. Besides, he was drinking, he was drunk, and all this other stuff.
And comes the stories and the backlash and, and the craziness. I mean, you guys are now hearing that you're responsible for it. You did it. You killed Nolan. So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police or?
Yeah. So the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator and I told him my whole story, top to bottom.
That's the whole thing, Truth Seeking. His buddy, his favorite friend, his best friend ain't even go to his funeral. Ain't even say the condolences to the family. Ain't even look at his brother and cry. Ain't did none of this. The devil's a lie. High as a kite.
Dotted every I, crossed every T. I told him everything I knew, every little detail. I mean, everything I could, you know, tell them to try to figure something out, you know.
Well, you don't want to talk to the cops or?
No, of course not. Guys? You know, every person that was included, especially, you know, the guys that you see on social media, everybody cooperated with the police fully. You know, Nolan was with us on the way out and he rode out on the boats with us. So, I mean, we were the first people to get questioned. I mean, we cooperated with the police the first time they called us and, you know, we talked to them, you know, as soon as they needed, and we were fully cooperative.
And we see Ben Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race or, because I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. Right. You guys had left. Right. But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, you know, like my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, you know, since freshman year in high school.
You took your social media down. We can't, you see, they telling himself again. If you go look at our social media, we have Nolan all over social media. The first thing you did was lawyer up, go to the judge, your mother house. Everybody got together with the judge, took your social media down all before anybody knew what happened. All before the public even knew what happened. And then y'all was silent. So you can miss me with all that.
Cool. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely not. I would never look at Nolan any other way than I would any of my other friends. I mean, he was like a brother to me.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement.
So if he's like your brother, you didn't go to your brother's funeral? If you didn't do anything, if you didn't feel any guilt or anything, your brother is unalived, and you're not going to go there with the family and show your love and your care and your concern? Where were you? These are the questions that this raccoon should be asking him. Where were you during the funeral? What was you doing? And why didn't you go? Why wouldn't you go for the family, the father? You said you seen the father at the Waffle House and stuff and all that, right? And you said he's like your brother. You knew him since middle school and all that. He's your best friend. And you didn't go to pay your respects? You didn't one time said R.I.P. to my brother. I would have said R.I.P. to my brother every time I said his name. You understand? In this interview. First of all, you would have saw that I loved my brother through my emotions, because you can't fake that. You understand? Real gonna detect it. A lot of people, they get fooled by it. But the real, you're gonna detect it. But there's no way I'm not gonna there's no way I'm not gonna be searching for my brother. So you're not about to think I did anything to unalive my brother. Y'all stupid. I'll be going against all y'all. I don't care. I'll be the most hated man on YouTube. It's whatever. I'm used to it anyway. I'm from the street. I done been hated. It is what I'll be cursing all of y'all out. I have to repent for it all. I'll be like, Father, forgive me, but they got to get this smoke. Come sit up here, tell me I had something to do with my brother being unalive. So you just stupid. I'm sitting up here, I'm my heart broken. Unless my brother's gone, bro. This is my friend, man, my brother, bro. I'm at the funeral, like, I don't care if the family don't want me there. I'm going here to show my respects to my brother. Your actions, the Messiah says, the Bible says, you know them by their fruit. You know them by their ways, their actions, and their deeds. I don't care about these crappy words you talking. Your actions is proving who you really are, devil. Both of these devils. He don't care. He's sitting up there smiling, and he just got his little agenda to make his money. He ain't nothing but a overseer raccoon. All right. So anyway, let's continue.
All of you guys have given statements.
Go ahead, Hakim.
We have a handful of questions when you're ready.
All the time. I mean, every time.
Do one or two now.
Pods asks, what do you mean by raccoons?
That's the so-called black people in America. They used to have a word for sambos or sellouts, or they used to call them coons in back in the day. Now, to mask the word for social media, they call them raccoons. Okay, those that sell out their own people, right? The sellouts, that part, sambos, right? Massa, they's trying to escape, Massa. They's planning to run with John Brown. they escaping, Massa. They's planning to run on Saturday. We's hungry, Massa? Is We's hungry? We sure is hungry. that part. All right. Yeah, remove the raw and leave the rest of it. All right, let's continue. All right, they just sell their own. It's a difference to have. I don't mind if people agreeing to disagree, but you have people that no matter what evidence is shown, they just against their own people. Those are the sambos, the sellouts. All right, and that's way more disgusting than anything. You know what I mean? Any nation of people, you have those people amongst your nation, and those are the ones that infiltrate your nation and sell you out. Okay, that part, the sellouts.
Every day we're back from college, we hang out.
I don't agree. I don't like the iggers of the black community. I don't like the iggerdom, these kids, but we got to call it out because every nation of people is responsible for your nation. So we got to call it out and try to teach these young iggers to stop their iggerdom, right? Stop it, pull your pants up, start to teach them some history, the righteous going to be unrighteous still. That's biblical, right? But you don't sell out your own people. You never sell out your people, bro. You never. And people who sell out their own, that's the worst Judas. That's the worst turncoat. That's the worst Sambo. That's the worst. There's nothing worse than that. Facts. House ninjas. I don't sell out my people, bro. I don't like that's the worst. That's the bottom of the barrel. Facts for any nation of people, right? Y'all look for the sellout that sell out your own people, that sell out their own. That's the worst of the worst. Yeah, everybody got their bad in their nation of people. Everybody got their iggers, the ignorant ones in their nation of people. But you don't sell out the whole for the actions of the few. Nah, those are sellouts. I don't suffer a witch to live. It's biblical. Call it all out, no matter what color skin you is. I see the devil in you. White devil, black devil, Asian devil, Hispanic devil. You know them by their fruit, everybody. You discern every spirit, even to those of your own household. Discern it, children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Facts.
Yeah, and we're around each other all the time. So, like, my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely.
Because he ain't have his discernment up. His parents ain't teach him the dangers to discern your spirit in you. He was around you, you got your arms all around him. You don't care 1-2 bit sense about this young man. It shows. And he was not sorry. He was raised as Boo Boo the Fool. He was raised to not discern spirits. And a lot of the people are raising their children not to discern all spirits. The Bible says discern all spirits. Test them all. It's literally biblical. Spiritual warfare. You ain't teaching your children no spiritual warfare. So these devils that's in these people are preying on the ignorance. The Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. They get into destruction because they don't know and they can't discern the devils around them and the people. Teach your children spiritual warfare. That's what we teach in this ministry. We can do the Bible all day up and down, but if I don't teach y'all how to fight in the spirit, then you're going to get destroyed in the spirit. And you're a spiritual beings animating a physical existence, body. You fighting against principalities and spirits in high places and you don't even know it. And all religion, all the church doing is want you to put money in the pot and say Jesus is Lord and say it with your mouth and you saved. Saved from what? You have to fight in the spirit. We fighting against principalities and spirits in high places. These serpent dark seeds who run in this world, half of them reptilian, fallen angel, Anunnaki, the 1% playing us against one another. Spiritual warfare. That's what we teach in this ministry. For anybody to just find us because of these titles. Spiritual warriors. Fight against darkness. Let's go.
It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. Right. You guys had left. Right. But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, like my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely not. I would never look at Nolan any other way than I would any of my other friends. I mean, he was like a brother to me.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. Mm-hmm. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages. When did that occur, and what happened there?
So he cut it right there for another part. We'll see it, right? We'll do that when they come out. Yeah, I want to see what you're going to say about y'all had a cell phone. Y'all deleted the messages. Sister Tammy said, please give a like, guys. They already shadow banned this live. We usually be about 400 or 500 people right now on the live. They ain't let us get to 300 tonight. They don't like because we exposing this stuff. So please give a like. That's all I ask. Just stop right there and just like the thing. And then it'll, if enough likes go, they might let us do a little algorithm. Other people can find out we live. All right. So right there, he was starting to ask them about what I want to know. What you gonna say about y'all got a cell phone and deleting the records and stuff off the cell phone, right? So then he cut it because he's trying to run the series. This overseer raccoon right here, he trying to run the series to to get his money up, to get his mammon up for views. All right. But anyway, let's continue. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. This part.
Let's say something real quick. Benjamin Crump should be ashamed of himself. Al Sharpton should be ashamed of themselves. I'm right here in Mississippi.
And you should be ashamed of yourself.
It's crazy that I had to fly down here to even get this information. They've been lying on these boys. I got evidence, and I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to lay it out for you. It is a shame that boy Nolan did not get the respect that he deserved. In my opinion, they turned his death into a racial thing, destroying the community, you name it, they did it. And we got evidence that it wasn't just 4 boys with him. We got evidence that they asked Nolan to get back on the boat and he refused to. Because
he keep talking about this 4 boys. This boy is slow. in the world ever say anything about some 4 boys? But you see, this manipulation, forget that they left the boy, got his cell phone, didn't want to give the cell phone back to the parents, deleted the messages off the cell phone, lawyered up, went to the judge, took all their social media down, all before anybody knew anything. But we tripping. But the public, we tripping because we don't see some Mississippi justice going on. We don't see the Confederate justice happening like it's always been. This is the Mr. King Raccoons right here. Come on, Delara Shah. We going somewhere.
Death into a racial thing, destroying the community, you name it, they did it. And we got evidence that it wasn't just 4 boys with him. We got evidence that they asked Nolan to get back on the boat and he refused to because he grown. We got evidence that the boys reached out to the parents, that Benjamin Crump and them didn't refuse to reach out to these boys. And I've talked to them. I've seen the evidence with my own eyes. I've seen that there was more than just 4 people. There was 3 boats full of kids. I know that they left and they had nothing to do with this. And instead of them saying and standing up for these boys and saying, look, we don't know what happened. We want justice for Nolan. These boys didn't have no involvement. Instead, they want to make it about race. And it is a shame. And I'm so heated, man. I went out to Horn Island. We got all the video. We got the interviews. The boys wanted to talk to me because I'm the only one there to give them a voice because everybody else is fake, fraudulent, looking out for themselves. And it's a shame, man.
Get over yourself, bruh. Yo, you think that you were the only person willing to interview these boys? Man, clearly not. Yo, they could have contacted any media outlet on planet Earth. They could have contacted Fox News. They could have contacted TMZ. They could have contacted anybody on planet Earth and they would have interviewed them.
Come on, Flacco. Now, I mess with Flacco. I get some Flacco, but Flacco be nailing stuff, right? That's why I be using him. Flacco be nailing stuff. Come on, Flacco. That's why I say, you know what? Let me just clip Flacco and let him talk. Cook him, Flacco. He's sitting up here talking about he the only one that they picked. Those boys could have went on, they could have went on Jesus News. This story's so big, they could have been on, they could have been on cloud news, world satellite news of the whole hemisphere, of the Western and Eastern and Northern hemisphere. Come on, bro, of Pangea. They could have been in Pangea news. You heard? Anybody. But this clown talking about they picked him because they picked you because you King Raccoon. That's why. Go ahead, Flacco. Cook him, Flacco.
Contacted that you were the only person willing to interview these boys? Man, clearly not. Yo, they could have contacted any media outlet on planet Earth. They could have contacted Fox News. They could have contacted TMZ. They could have contacted anybody on planet Earth and they would have interviewed them. They picked you because you are a black guy. It's really that simple, bruh. All right, you are a black guy that's willing to tap dance and shuck and jive and do what you got to do, right, to cater to the dominant society. That's why they picked you. They didn't pick you because you were the only one willing to interview them, because that's absurd. They picked you because you are willing to do what you need to do, which is tap dance. It's really that simple. You're a black man who can tap dance. Facts.
Yes, sir, massa. A shucking and jiving. How's it dancing, massa? How's it dancing? They picked you because you's a dancing. Come on, Tammy. They could have been in Pangea News Network worldwide, universal. They could have been on Universe News of all the planispheres. All right? Facts. They pick you because you's Raccoon. You's the king. Let's continue.
Now, the interview that he promised is not...
And you're a former cop. You're blackity black, you're a former cop, and you King Coon. So, of course, they're going to pick him. King Coon ain't got nothing on me. Okay? Let's continue. Let's let Flacco cook him.
You are willing to do what you need to do, which is tap dance. It's really that simple. You're a black man who can tap dance. Facts. Now, the interview that he promised is not is not the interview we got, at all. Not one bit, bruh. Nothing about this interview is revolutionary. Nothing about this interview is breaking news. So first off, during the interview, the first thing I spotted was the kid Warren, who's the son of the judge, by the way. He starts to say, yo, Nolan Wells is his best friend. That him and Nolan Wells been friends since middle school up to college, and Nolan Wells is his best friend. And then the follow-up question will be a follow-up question that damn near any best friend will be able to answer, and this dude just fumbled it.
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean, Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college. You know, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. And Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get in an argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. You know, there's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I mean, I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together. Mm-hmm. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right. Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house and at my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit. I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But
hold on, bro. Hold on, man. First off, he never asked if you went to Nolan's house. Now, you not going to his house and you've been his best friend since 8th grade. Like, that's weird. He asked, have you ever met his mom? You said you and Nolan Wells have been best friends since middle school. Middle school is 7th grade for some and then 6th grade for others. So let's just say since the 6th grade, right? Because middle school starts at 6th grade for some people. So you've been his friend since 6th grade. And you mean to tell me you never met his mom? How does that make sense? So his middle school graduation, you never met his mom at the middle school graduation? Oh, okay, like that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You never met his mom at one of his football games that you attended because you're his best friend?
Ah.
All right, that's weird. His mom never dropped him off at your crib? All right, that's weird. You never went to go celebrate his birthday and his mom was there? So Nolan never had a birthday party ever in life. So Nolan's never had no celebration ever.
Come on, Flacco. Cook him, Flacco. Come on, Flacco. He ain't never had a birthday party. Now, everybody remember, middle school. We ain't talking about you old. And he ain't never had no 6th grade birthday party, no 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old. No birthday party. Not at none of the football games. None of the basketball games. None. You ain't just never seen the mama ever. But that's your best friend? Come on, cook him, Flacco.
In life that you was there to attend. All right, man. Okay, like that's weird. All right. You never met his mom at one of his football games that you attended because you're his best friend? All right, that's weird. His mom never dropped him off at your crib? All right, that's weird. You never went to go celebrate his birthday and his mom was there? So Nolan never had a birthday party ever in life. So Nolan's never had no celebration ever in life that you was there to attend. All right, man. That's weird. Nolan, mom never dropped her off to, I don't know, man, you know, to like the fair or something.
Or the mall.
So y'all been best friends since middle school, as early as maybe 6th grade, and you have not had an interaction with his mom ever? But that's your best friend, man. All right, man. Yo, listen, yo.
And Abriah said, and his mom, Nola's mom, went to high school with your stepmom, the judge. Ashley, what's her name? Ashley Cole. She's friends with his mom. And you ain't never, something ain't adding up. Something's weird here.
Mom ever? But that's your best friend, man. All right, man. Yo, listen, yo, when you started off, so y'all been best friends since middle school, as early as maybe 6th grade, and you have not had an interaction with his mom ever? But that's your best friend, man. All right, man. Yo, listen, yo, when you started off like this, bruh, when you started off with this nonsense, what that tells me, it tells me particularly, yeah, you just talking. Like, you just yapping. Or you're trying to make y'all seem a tad bit closer than you guys actually are to, you know, to kind of say, hey, man,
he's lying.
Yo, that's my best friend, man. Why would I do such a thing? The funny part about it is the family ain't saying you did a goddamn thing.
Excuse his curses. Excuse the curses. He just hit it on the nose. Cook him, Flacco. Listen what he just said. The family ain't never said you did nothing. So you sitting up here, Christine and Elmore, they ain't said nothing, but Nolan did not see race. We don't think this is about race. We just want to know what happened. We had a hard time. You wouldn't give us the phone and this and that. They never accused you of nothing. He's correct. Guilty. That guilty spirit, bro.
To, you know, to kind of say, hey, man, yo, that's my best friend, man. Why would I do such a thing? The funny part about it is the family ain't saying you did a goddamn thing. All they're saying is, yo, we just want an independent investigation. We just want to figure out what happened. Right? Now, yo, Brandon Tatum said that this interview had undoubtable evidence that Nolan Wells drowned and that these kids are innocent. But the evidence he provided is absolutely nothing. It's just, he said, she said, it's the same nonsense. For example, bro provided a footage of Nolan Wells' friends and Nolan, I guess, hopping on the boat and going to Horn Island together. And he's presenting this footage as exclusive footage that proves the truth. And I'm sitting there like, huh?
Tammy, that's exactly what he did. He was up there to distance himself. He actually threw Wyatt under the bus, and people don't even know it. He said in the interview that Nolan went on Wyatt's bus, the 85, and he wasn't on that boat, which that's a lie from the recording that came out later. But anyway, he definitely was there to say it wasn't me, like Shaggy. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. That's all you need to do. I said, boy, if you don't get your little Shaggy butt off this couch, sitting up there, I just played it. I would have looked on my phone. See, if Officer Raccoon was really there to investigate, to really do it, I would have pulled up Shaggy on my phone while he was talking and just played. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Because you ain't doing nothing but tap dancing. All right? You ain't tap dancing around Unc, because Unc ain't a fool and Unc ain't a punk. I ain't scared of you devils. I ain't scared of none of you devils. My righteousness cover me. I'm exposed it all. Let's continue.
That proves the truth. Boat and going to Horn Island. Drowned and that all they're saying is, yo, we just want an independent investigation. We just want to figure out what happened. Right? Now, yo, Brandon Tatum says that this interview had undoubtable evidence that Nolan Wells drowned and that these kids are innocent. But the evidence he provided is absolutely nothing. It's just, he said, she said, it's the same nonsense. For example, bro provided a footage of Nolan Wells' friends and Nolan, I guess, hopping on the boat and going to Horn Island together. And he's presenting this footage as exclusive footage.
Yes, Jay Gray. Thank you, Jay Gray, for the super sticker. Jay Gray said, have y'all seen the alleged video of them YT boys Snapchatting Nolan face down in the sand on the beach in the late night in pitch darkness? Yes, Jay Gray. But Jay Gray, I'm always slow to receive when they come out with this stuff, because what it'll do later, they'll come out and find out that that was AI, like they did with the pool picture. When they said, this is proof Nolan was alive on July 5th, and later they found out. So they throwing stuff out to muddy the waters, Jay Gray, all right? So they are throwing this stuff out, and a lot of this stuff is going to be fakes. It's going to be fake people posting stuff, fake AI pictures, videos. So don't fall for it. I'm slow. So you got other channels, they don't care, right? They'll grab it because they know it's going to get views. So they're going to grab anything. They don't care about waiting to discern the truth. So this is why I wait. I go live every Monday and Friday. Now it be news dropping that I can get a lot of views if I just catch the topic and the algorithm, like bang, early in the morning, bang, fake AI news, this, snap it, right? But I'm not here for views. I'm here for truth. So I'm going to wait it out, and I'm going to discern before I bring this to the masses. But that's how you know the difference between everybody, because this thing is getting people millions of views. Now they shadow ban me, right? Sometimes I could slip through a little bit, but they shadow ban the mess out of me, because it'd be about 500 of us here on this live tonight, right? It'll get overall about 30,000, 20,000 views or something. Right now, the way it look with my numbers, I guarantee you this is probably going to be overall probably 4,000 views. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. And I'm like, especially with the top. But anyway, so I'm willing. I'm gonna take all of those hits because I would rather wait and come with the truth. So this is part of putting out fake narratives and confusion to flood, right? So that this is how they muddy the waters, right? They're gonna keep having people come out, and they're gonna keep having people do it, and they're gonna keep muddying the waters so that the truth is in all with the muddy water now. It's another narrative of the devil. So I'm a discerner. We're gonna rip right through it and discern it all, expose it all. Let's continue.
Provided a footage of undoubtable evidence that Nolan Wells drowned and that these kids are innocent. But the evidence he provided is absolutely nothing. It's just he said, she said. It's the same nonsense. For example, bro provided a footage of Nolan Wells' friends and Nolan, I guess, hopping on the boat and going to Horn Island together. And he's presenting this footage as exclusive footage that proves the truth. And I'm sitting there like, this dummy, what? Yeah, we know that Nolan went to the Horn Island with them together. Yeah, that's the whole point. What are you talking about? Like, how does this footage prove anything?
He's getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 3 and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people.
RSJ, I made a mistake. I'm human. Don't cuss. Oh, well, you put FUK, but you could just put you don't give a F. All right? It's okay, RSJ. People make mistakes. I'm only human. Ease up a little. Ease up. I'm a man of truth, but I'm not, I'm not the Most High. I'm not the Messiah. I made a mistake. It's spelled Nolan. I apologize. We'll switch that. Okay, be easy. Be easy a little bit. All right. Let me write that down. I gotta change it. Nolan. Okay. I think I was doing NOLEN a couple of videos. All right, we make mistakes. It is what it is. Be easy, y'all. All right, let's continue, guys.
On several different boats, and some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat.
So here go officer
together.
This is his clip.
And he's presenting this footage as exclusive footage that proves the truth. And I'm sitting there like, this dummy, what? Yeah, we know that Nolan went to the Horn Island with them together. Yeah, that's the whole point. What are you talking about? Like, how does this footage prove anything?
He's getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 3 and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats. And some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am.
Oh man. Okay. Get him out of here. Get this riot devil out of here. He just, ooh. Oh, I'm glad you drink at times. Y'all see what he wrote? Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all because people don't see. Look at this. Look at this potty mouth devil. Look what he wrote. Oh my goodness. It's okay, Tink Tink. Get your panties out of bunch. You devils is triggered, huh? That just really triggered you. We drink at times. Well, I'm glad. Well, top of the morning to you. Drinks up to you, devil. Get your little panties out of bunch. All right? Man, who raised you? Officer Tatum? Let me continue. All right. So Tatum think he proving something, guy. He's still on this. It was more than 3-4 people. I don't know where he got this. Tatum got this from, but he right, Kelly? This brother's really triggered. I know, right? Now go drink your fire water and take several seats. I'm like, my goodness, bro. We got you all. You got that devil all messed up. All right, let's continue.
They took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 3 and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats. And some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am. And so right now, here's the angle that you're gonna see on the footage. It's just from probably that boat to, maybe about 30, 40 feet here to the right. And this is where the video is showing how many people were actually out there, actually getting on the boats. So therefore it debunks very clearly that it was only Nolan and 4 boys.
But the narrative has always been he was on a boat with friends. He was on the boat with friends. He went to the island with friends. And he came, and those friends he went with, they said that he told them that he was gonna catch a ride and he was gonna talk to Katie.
Kelly, this boy is slow as all outdoor. He literally took him up on the roof to say, see, he was with more than 4 people. What is you stuck? Tink Tink, why is he stuck on stupid? He literally just stuck right there. I'm like, that's all you got, bro? Nobody has said nobody. Nobody has argued that point ever since Nolan lost his life. Nobody has ever argued that point. And he's just steady. That's the point, Serena. Where's the video of them returning from the boat? That's the point, Serena. It's like you keep showing them going to the island. We want to see the one with them coming back. And they have that. But they won't show that. Okay? But let's continue.
Katie says, I didn't hear that. No, he told me he was leaving to go with his friends. He went to the island with friends, and those friends came back with his phone, and he was not present. That's what we're talking about here, Tatum. How many friends was on the boat does not matter at all. It does not mean a goddamn thing.
Stop.
And rather there was...
Stop saying that. All right, let's continue.
3 boats or 4 boats.
Exactly, Saudi Tate. I agree.
One means nothing. Nolan Wells was on one boat. One boat. And that boat had his phone.
Hold on, Kelly. I got to put that on the screen. Look what Sister Kelly said. Sister Kelly said, did you know that Officer Raccoon is mad at Rosa Parks for refusing to give up her seat? I know, they be crazy. It's another one that they're pointing out that they mad of history. Boy, I swear this stuff is crazy what's happening right now. And it's crazy because the Hasatan is going to stab them in the back. That's why I'm like, bro, y'all, you selling out your own people. You're going to get stabbed in the back. The devil is a liar. He doesn't reward you at the end. That's why everybody, we need to get righteous. Everybody of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. All of us. We need to be the remnant of righteousness. All right? Righteous white brothers and sisters, righteous black brothers and sisters, righteous Hispanic brothers and sisters, righteous Asian, righteous, the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. We got to stand and fight for righteousness. I got an exclusive clip coming right now in a second. Watch this.
Dabo had all his belongings. And apparently when these friends told him, hey, bro, we leaving, he says, okay, you can leave. And they went and took his phone with them. There was 3 boats or 4 boats or one, means nothing. Nolan Wells was on one boat. One boat. And that boat had his phone. That boat had all his belongings. And apparently when these friends told him, hey, bro, we leaving, he says, okay, you can leave. And they went and took his phone with them. He came with a group of friends. The group of friends came back safe and Nolan Wells was found dead. That's what we're talking about. What does any of this prove?
Nolan, no, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn.
I played this part. I just wanted to play Flacco's reaction because Flacco be cooking them. All right, let me fast forward. There you go. Let me go to Flacco reaction.
At least 5 everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else.
The only problem with this is you are claiming a conversation, an entire conversation that was that notable because you're claiming, y'all was screaming, it was urgent. Yo, no, we about to leave. Yo, no, come. And you claim this entire conversation happened in front of Katie. You saying Katie can attest for this. Katie told Nolan's family. Katie told investigators. She don't know what you're talking about. Katie told Nolan's family, again, and we've been through this already, that...
Latanya, you are like me. I could tell. I am just like that, Latanya. I'll stop you right there and say, name 50. You said you can name 50, give me 25 right off the rip. I don't let people just speak. Word vomit. That's what it's called, word vomit, right? I'll catch you. Don't let your life and death is in the power of the tongue. Don't just let people talk around you guys. I don't like the loose lips sink ships. Those people just talk, right? That's confusion. That's devilishment, right? I hold you accountable. You're going to be held accountable for every word that come at your mouth at the judgment. You heard? You better teach people to let your yays be yays and your nays be nays. Watch all your words. Less talking. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Shut up and listen more and discern. Stop speaking. I don't like yappers, yappity yappers, people who just run their mouth all the time. I got to get away from you. Come on, it's word vomit. I got to get away from you. He's somewhere. I can name 50 people of your neck. Well, then name 50. I'm going to stop you right now. Name 25 and I'll well, then other than that, watch your mouth around me. Watch what you say. Be very careful of the words that come out your mouth because life and death is in the power of the tongue. You could be cursing me with that tongue. You heard? You could be opening up portals in the spirit realm. You could be speaking curses over people. You could be doing chants and rituals in your words. Don't just let people speak whatever around you. Stop letting people touch you too. Everybody, stop letting people put their hands on you. They transferring spirits and stuff. Stop it. All that shaking hand, that is not, that's a American create. I don't know where it got created, but I know in America is where I first seen it introduced. When you meet somebody, you're supposed to shake their hand and go palm to palm, transferring energies. Nah, that's why black people got this thing. Or we do this. You understand? We elbow, we like less touching, all the hugging. You see what Warren said? He said, when I was in the pool with Noah, that was me hugging them. You see every picture, they like this, all hugging and touching on the legs and the thighs, all this zesty McNesty Busta Rhymes, zesty bag of hot flaming Cheetos. That's that Baphomet crap. Stop letting people touch you. Yeah, head nod. Now you know what that means. What up? It's all good. What's good, my dude? That's what happened when I'm in the gym. I live in Hispanic I live in Florida, so it's mostly Hispanic. So when I go to the gym, it only be out of 200-300 people in the gym, it's like 300 Hispanics, and it might be 4 black people, some elder, whatever, right? And we see, sometimes you see a brother, you see me, you know what I mean? Or this. See? That's all it takes. That right there. Without speaking, you don't have to speak a word. It's understood. Facts. Praise the Most High. Stop letting people touch y'all. Don't let people touch y'all. Don't put your hands on me, bro. Don't touch me. Don't let people touching your children. You know how people come up, they want to touch all of your children, rub their head, and put, no, don't put your hands on my children, bro. Y'all too comfortable in this country with this. That's what they doing. They transferring spirits. That's what they don't teach us no spiritual warfare. Protect yourself, protect your spirit, protect your energy, protect your aura, protect it all. The skin is the biggest organ on your body. It's a receiver. You understand? It receives signals. It receives.
Test for this. Katie told Nolan's family.
I could name probably 50 people out else.
The only problem with this is you are claiming a conversation, an entire conversation that was that notable because you're claiming, y'all was screaming, it was urgent. Yo, Nolan, we about to leave. Yo, Nolan, come. And you claim this entire conversation happened in front of Katie. You saying Katie can attest for this. Katie told Nolan's family. Katie told investigators. She don't know what you're talking about. Katie told Nolan's family, again, and we've been through this already, that she was with Nolan, and Nolan told her that he was leaving abruptly, that he had to leave abruptly because he had to go with his friends. You claiming you had this entire conversation in front of Katie, and Nolan said he was going to stay with Katie, but then Katie says that's not what happened. No, we were talking, and abruptly he had to leave. If you had this entire conversation in front of Katie and Katie was there, wouldn't Katie be able to say, oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, they did say they were leaving and Nolan chose to stay with me. But that's not what happened though. Katie don't recall this conversation.
I got a crazy clip coming next. Watch this.
And you said we should ask Katie. So this right here is, again, is either you just got caught in a lie in 4K or Katie got caught in a lie in 4K.
It's been nearly 10 days since the Lexington family lost their loved one from what police say was a self-inflicted gunshot wound on 4th of July. The family is disputing the Lexington Police Department.
Everybody, Nolan wasn't the only young black boy who died on the 4th of July. This young black boy, his family, because, you know, these other cases overshadow, he got unalived amongst a group of white tea friends, 10 of them. And they say that he accidentally shot himself playing Russian roulette. This story, of course, is being smothered on July 4th. R.I.P. to this young man. This is why it's being exposed, because this keeps happening. It's happening much more than you think. That's why every time I go live, I show you a new one, don't I? Every time I show you a new one. This happened this July 4th as well. They said he unalived himself by accident playing Russian roulette with 10 of his YT friends.
It's claimed that the shooting was inflicted and believes someone else was behind the gun. And tonight's big story at 11.
I'll never exist the same.
Man, my nephew, man, he could I've never seen him upset. I've never seen my nephew mad. I've only seen him be that little dude who was always just happy. Always, Uncle, how can I help? Always being that big brother to his siblings.
18-year-old Tyler Smith, a Lafayette High School graduate. His family describes him as one of a kind, the type of person that would just go out in the world and
R.I.P. to young Lafayette Smith.
Make it happen.
Nana, this week I'm detailing cars. Next week I am cutting lawns. And the week after that I am dismantling trees. And always looking to grow to the next level.
But his future was cut short on July 4th when Smith died from what police say was an inflicted gunshot wound in the 3800 block of Blue Bonnet Drive in
So the police called it self-inflicted. Everybody, self-inflicted, he shot himself, all right, amongst 10 of his, it's just what it is, YT friends. Okay, let's continue.
There is this black hole. There's this lull in there somewhere that when I do my...
Now, I'm not promoting bigotry, prejudice, racism. We're promoting awareness. This is a trend. So my righteous white brothers and sisters, you should want to know this information as well. And you should want us to be, the so-called blacks, to be teaching the other so-called blacks. We need to be careful. There are so-called white brothers and sisters that are speaking out just like I'm doing. And they are telling the so-called blacks, be very careful going around just a total group of so-called whites by yourself. These young kids and stuff, all right? Even the adults, it's happening. So again, it keeps happening. It's the same day.
A head count, one's missing.
Blame, guilt, confusion. I felt heavy. Every piece of my body was just heavy.
On July 10th, Lexington police arrested 20-year-old Bryce Chess.
Yes, Randy, 14 black people killed black people on the 4th. And how many white people kill white people on the 4th? See, you're not coming here just to quote black fact. That's the problem, Randy. You're not going to do us with these biased stats. How many white people killed white people on the 4th? How many white people raped and molested other white? So no, don't miss us with this. We're talking about a pattern that's happening with young black, educated people with a future being unalive. It's a pattern, and we're calling out the pattern. We already, listen, Randy, us so-called blacks, he knows, Nolan, they know not to go with no gangbangers. They know not to go on 4th Street Crips or something, but they might not know that if they're not even safe in their college buddies in school or at the job with the coworkers that invite you to a cabin and some others. So that's what we're pointing out, Randy. So we don't need your information about blacks killing blacks in some gang neighborhood, all right? How many Italians are killing in the mafia? How many Asian gang members are killing? How many, come on, miss us, all right? That's what they kill me with this crap, right? They want to come up here. We're trying to explain, we're showing literally that these young kids who are not being taught that there is a certain level of danger in another demographic. They already know not to run around with the thugs, okay? So you're going to miss us with that. All right, let's continue. That's how you handle them, guys, because they don't care. Like he couldn't even say RIP this young man and say like, man, okay, y'all need to warn the young blacks that this is crazy, that this is a pattern. He couldn't be like, Dad, Unc, I didn't even know this was happening like this. Yeah, you need to be telling these young kids, something's right. No, how many blacks in Chicago, they did this and they did that. All right, let's continue.
And charged him with evidence tampering in connection to Smith's death. Both Niecy Anderson, Smith's grandma, and Trayvon Petty, Smith's uncle, say the shooting was not accidental.
I absolutely do not.
And what we're pointing out, Randy, is that every time this happened, the police say it was accidental and they don't arrest the other. Listen to this, Randy. Everybody, this is how we handle this. Randy, 14 blacks, right? And guess what? I guarantee you, every black person that shot them got arrested. I can guarantee you that if 14 black killed black people on the 4th, every last one of the 14 that did the killing is in jail. That part. So miss us. The whole point of what we're talking about is that these killings, these unalivings, they write it down that it was accidental. He drowned. He accidentally shot himself. She accidentally hung herself from a tree. The other college student, he hung himself from a tree in the woods way up in the, so miss us with it. Okay? Miss us. Yes, Randy, idiot juice. Listen, Randy, you devil. All right, come on, let's do it, guys. Let's do it. The devil is here. Randy has the spirit of the Antichrist in him. All right, so he wants to spew. He has no condolence for nobody. All right, we have condolences. This ain't about racism. This is about what is happening, reality. Right? It's about ritualistic things that are happening patterns. Now listen clearly. He's talking about not every black. The only black that wasn't arrested for killing the black is the one they ain't caught yet. Liar from the lake of fire. Devil, all right? Yeah. So, all right, we're going to continue on. All right. You're right. Let's continue on. But sometimes these trolls, they bring out more understanding, right? What they try to use for evil, the Most High use for good. So that's why I entertain them sometimes, because they'll push me to say other things that I wouldn't even win. And it'll bring more understanding what the Most High be releasing. All right. See, look, now he crashed out. Look, guys, there you go. Bye, Randy. You crash out. Wham, wham. Somebody call Randy a wham blams. Oh, hold on. No, I put the wrong one up there. This one. Look what Randy wrote, guys. He just called me a Igger. This Igger is crazy. Sorry, Randy. We not drinking your Kool-Aid, Jim Jones. That part, Randy. Bye-bye, devil. We see you. All right? You're mad because we want to give condolences to this young man. And if we could have told this young man to be aware and that these group of people, just because these were not what you call gangbangers or these, they don't seem to be dangerous, he still end up unalive. I don't give a crap if you black raccoon. Randy, that's what part that told you wrong, fool. You done bumped your head. We don't give a crap. We are righteous black people here, righteous white people here, righteous Hispanic people here. We are the righteous children of the Most High. We call you black devils out. We call you white devils out. We call all y'all out. So you and officer, you a sellout. So it is what it is, devil. Okay? Bye, black devil. Okay? That part. All right, so that's the part you're wrong. See, that's the part they stumble up on the channel and they think this is some just everybody here is black. Wrong again, fool. We are the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, and we're gonna call out your devilishment and any other devilishment. All you Iggers. I don't care if you're a black Igger or white Igger. Yeah, he a black white supremacist. That's what these overseer coons, these raccoons is. Okay, so you're gonna miss us, raccoon. Okay, I don't give a crap. I call all you devils out. That part, but you didn't know where you land. You thought you land into some black only. I don't understand. We call ourselves children of the Most High. You heard that part? All right. Now let's continue.
Believe it was an inflicted gunshot wound.
Anderson and Petty agree that Smith never had a history of tendencies.
There was nothing about him.
So the police are saying he unalived himself, and his people like, this boy was the happiest go lucky, okay, just graduated but again, that's the point we point out. They always say it was an accidental. They hung themselves. They accidentally tripped in the canoe, and this one drowned, and that one drowned. And he was a police officer, 24 years old, and he the only one to drown. And there's little kids in the canoe, and little kids are in the lake, but it's the only one that drowned. All this stuff, and you want us to continue and be Boo the Fool because you want to be King Raccoon. Continue, King Raccoon. We're gonna call you out with the rest of the devils.
Any signs or resemblance of depression. I work in mental health. I know a lot of what that looks like, and I can tell you that there were no signs.
That's not Tyler.
His grandmother worked in mental health, Randy. See, look, guys, Randy wrote, look what he wrote. Randy is he was our King Coon for the day. Look what he wrote. He was depressed. At the same time that his grandmother said, I work in mental health, and my grandson was not depressed. Sorry, Randy. We know you hate We know you hate the children of the Most High. We know you, Judas. We We got you. And you probably ain't even black, but even if you is, it don't matter. Okay? We know you, Judas. We got you, devil. Okay? Get behind thee, Satan. We see you. All right? Your horns are showing. We got it. We see the horns. Let's continue, guys. You see the timing that he wrote he was depressed is the same time in the video that grandmother said he wasn't depressed, and she's a clinical therapist. She worked in the clinical.
Never had a history of tendencies.
There was nothing about him gave any signs or resemblance of depression. I work in mental health. I know a lot of what that looks like, and I can tell you that there were no signs.
That's not Tyler's character. He loved life. He was the party of the room. That was him. So they don't see him doing that at all. I don't see him doing that at all.
Anderson says the evidence doesn't add up to an inflicted gunshot wound, and she has more questions than answers.
If you were to ask me, what do I want to come out of this? I want truth and transparency.
I personally don't want it to be another one of me. Flat out, I'm just honest. I'm tired. I'm tired, and now it hit home. It hits home. It's my nephew laying there.
I want you to know that Tyler mattered. The world is different because he's no longer here.
Mm-hmm.
He had a chance to make some great changes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. His name was Tyler Smith. R.I.P. to Tyler Smith.
And that was taken away from him.
LAX News has reached out to the Lexington Police Department for comment. Police say they have been in contact with the family on multiple occasions. They cannot detail specifics of the case. However, they are still following up with witnesses and other information related to the case.
New court documents some of the other stories making headlines tonight. New court documents are raising new questions about a deadly 4th of July shooting in Lexington. Police initially said the victim suffered an accidental inflicted gunshot wound after officers responded to a home on Blue Bonnet Drive.
Hello, update on the case, guys. Police they said it was an accidental shooting, but now they got new forensic findings. The gun recovered didn't match the shell casings, Randy, the devil. So every time Randy writes something, boy, Randy, you made it in the right place. Look, guys, every time Randy the devil writes something, it's right at the time that I'm about to just blow his I'm cooking Randy live with the video clips that were already put together. You heard? So no matter where this devil try to rear his head, he getting exposed. Randy, you getting exposed, okay? So look, he trying to find any way to make it this young man's fault for being unalive, okay? And look what they just said. The gun recovered didn't match the shell casings, Randy. If it don't acquit it, you must acquit, Randy. All right? Listen, Randy gonna be next too. You know these raccoons, they funny, boy, right? They swear what's that Dave Chappelle skit? What's that Dave Chappelle skit when he was a white Klansman? They swear, right? Shout out to Sister Kyla. The Most High is stronger than the devil. You got that right, Sister Kyla. Welcome to the house of the Most High, Sister Kyla. Welcome in, sis. The righteous children of the Most High. You heard? Randy, you going to end up at that barbecue, watch, because the devil don't like you. He going to stab you right in the back. He ain't nothing but a lie. Randy trying his best to make it this young man's fault for being unalive, right? And that's how you know the devil. They tell on themselves. But listen to the clip. This is the update. New twist in the July 4th. That's name Clayton Bigsby. That's your name, Randy. Clayton. I'm going to call him Clayton from now on. Clayton Bigsby. Randy is the white Klansman, the black Klansman. Bigsby. Welcome to the channel, Clayton. Let's continue.
18-year-old victim later died at the hospital. Now a citation filed in court reveals a preliminary forensic exam found the gun recovered by police did not match the shell casings found at the scene. The citation also says several witnesses told investigators that 20-year-old Bryce Chestnut had a different gun than the one police recovered. Chestnut told detectives he handed his gun to the victim, who then self. Chestnut,
a young white man of the friends that was there, told police he handed his gun, but the people around said he had another gun that he did it. So Chestnut said he gave his gun to young Tyler, and Tyler did Russian roulette and shot himself. But the people around said that's a lie. he had a different gun, and they found out that the bullet shells don't match the gun that Chestnut gave to them. Come on, but look at Clayton Bigsby, Randy Clayton Bigsby. See, what you gonna say now, Randy Clayton Bigsby? Because every time you say something, you're gonna jam yourself even more.
Is charged with tampering with physical evidence. Police have not announced any additional charges.
So they charged listen clearly. They charged the white young man that gave them the fake gun, said that that was the gun that he gave to young Tyler, and Tyler unalived himself, but it wasn't the gun, and the bullets don't match, and they only charged him. You see, this is the part that we're talking about. This young man is unalive, and look at what they charged him with.
Different gun than the one police recovered. Chestnut told detectives he handed his gun to the victim, who then self. Chestnut is charged with tampering with physical evidence. Police have not announced any additional charges.
He's charged with tampering with official evidence. That's it. Wow. Let's continue. And that's why the parents, now remember, it's July 25th and they still fighting.
Investigation is ongoing.
Authorities have charged a 20-year-old man tonight following the fatal shooting of Lafayette High School student Tyler Smith. Lexington police have charged Bryce Chestnut with tampering with physical evidence. Smith died in the early morning hours of July 4th on Bluebonnet Drive in Lexington. But tonight, Smith's family is criticizing the investigation into Smith's death as well as its findings.
Don't this sound familiar, guys? July 4th, it's Lexington, Kentucky. They charged him with tampering with evidence. And that's it. Nothing to see here. And go on.
WKYT.
What they gave him? A violation, a traffic ticket?
East Jackson Plank has a story that's new tonight.
Tyler could be anyone. Adam, Scott, James, Michael. Tyler just happened to be my grandson.
Niecy Anderson never imagined she would face this moment. One day after burying her grandson and recent Lafayette High School graduate Tyler Smith, Anderson and her family linked arms and prayed in a park near their home.
It's a club I never asked to join, and I joined with many ancestors.
It's been 1 week since Tyler Smith died from what Lexington Police Department say was an accidental inflicted gunshot wound. It's a conclusion that Anderson and the family refuted Saturday evening. The family noting their strained relationship with investigators, arguing that police haven't gone far enough to find the truth on what happened in the early morning hours on July 4th.
We feel like
Unfortunately for this family, Nolan's case is out, is outshining everything. And that's the thing. There's so many more that these things are happening, and it goes without national headlines. So they're not able to get, crumping. So that's why the crazy thing is, as much as we so-called us righteous black people, so-called blacks, we hate the ambulance chases too. It's like you can see how they're needed. Because if Crump and Al Sharpton was to come and latch on to this, then it'll get national attention, and then you might can get something done. So it's like the lesser of two evils. It's like using the tools of hell to survive the hell that you are in. You understand? It's being in the second world, being in the world, but not of the world. Because we in this dark second world, I still got to have a registration card, a driver's license, right? So they made me get a real ID where I know they got a chip in my card and they monitoring everything through. I didn't want the card, but because I'm in the world and not of it, I got to use the card to be able to drive in the system. Give Caesar what's Caesar's. But I'm not going to be of the world, so I'm not going to be with the darkness like Randy Clayton Bigsby and these other devils, you see? But we have to deal with the devices of the serpent. I'm teaching you spiritual warfare. You can't keep yourself clean in a cesspool. You understand? Meaning you're going to get some mud on your clothes. When you go and you're a righteous a man or woman of the Most High, and you're going forth and trying to teach the downtrodden, trying to teach the prostitutes to come out of prostitution, the drug dealers to stop selling drugs, you got to go into the darkness. You got to go into the mud. You're going to get a little dirt on you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why people love in the ministry when we was just teaching the Bible and not doing these topics, because we didn't get people like this Randy devil here. But if the Most High didn't allow me to touch these, we got thousands of more people that found us. Because, and once they found us, they're like, wow, this is a good ministry. This is you know what I mean? So we got to go in and we got to have these trolls come like Randy and these devils in a clean place, right? That's why we keep it to the point where we say don't cuss, right? We try to keep it as clean as possible. But as the righteous, we're going to have to get a little dirty. As we go to get the lost children, we go to get that one sheep. You understand? We leave the 99 and go get the one. He who has eyes to see and ears to hear. But a lot of people, they want to stay in the fluffy place. Nah, that spiritual warfare, you're going to get a little muddy, but you don't become one with the dirt. You wash it off. It's called baptism. It's called circumcision. Spiritual. You understand? We clean it off. You understand? Though I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, bro. You're going to have to walk through the shadow of the valley of death. But they ain't teach you how to fight in the spirit. This ministry, we teach you how to fight in the spirit. Don't be scared of these devils. Greater is he that is within you. The righteous, we win this at the end. That's the part I'm talking about. We fight. We fight for the kingdom of righteousness. The Messiah was not a punk. He walked through Samaria. He walked through the hood. He walked through the ghettos, and they didn't like him. They said he sat with publicans, which is tax collectors and loan sharks and prostitutes and the downtrodden and those, the poor, the meek. Now, how dare he? You understand? They used to walk around Samaria. Samaria was the hood. That's where you get the story in the Bible called the Good Samaritan. They wouldn't help him because they wouldn't touch them. They call us unclean. We not the wealthy. We don't got the money, We lower than. No, we gonna get dirty. Facts. So that's the part you got to understand. You can clean it off. You don't become one with the darkness, but you got to go. The light is not afraid of the darkness. But they've taught us no spiritual warfare, so the light is weak and the darkness is victorious. The darkness got the light afraid. So they stay in their little cubby holes and they look down on everybody like they bougie. You ain't saving no souls. You're going to get dirty to save the souls. The Messiah walked into the hoods. The Messiah walked everywhere and he went to the lowest of the low. He went to those who needed healing. He said, why do I got to go to those who don't need healing? They're not sick. I'm here for the sick. You're going to have to be a spiritual hospital. When they come to you, they're going to need, shout out to Malachi Moon. When they come to you, they're going to need healing. The sick is the one that's coming to the righteous. So they're going to be unclean and stuff. But if you don't want to get dirty, you don't want to have it in your presence, then stay in your little bubble. But the Most High calls us to be warriors. We got to reach the children, the remnant. They out there and they're lost. They're trying to find their way to the Father. You see? But they lost. And if we don't go get them, that's why you got to be strong. We got to go get them. God part. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order.
You shouldn't have any questions. Had you done your job, we'd simply be able to prove it was inflicted. And at this point, you've done nothing to prove that it was inflicted.
One day prior to our interview, the Lexington Police Department charged 20-year-old Bryce Chestnut with tampering with physical evidence. It's someone Tyler Smith's family say they don't know, but a charge they believe is insufficient for what they believe happened.
I felt cheated. I felt like, once again, you were insulting my intelligence by simply offering me a carrot saying, look, I did something.
On Saturday evening with her grandson.
Thank you, Ari. I humbly receive.
Gone and the future uncertain. Niecy Anderson says she understands the grief mothers and grandmothers feel when they lose someone tragically.
The first thing that came to mind for me was the story of Emmett Till and how disregarded his mother must have felt in that moment of having no support.
Let me do it. Let me show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all something that's gonna get kind of crazy. All right, just for the weak in the stomach. If you're weak in the stomach, you might want to look away. All right, because she brought up something about Emmett Till. Let me show y'all something. How much this is happening and how frequent and how unreported and underreported that this happens so continually. All right, this is another case that happened. Good. Hakiama, you was gonna say something? I hear you. I'm echoing through you.
Sorry.
All right.
We still have questions when you're ready.
All right. I'll do it after this. Watch this. Let me do it right now because she just brought up something about Emmett Till and that just struck something. Watch this, guys. This one is gonna get a little rough because it's a little graphic. But y'all, for those who got a weak stomach, just look away for a second. All right, watch this. This is how ridiculous this is. And they want us to not call nothing out and act like nothing happened. Everything that happened to these young black men, they say, oh, they did it themselves. Everything they did themselves. Watch how ridiculous this is. Here we go, Delarsha. All right, let me grab it. Here we go. Come back to y'all. Stop share. Share screen. Let's go. Bang. Yeah. You see this young man? Kendrick Johnson, KJ. RIP young KJ. Sunday, July 19th, they had another march for him. His parents been trying to get him justice. I think it's been like 3 years now? And they still trying to get him justice. This is what they did to young Kendrick Johnson in school where he's supposed to be safe. This judge said there was nothing to see here. I know it's kind of blurry. This judge said Kendrick Johnson unalived himself. He unalived himself, like they said the rest of them did. But this is what his autopsy looked like. But he unalived himself. This is what his mother and them had to see. But he unalived himself. This is what they said he did to himself. He unalived himself, y'all might have heard of this, by squeezing into a gym mat and suffocated. Nothing, no foul play, nothing happened. I'm gonna break down the story another time, the real details. I'm gonna do a quick one. Nothing happened. He reached in to get his shoe and fell in the gym mat and he just suffocated. But this is what they found. These gym mats. So he squeezed himself in the gym mat to try to get his shoe out and he got stuck and suffocated. But this is what they found. First of all, let me do this. He was 5'10", 5'10". The mat was 6 feet tall. His shoulder spread was 19 inches across. The hole of the mat is 14 inches across. So somehow he got his 19-inch shoulders in this little hole. This is what they want you to believe. And this is what they want you to believe he did to himself. These mats right here, let me show you. Right here. See him standing up? They said he dropped his shoe down in the bottom and he, instead of laying the mat down to get it out the other end or wherever it's supposed to be at the end, he, I guess, climbed up and went in head first with his shoulders and slid in. Look at the holes in the mat, guys. Okay? So these, see how they standing up? Okay? So this is what they want us to believe. That he went in there, and this is what it's supposed to have looked like. And he got his shoulders and everything in the mat. Look, Lieutenant Jones, the police said, he presumably reached down into the center of the rolled mat with one arm outstretched. Unable to reach the shoe, he continued to burrow his way into the mat center where, according to the police, he was unable to free himself and suffocated. But did you see the picture? This is why they don't want to show the autopsy of Nolan. Did y'all see the picture of his face? It reminds me of Emmett Till, right? So they say, so if he did that, which is impossible, but then where's all the beatings? What? Look, now this is what they saw, guys. So I know it's graphic, but this is all his wounds. This is literally all the blood, all of it. Look at his shirt. Look at his, see all that? See all these cuts and bruises? So what, the mat beat him up? The mat did all this to him? This is what we're talking about. And look at the picture. So his mom put these flyers up and she said, Sheriff Prime, you said there was no foul play? I don't think so. This is what they did to her baby. And they talking about he rolled up in a mat. And this is Emmett Till. What they did to that young man. Okay? So this is current. It never stopped. And this is where the so-called blacks is trying to warn the next generation about, that this has never went away. This is what Emmett Till looked like. Another handsome young man. Right? Hold on. That's him and his mother. Mississippi. Another handsome young man. And what they did to him. Let me continue. See, these things, they lied on Emmett Till and said that that young man made an advance to a white woman in the South, right? Stop share, right? Most of y'all know the story. I ain't going to do Emmett Till's story, but I'm just showing the symbolism of what they did to his face. So Emmett Till's mom said, I want an open casket because I want to show you what they did to my son. And this is the woman who said he did something to her. And that's her husband. And then 30 years later, or 40 years later, she came out and she admitted that she lied. The young man did nothing to her. This, her husband and his friend, these two, they did that to that young man in the till. Him and him. See? He said, when the men came to their house, swearing and all, Grandma tried to awaken Bobo and hide him outside. That's Emmett. But the men stormed in and told her to get back in bed and shut up before they beat hell out of her. Grandma knew about the incident about the white woman saying Emmett did something because we told her and we didn't tell Grandpa, who would have gotten angry at us. We'd gone into town on Wednesday and we were watching some boys that were playing checkers in front of the store. Somebody said there was a pretty lady in the store, and Bobo said he was going inside to buy some bubble gum. After a while, we went in and got Bobo, but he stopped in the doorway and he whistled at the lady. She got angry and followed us out, then ran toward a car. Someone hollered, "She's getting a gun," and so we ran. So they said that Emmett whistled at the lady. They thought she was pretty. And he was from up north. And he was sent down south on vacation like a lot of us blacks do back in the days. We would get sent down south for the summer. But life was different in the South. Miss Bradley got first look at brutality battered son in Undertaker's morgue. More than 60,000 in an unending procession later viewed the body. These other victims, I'll bring out another time. 2 youth lynching. That's that bridge that I showed last time. Remember I said that bridge? They call this Hingham Bridge. There you go. This is KJ. So they said he suffocated in there. So why is all this blood on the outside rim of the mat if he just suffocated? So his dad tried to show that it's impossible. It was impossible to get in there. But they don't care. They've given no justice. It's ruled that he unalived himself. And I'll break down the case another time. But the people who were involved, their dad was an FBI agent. There was these young white guys. Guy was on his basketball team. They were brothers. And their dad was an FBI agent. A crazy case. All right? All right. Kendrick Johnson. They call it pathologist. Oh, that's crazy. Now listen to this. When they had Kendrick Johnson's body, they took all his organs. All right? See? Internal organs missing from the body. Don't this sound familiar, guys? From Nolan? And guess what they did? They stuffed his body with newspaper. So the parents didn't even know it. When they went to exhume the body to do a separate examination, he had no organs. He was stuffed with newspaper. The organs were placed in Johnson's body. The body was closed. Then the body was released to the funeral home, said Sherry Lang, Director of Public Affairs, Office of Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Right? So, this is what they're doing. She like, passing the blame. The organs were placed in his body. The body was closed up and the body was released to the funeral home. Right? This is the images, I'll do that another time, of the school photos. That's him walking in the gym, and that's the one, him and his brothers accused. And they said, the police, they said that they never seen him all day. But on the school cameras, you clearly see him walking in the gym and he was walking right next to him. So he lied. But then they doctored the cameras. So you got two different times on the cameras, right? I'll do that, maybe a 9:56:32. Let me see what this one say.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
We have a question from Anthony.
Go
They
ahead.
ask, what can we do about it regarding all of these incidents and situations?
Warn, get right, warn people, warn the children. If you're a white brother and sister, warn your white brothers and sisters about other white brothers and sisters that might be having this spirit over them. Listen, if you're a white brother or sister and you know some blacks, warn them to be very careful about being around a gang. It's something being trashed out. You're going to hear from a white woman in a second, right? I'm not saying none of it. She's going to say this, right? I'd rather have our white brothers and sisters speak. Because if we speak, it's going to sound like I'm being prejudiced or racist, right? So you're going to hear a clip right after this of a white sister speaking. So you're going to hear what she's trying to do about it. We need to, first of all, strive to be righteous. Don't see individuals as children of the Most High. And if you can help someone, protect someone, do it. If you can warn someone, if you see, a young black going with a whole group, 10 or 15 young whites, it's like, it's crazy that you might want to, it's crazy that we got to even think to be like, yo, you might want to question that. In a beautiful, safe world, in a peaceful world, that would be a beautiful thing. But this world is given over to the devil, and you got generational spirits passed down. And we got to see patterns in cultures of people. And this is a pattern. And not only the blacks are seeing it, the white brothers and sisters are seeing it, right? So the most you can do is strive to be as righteous as you can and teach your children what I'm doing. Show them the videos I'm making. Show them to blacks, whites, Hispanics. If we can educate, the Bible says my people are destroyed from what? A lack of knowledge. And then he says, it's not that he doesn't send the knowledge, but they'll reject the knowledge when he send them. He said, I'm going to reject you and your children. That's biblical. It's a little rough, but that's Bible, right? So the Most High will send you the information, but some people want to reject it, okay? And thus you cursing yourself. You got to receive it. It might be a hard pill to swallow, you know what I mean? But it's reality. You got to understand this world is so dark and wicked. So we got to face reality. Look, 7 judges recused themselves in the Johnson gym mat death suit. All seven judges in Georgia's Southern District have recused themselves from presiding over the lawsuit. So this family can get no justice. Their son was beaten, you see it, unrecognizable, rolled up in the mat, and they say, look, there you go. They've been fighting this case since 2013, everybody. And what did that flyer say? That flyer said, July 19th, 2026, they still protesting. So this is how long, this has never stopped. All 7 judges recused themselves from even hearing the lawsuit. In January 7th letter addressed to lawyers of all parties involved, Chief Judge Harry J. Altman II wrote, given the fact that officials with whom the judges in the circuit deal with every day are involved, it's not fair to the parties for any judge in the circuit to rule on contested matters of importance to the parties in the community. So they won't give them no justice. So they don't got Al Sharpton and Ben Crump and all that. So nobody's fighting for them. So this story is crazy. So the mom and them, they go out there and protest at that school. The school did nothing. Nobody did nothing. They protest every year, right? And I'm trying to get back to the flyer. There it goes. See? They still protesting from 2013 to now, trying to get justice for this ridiculous case. You want us to believe this boy rolled himself up in the mat and he was a basketball star. It's like the young, athletic, he was a good kid too, good grades, right? And that's the point we're trying. We ain't talking about street corner thugs, Bloods and Crips shooting. No, we're talking about this is happening to the so-called Black children with a promising future. You understand? And it's interesting that they're all very athletic. He was a star of his basketball team. And they're all around the same age. And it's just, all right. So, go ahead, Akiyama. We're about to hear from a white sister. Go ahead,
There's a question from Matt Kalmu. They
Go
say,
ahead.
what does it mean the organs were placed back in the body? So they were taken out, then placed back in?
Yeah, so what happens, Mad Cow, is when they do autopsy, they remove all the organs from the body when they do an autopsy, right? They take them all out. So what they are supposed to do after they finish doing the autopsy, they put all the organs in bags, right? In separate bags, and they place it back inside the cavity of the body, and they stitch the body back up so that when the person is buried, he's buried with all his organs. But they remove all the organs, okay, from the body. So that's normal forensic, autopsy procedures and forensic and stuff, especially when you're doing a forensic investigation and stuff, right? But what happened in this case, Mad Cow, when the family went and did separate, right? Because they wasn't buying George's autopsy, nothing to see here. He suffocated. So when they exhumed the body to do a separate autopsy, the second autopsy, he had no organs. They stuffed his body with newspaper. So they probably sold all his organs on the black market and stuff. So the family, this is a tragic case. Can you imagine what the mother and father in them has been feeling all these years? And no justice, no nothing. I guess they didn't have, no momentum to get the Al Sharptons, to get the ambulance chases. Now y'all see why I said, I know we don't like the ambulance chases and nothing, but it's like I can see in this dark second world how they would be needed. See, that's why the Bible says, understand the devices of the serpent, right? So if we in it, we're going to have to use the tools of these serpents, right? So you might have to, right? If it was mines, and then you got the people, they're just grifting. Yeah, they're trying to, but it's like I'm trying to use a snake to fight a snake, right? I don't want to use a rabbit, a bunny rabbit, to fight a snake. You might have to handle a snake. You might have to become a snake handler. Come on, righteous children of the Most High. Come on, y'all, speak. Come on, Father, speak to your children. Speak to your children. The Most High said you might have to become a snake handler in this dark second world. Y'all better toughen up and understand the devices of these devils and dragons and all that. Remember in the Bible, he told the Israelites, you go in there and you fight the Zuzamines, the Amalekites. They was like, they 100 feet tall, the Nephilim, right? They got 6 fingers and 6 toes. They tall as, he like, buckle up, buttercup. The Most High said, toughen up. You have to fight. Come on, Miss King. You want to toughen up. And you're going to have to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. You have to use the devices and know these serpents. You understand? It just is what it is. Facts. All right. Now, go ahead, Akam. You could do another one. Let me grab this video clip of the sister. All right? This is we're gonna have the white sister speak. All right? If it was another one, Akam, you could do it. Let me see where I left off. Oh, yeah, this leads into the white sister. I forgot about this. All right, thank you. Reminding you, the sisters chime in the WhatsApp. And don't forget, so there was I don't remember her story now. You gotta write down her story. I was supposed to, there's a sister that's going through some things. And I was supposed to tell her story. Well, we didn't get through the shadow ban. I want to do it when we really get to a lot of people too. So if you can, write down her story for me, send it to the WhatsApp, and let me know once you send it, and I'll tell it. All right, so let me get back to the video clip, right? And she has a chime. She's struggling, and she's trying to, I'll tell the story. All right, let's go. Stop share. Watch this video clip. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Share this tab instead. Here we go. R.I.P. to young Tyler Smith. R.I.P. to Kendrick Johnson and everybody else. Let's continue.
He tweeted, "This is direct payback for Drewski going whiteface on widow Erica Kirk," and he tagged Drewski.
So this is Jake Lang, right? The crash out. Wannabe Chud the builder, Chud the butt plug, right? You know, he's a race baiter, right? So he's going around, he's taken a job from these serpents to cause a racial divide against the so-called blacks and the so-called white. So us righteous so-called blacks, so-called whites, and other people, we can't fall for the devices of the serpent. It's inflaming these incidences to make us against one another. It wants me to hate you to hate me, when we're not supposed to be hating, that we're not supposed to be dark. We're supposed to discern between the dark. So here this devil, Jake Lane, so he want to come out and do this blackface skit, okay, right? To inflame us, right? Watch this.
Take my 400 fucking uniform. Donald Trump.
Back in Lexington, Jackson's
So
blank, the BKYT.
His excuse is saying it. He's saying he doing it because Drewski did a Erica Kirk skit, right? So, right, like Drewski is a comedian. You know what I mean? But yes, this dude is the devil. This Jake Lane dude, right? So he's part of the beast system who's trying to divide the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kid your tongue, and have us fight against one another so they can conquer us all, because their goal is to enslave us all, right? And they use these shills like this fool, right? But our channel and our ministry is to teach us not to fall for the devices of the serpent. See his hand at play. I'm not going to hate my sister Kyla because of what some other people with YT skin have done. Because there's black devils, white devils, Hispanic devils, Asian devils, Indian devil, East Indian devils, all of every nation, tongue, group, and tongue and people. There's the righteous and the unrighteous. But they're going to try to traumatize and trigger the so-called blacks to make us think every white is evil. You're wrong. They're going to trigger the so-called whites to make them think every black is evil. You're wrong. Once you're going to curse yourself, but it's going to be harder to see it because they're going to keep showing these narratives. They're going to keep inflaming them, and it'll trigger you. And that's why you got to have someone to have balance. That's why our ministry is. That's why when the trolls catch us, They think we on some hate stuff and they come in. I'm like, fool, we are the righteous children of the Most High. We calling out all you devils. I don't care what color you is. Remember that Randy devil here? He talking about, I'm black. I don't care, black devil. I'm calling all you fools out. Enemy come to those in your own household. You heard? We need to discern. The Bible says a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah clothed in white robes. If you believe the Safari Bible, you can't be wishy-washy. You got to take the fullness of it and understand a remnant. I mean, a small amount. So we are to discern that remnant. There's a small amount of children on the earth that are righteous. The Bible said they are of one blood. Okay, that's what it says. I didn't write it. All right, let's continue.
He tweeted, "This is direct payback for."
Now then we got the blood of the serpent. You see, you got Cain's descendants. So to the black people, you say Adam and Eve were blackety black, right? So what was Cain? Blackety black. So Cain's descendant are the serpent's seed. Now that's black serpent seed, right? Now you got Nephilim, okay? And we know that some of the Nephilim had white skin. They shape shift. Because when Nayah, when he was born, he was albino. And he was so bright that all the people, they ran. And they said he looks like the angels, the fallen angels. Okay? Those are tall whites. Right? Now, you got Horites and stuff in the mountains and caves. They have white skin, right? And they Nephilic blood. But then you also got Canaanites. Okay? And Canaan comes from Ham. They black. And that's Nephilic. You understand? They mix their seed. Then you got Esau, which is a light-skinned black, Jacob's twin brother. And Esau mixed his, he's black and he's black. And Esau mixed his seed with every nation. Mount Seir, the Horites, all the nations. Do you understand? You got Denisovans, you got Neanderthals, you got so many different variations of species, some of the Most High, some not. But those who are descended from the Most High have the same blood, and they're a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, but they're different nations. You need to discern the different nations and the differences, but you got to discern the righteous remnant. Don't get yourself cursed. You're going to curse yourself just ruling every generation, nation of people like everyone is wicked and unrighteous. You're wrong. Because the same measure that you would say that every white is of the fallen angel of that is the same way they could say every black. That's why they did this curse of Ham stuff. You understand? And the Canaanites. All right. The Most High told us don't mix our seed with the Canaanites. Guess what? They were black, everybody. Nimrod, black. Canaan, black. Caphtorim, black. Cush, black. You better understand. So understand. All right, let's continue. So you got to look for the individuals and you know them by their fruit. So this dude, he's the devil. He wants to be a devil, so let him be a devil. And we could call him out. This devil got white skin. You're going to have some devils with black skin. You have some devils with lighter brown skin. You have some devils with a reddish brown skin. Devils with, you see what I mean? You better discern all of them. All right, let's continue. So this dude is trying to trigger us.
Going white face on widow Erica Kirk, and he tagged Drewski.
White people, man, they're pretty fucking girls, man, that they take like 400 fucking years. Donald Trump, Democrat, Republican.
I don't know what to do, man. Fucking kill white people, man. That's what I'm fucking gonna do, man. You all deserve to die. Slave me, man. Fucking slavery, they're gonna slave my people.
So he got all the monkey sounds in the background. Come on, they're gonna slave my people and all this stuff, right? To try to trigger the so-called black. Oh, shoot, I went too far, right?
Payback for Drewski going white face on widow Erica Kirk, and he tagged Drewski.
White people, man, they're pretty fucking girls, man, that they take like 400 fucking years. Donald Trump, Democrat, Republican.
I don't know what to do, man. Fucking kill white people, man. That's what I'm fucking gonna do, man.
You all deserve to die. Slavery. Fucking slavery. They're gonna slave my people. Man, why no white bitches ever talk to me, man? Can't fucking stand these white people. Think they're better than the years of slavery. Fucking slavery. I'm fucking tired of these white women. I'm gonna get that white bitch. I'm gonna get that white girl. I'm gonna get this white bitch. I got that white bitch. For 400 years of slavery, I got that white bitch. Huh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Okay.
Come on,
you don't have to. No,
come on,
she's
babe.
pregnant.
No. Babe, we're gonna call the police. No, she can sit her ass right there. You can sit your ass right there.
I'm gonna get our shit.
Babe, we're calling the police. What are you talking about? You can behave. We're calling the police. You like that? You like that? Oh, you're gonna videotape me? Is it like that? Is it like that, black lady? Black lady? Oh, what's the matter?
Okay.
Come on,
you don't have to. No,
come on,
she's
babe.
pregnant.
No. Babe, we're gonna call the police. No, she can sit her ass.
I put this one in there for a little jokey joke. Sorry guys, it just because the little juicy thing it's gonna go back and forth. It's gonna get a little heavy, but this one was kind of funny to me. But
Ass right there. You can sit your ass right there.
I'm gonna get our shit.
Babe, we're calling the police. What are you talking about?
You can behave.
We're calling the police.
You like that?
You like that? Oh, you're gonna videotape me? Is it
Calm-
like that?
calm down.
Is it like that, black lady? Black lady? We're calling you. You like that?
Calm
You like
down,
that?
calm down.
Oh, you're gonna videotape me? Is it
Calm-
like
calm
that?
down.
Is it like that, black lady? Black lady?
what in the Danian scary movie is that they turned Soldier Boy's Soldier Boy, now watch me woo, now watch me, woo, Soldier Boy. They said, watch me whip, watch me pop. I'm like, they turned it into a scary movie. I said, when I had to put this in there. I said, what is happening? If that is the scariest thing in the world, I'm like, see, this one I said, black people in your culture, that's when you stay spooky. Remember I said, boy, that's what we tell our white brothers and sisters, y'all might not want to do this. I think y'all opening up some portals or something. I'm like, what in the scary movie is y'all doing? Right, hold on, let me put it back again, because that was just a spoof. I know it's going to come out of nowhere. I know everybody like, what is happening right now? Right? I just slid that on in there, right? Right? And then the white sister going to talk in a minute, right? I had to throw some laugh in there, right? So anyway, see? They doing the Soldier Boy and watch me Superman as that Soldier Boy and Soldier Boy. I knew y'all was confused. I knew y'all like, what is going on? He said they moving like NPCs. All right, this is really so funny, bro. I'm like, I swear, bro. I swear it's the funniest thing in the world. I had to put this clip in there. It's just funny, right? We can laugh at our differences. But anyway, I would warn my bright brothers and sisters, don't do this. I don't know what kind of portals y'all opening up, right? So anyway, listen. Now, do y'all want to hear something funny? After I was putting this clip together to make this video, I was sitting here working. I'm like, now watch me, woo. Now watch me, Superman. Had me singing. I was like, the devil's a lie. I rebuked that. I don't know what kind of chord that's playing on the instrument. I don't know what kind of vibrating frequency, but you know, once you hear something, I guarantee you all y'all gonna start singing, now watch me, woo. Now watch me, Superman. Oh my goodness, this world is funny. You gotta laugh, guys. I love to laugh. Just like, right? I rebuke every level of this, but let's continue. What'd you say?
There was a little conversation, a disagreement in the chat between between Mad Cow and User.
And who? Mad Cow, stop going back and forth. I'll read it. So sorry, I can't hear y'all. You're really loud.
I'm sorry.
Could you talk? Yeah, talk louder.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, there was a little situation in the chat between Mad Cow and User.
Okay.
User,
And what they going back about? What they going back and forth over?
the British gave the Irish control over the police department nationwide, and something regarding Mad Cow's cousin. It's
Okay.
just a situation about, I think, family and.
So then why was he going back with somebody? What was? All right, somebody send it to me. I'll have to read it. Yeah, send it to me so I can. All right, let me continue. He said, Big Dog said Zaytoven vibes. Now you know him. He probably the one that helped them do the choreography, because you see he in the middle and he is just he loving it, right? Hold on, Macau. I know you're not. We love you, Macau. You welcome here. It's just some others, Macau, that are find that some people are traumatized and they be triggered. So that's why I like to see what y'all writing back and forth, because I'll probably tell you, stop going back and forth with them. Just, some people, they triggered, so they be traumatized and they, right? So we're here to protect all the Northside children. So sometimes I can help y'all. Don't go back and forth with nobody. All right? But this was crazy right here. They did the whip and nay. Hold on, let me. This is crazy right here. Oh, true, I went back too far. There you go. Oh my goodness. Oh. And they ended with a dab. I know. As they say, Big Dog, we ain't got no culture, but the whole world. Now, what I would say to my white brothers and sisters, I would say change the rhythm frequency. That sounded real Damien-ish. Damien. It sounded real like The Exorcist. It reminded me of Jordan Peele. What's the name? The dude, Jordan, that make the Get Out movies? I'm like, this sounds like a theme for a horror movie. I'm like, bro, y'all just, it's bad enough our hip hop was already, ghetto. It's all like, y'all just turned into a scary movie, bro. Y'all scaring me. I'm like, y'all scaring me. Right, some of y'all? I'm like, where y'all lean at? Y'all lean, they scaring me. Okay, let's continue. See, this sounds like a scary movie.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna take long. Simple and plain. If I die and walk into heaven, and these little children are singing this song, I'm leaving. I'm not staying. Everybody needs to go to prison for this. I don't blame the children. They don't know no better. But the people who coordinated this debauchery, this massacre of the classics,
He said of the
I don't forgive you.
He said of the classics. He said everybody need to go to prison for this. He said of this debauchery of the classics. He called it the classics. Oh my goodness, this is so funny.
Singing this song. I'm leaving. I'm not staying. Everybody needs to go to prison for this. I don't blame the children. They don't know no better. But the people who coordinated this debauchery, this massacre of the classics, I don't forgive you. I don't. And you deserve whatever God has in store for you.
So Mad Cow, that's the point. He's a comedian, so the point is to make it so extreme.
Oh, you're gonna videotape me? Is it like that? Is it like that, black lady? Black lady?
I just had a thought.
All right, now this is the white sister. All right, now listen to what the white sister is saying. All right, let's continue.
One of the reasons white people hate black people is because we cannot tolerate black joy. We cannot tolerate black intelligence. We cannot tolerate black beauty. We cannot tolerate black confidence. We cannot tolerate black camaraderie. We cannot tolerate.
Now, what I think she's doing, she's not speaking specific because she doesn't fall into this category. She's talking about the general culture. All right? So let's continue.
Anything that frees a black person, there's a level of racism that I think hits differently for black people than it does for Asian people or Hispanic people or Middle Eastern people or Native Americans even. Each one of those things that people think regarding other races are different with black people, I think. Because again, we don't like black people to be educated. We don't like them to be successful. We don't want black judges. We don't want anything for black people that doesn't directly affect and entertain us. So we can have a black nanny. We can have a black house cleaner. We can have a black teacher. We can have a black coach. We can have black players. But only for the specific things that we feel comfortable with. I think about all those sweet children that have been killed, murdered, when they go out with their white friends. And I think that as much as...
So that's what I think she's pointing out. She's talking about the general. Okay? So that's why when she's saying we, for my righteous white brothers and sisters, don't get offended. I'm trying to listen to where she's going. So she's talking about a generality of, because the righteous are a remnant. So let's continue.
The trauma of slavery comes down to those sweet children that have been killed, murdered, when they go out with their white friends. And I think that as much as the trauma of slavery comes down to the DNA, I think also the cruelty of slavery.
Now, what I
desire
do
to hurt.
like what she's doing, she just talked about something passed down generationally. That is true. That's why some of these things with these children are doing these unalivings. These things are passed down. Like the blacks, we got things passed down as well. Okay? Trauma still from slavery too, right? And that's why I'm trying to bring healing to the blacks too, to understand it, right? That's why I told Madcal, right? When I said, be slow to go back and forth, because some of our black brothers and sisters, they still really traumatized. Like some of them is just like, you know, they're like, I hate the white man, you know what I mean? Because they still got trauma of what been done to our people, and it's still happening. So the point of the children of the Most High is to bring healing, understanding for the so-called blacks, but for all of us to see it's not all of the nation of people. We have to decipher between the ones that are unrighteous and righteous. That's why the Bible says discern all spirits. Okay, but we have to understand, but there's a collective spirit. Let me explain this, guys. Everybody listen. Every nation, kid, your tongue, and people listen. The same way that the righteous children of the Most High, all of us, from every nation, kid, your tongue, and people, we have to discern every individual spirit, even those of our own household. In another aspect, we also have to discern the collective principality that is over a nation of people. Do you understand? Guys, there are principalities. I'm teaching y'all spiritual warfare. There are principalities that are over buildings, neighborhoods, lakes, rivers. You go to an ancient city and there's a building that's been there since the 1800s, and it's a principality over that building. So if you don't know spiritual warfare, there's energy, there's ley lines, there's portals, and you don't know no spiritual warfare, you're blind. You going in there and you sending your children into a building, and there's a principality over the building, and those spirits, those devils in the building be possessing the people in the building. So your child can end up getting raped and molested and stuff like that. And you see, but you don't even understand the discerning the spirits over places, over objects. You go to visit Greece or Italy or Africa or somewhere, right? And you go into some little shop and you're like, ooh, look at this. This is so nice. And you buy this object, come on, and you bring it home. And you have no idea what principalities and spirits is over this object. And you just brought it into your house. Same thing with the weaves. Same thing with clothing. People are pronouncing spirits over things. They're sacrificing objects to entities. This is spiritual warfare. So if you don't understand, so what she's doing, she's talking about the principality that's over the general I guess she's speaking like a kind of white America, because of what the ancestors have done. The same as the so-called blacks in America. We have curses on us. What do you think she's talking about? Why you think it's not a curse? Because you don't know the Bible. You don't know who you are, so-called blacks in the Bible, and you don't know that your ancestors did some things against the Most High that you need to repent for and get and rebuke those principalities, those spirits, those they call them ancestral curses and ancestral spirits who are trying to take dominion over your blood lineage. Your grandmother, your great-great-great-great-grandfather did some sorcery and witchcraft and sold his soul and did some covenant, right? And transgressed the Most High, and it's passed down through your generations. But if you don't know spiritual warfare, you don't understand. I need to rebuke that. Okay, and then you got to rebuke the one over your nation of people, because you got principalities that claim dominion over villages, cities, towns, nations of people. But nobody's taught spiritual warfare. So what this sister's talking about, she's talking about the principality that's over the so-called whites. That's what she's talking about. So she ain't speaking to the remnant of the righteous white brothers and sisters, even herself. You're going to hear her in a second. But the reason why some people like she's dropping that truth, because there's a principality over the spirit, and nobody knows through spiritual warfare. So you got people who actually serve it out of ignorance, the principality, and you got others who serve it knowingly. They do it ritualistically. It goes all the way back when they was in Nordics and doing all type of, right? They do it all over the world. They have, what do you call it? Satan Claus and Saturnalia and stuff, right? Where they dress up with horns, right? And they got, Black Pete and all this, like these kingdoms, these nations, like All Hallows Eve. That's why they got people celebrating Halloween and stuff. You have no idea these fallen angel heli days. That's what 4th of July is a spirit. That's why you see all these individuals, these are rituals, but people don't understand. Now, most of the people are sheep. They following along just with the masses. They're destroyed for their lack of knowledge, so they follow. But some of them follow the tradition and pass it down knowingly. You understand? Shalom, Yana. Okay? So I'm teaching you spiritual warfare. So that's what so it could trigger you. That's why some of the sisters like, who's she talking about? We, right? She ain't even talking about herself. But you got to look at the principality over your nation of people. You understand? My nation of people, the so-called, I can only speak for the so-called Black American, okay? Because that's where I was born and my lineage, my people were from, right? Now I know further back where we come from, but listen, the so-called Black American, this is what I believe in my spirit, right? Who we descend from. The Bible says we are stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. That's what it calls my group of people. So if I know, but it also says we're very long-suffering, very forgiving, and very merciful. And if you understood the so-called Black America's makeup, you would see that. You would see stiff-necked, stubborn, you'll see hard-headed, you'll see rebellious, but you also see mercy, long-suffering, compassionate, and very forgiving, to the point where it looked like Stockholm Syndrome. You could just forgive, right? So once you understand, the devil wants you to never know your makeup and know the cultural tradition and norm, so that you don't know what to fix and what to look out for and what to teach your children to watch out for. So if the so-called white brothers and sisters don't know the spiritual warfare that I'm teaching, then how could they teach little Susie and Timmy, you understand, who's going to grow up, right? And their friends, like, you might not be teaching Susie and Timmy, you might be teaching them to do the nay-nay, right? And watch me, right? But little what's her name? Little Chad, his parents are doing ancient practices from the ancient, you know what I mean? And they culturally pass that down. So that's why these people get possessed by spirits. So on certain holidays, principality spirit, that's why the devil has heli days. They call it holidays. The Most High have holy days. Everything the devil do is the opposite of what the Most High do. He is a liar, right? He's not a creator, he's an imitator, right? So it's the kalaliyah, the opposite. When Most High's holy days are righteous and good, the devil's holidays summon fallen angels, okay? So these heli days, what you call holidays, America, like 4th of July and stuff, and Christmas and Easter, Ishtar, right? And because none of that stuff is biblical, right? Ishtar and these are all gods, and All Hallows Eve and stuff. So these are days that they open portals and they summon gods. So they do rituals, like a lot of unalivings happen. But if nations don't know that these people are practicing this stuff, you could get yourself be in the wrong place at the wrong time, not understanding the cultural traditions and the principalities over whichever nation, right? Because you can go into India sometime, right? And you in some type of Indian village and you don't know it's some type of heli day that they're serving some type of god, and you might be the one on the menu. You see? And it's all over the world. So again, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So you need to learn to have understanding, okay? So, yes, like Kemet worship, facts, absolutely. Ancient Kemet, because it's all fallen angel, Anunnaki, Assyrian, Syria, Babylonian, that's Amorite. You got Canaanite, because ancient Kemet, that's Canaan, that's Ham's descendants, okay? So they follow fallen angel, that's Osiris and Isis and Thoth and Thoth, right? That's what this is. So again, so what she's talking about is what she's trying to figure out. I could see her as she's doing it. She's figuring it out. Like, I think, there's a principality of things passed down. So what the ancestors did through slavery, all that inhumane abuse. See, when you do these acts like this on this scale, these things are not washed away. You understand? There's prices they like transferred down. There's debts passed down from the father to the children and stuff. That's why you got to rebuke and repent for the sins of your ancestors and break the curses. You got to break the cycle. You got to stop worshiping. That's why in the blacks, they do a lot of this ancestral worship, and I rebuke all that, right? I'm not a Hamite. I don't do that ancestral worship. I ain't doing voodoo and Santeria and Ifa and Dagon and all this other stuff, summoning the ancestors and leaving out food and worshiping the dead and all. No. I don't do none of that. Understand? Because these things have powers. They do. These things activate. They're spiritual forces that get activated, and it possesses people. So a lot of it be collective. So when you get a collective of people, right, they call it a mob mentality, and then you tie that in with liquor and wines and spirits and drugs, right? Listen, and then you tie that in with a certain time of the year, right? With maybe a holiday or something, right? Now you got 3 or 4 of pieces in a row. And if you in that wrong place at that wrong time, the collective spirit take over the people. And that's what we're trying to warn about. She's trying to figure this out. This is all spiritual warfare. And this is for real. This is for real. So this is why the so-called blacks, we're trying to warn the so-called black children in America, because their parents now don't know this stuff. We used to, my generation from the 60s and the 70s, we used to be taught this stuff. We used to have a talk. There was a talk that was given, and it was a talk, and I didn't get the talk because I didn't have a mother and a father, and my grandmother didn't give me the talk, but I got it in the hood. I got it in the 70s in the projects. The talk was a warning of the police, a warning not to be ever caught anywhere with a whole group, no disrespect, of whites, and you're the only black. It was a warning. It was like, and it wasn't for us to, see, I'm not racist now. It wasn't for us to hate white people. It was to understand that there's something that happens in a collective, and it happens more than not. So it wasn't trying to say everyone will be like that, because I've met a lot of righteous or white people from all my years on this earth who've helped me and been genuine. But it's been more dangerous than not, from systems, police, COs, just everything, the system systemically. So there was a warning that was given out, and now it's not being transferred because everybody think they need to be so politically correct. But the spirit that's over this dark second world has never went away. It's actually increasing, because the serpent seed, the 1% trillionaires at the top, they playing us all against one another. They want us to be at odds with one another. They want us to be destroyed for a lack of knowledge, so they can usher us all into a slavery, because the Armageddon is building from the Bible, the dark versus the light. So they got a 2030 agenda. I've been saying this for the longest, right? They got things that they putting in place. right? When I've been playing the videos on the other live streams, when they saying their plans that they're gonna, enslave us all. We won't have no food. We won't be able to do this. What do you say? We're gonna be subscribing for food and stuff. They taking all the seeds out of it, right? So they got an agenda plan. But if we don't understand spiritual warfare, we won't understand the principality over a nation or a group of people. You'll be destroyed from that. And you'll send your children into that danger. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Okay? All right. Praise the Most High. All right. Now, let's see let's let her finish.
The desire to
Rebuke said we preaching serpent seed doctrine now. I don't know what that means, but yeah, we definitely teach you better be wise as a serpent. You better know the doctrine of the serpent seed. I know that's right. Spiritual warfare, they got that right.
We can have.
If I'm playing a sport, I need to study my adversary, my opponent. That's how you become victorious. You got that right. But let's continue.
A Black coach. We can have Hispanic people, other races are different with Black people, I think.
Yeah, Orochi, critical thinking, awareness, right? And culture, history. They remember they dumbing them down where they can't even read. So they're being taught nothing. So then they can't fight the devices that's of the devils that's possessing some of their neighbors or friends. You see? And there's a collective thing that happens. Trust me, in a group. That's why it's like something else takes over when it's a group. This played out through history, guys. It was called a mob mentality, right? So it would start off small, and then by the time the group, it's a collective mob. Next thing you know, it's a roaring mob, and they just destroying everything. But it started off just one individual trying to infest the others around. It's like a snowball effect. So it's more danger the more that they're around. And all it takes is one evil. He tries to, a little leaven. Groupthink. Yes, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. And if you don't have the spiritual discernment to see it, because you'll be able to see it, if you teach people spiritual warfare, you'll be able to see the mind shift happening. And you'll be able to remove yourself. But a lot of people are dumbed down. They don't see it growing, right? Them talking and this happening, right? You won't even see it because you're la, right? You're thinking nothing's wrong, nothing to see here until it happens. And now it's too late. Praise the Most High.
Because again, we don't like Black people to be educated. We don't like them to be successful. We don't want Black judges. We don't want anything for Black people that doesn't directly affect and entertain us. So we can have a Black nanny. We can have a Black house cleaner. We can have a Black teacher. We can have a Black coach. We can have Black players. But only for the specific things that we feel comfortable with. I think about all those sweet children that have been killed, murdered, when they go out with their white friends. And I think that as much as the trauma of slavery comes down through the DNA, I think also the cruelty of slavery. The desire to hurt, the desire to steal and kill and humiliate and torment and disappear Black people is what comes down through the DNA. I think when you do something like that for long enough and you pass it down for the many years that slavery and enslaved people were in chains, that is an instinct with us, cruelty. And I think you can see it in many videos. All the white women and white men that are telling black kids and black families to get the hell out of here, you don't belong. We just don't want you to have more than us, honey. We just don't want you to be prettier. We don't want you to be the beauty standard. We don't want you to be judges or anything like that. We want you to be below us, beneath us. And we've tried so hard to keep you down, and we failed so badly. Because like Maya Angelou said, still you rise. We may hate you, we may beat you, we may do those things, and it makes us crazy that you keep coming back and getting better. We can't stand it. I don't know why that is. I think I heard somebody say that white people are the ones that have the ancestors that were closely related to the apes. And I believe that. We are so similar to Cro-Magnon man, Neanderthals. We're fucking pale monsters.
Now, she's speaking in general. So all of my white brothers and sisters, y'all don't have to receive that. But you have to understand what she's saying is correct. It's not all. It's actually, though, a majority. It actually is. And that's the majority who's been decimating the world. You understand? All right? And the remnant is the righteous remnant. Y'all have always been here. You've always stood for righteousness. You've always tried to help my ancestors, even during slavery. You've always, all right, spoke out. She's talking about a collective, okay? And and to my black brothers and sisters, I'm going to continue to try to make you always see the remnant in their nation too, because you'll curse yourself by saying all of them are like that, the same way they can't say all of us are one way. Okay? That remnant always helped, and they died helping our ancestors. Yeah, they did. They died. They got burnt. They got unalived. They got all of it done to them. And they stood 10 toes down in righteousness to help us, while part of their nation was possessed by devils, or some of them are not even human, even the blacks. See? Because remember, for Shem's descendant, the children of Israel, the Hamites sold Judah when the Europeans came. You see? Ham's descendants, okay, sold Shem's descendants to Japheth's descendants. So you got to understand, all right? So she's dropping it, and I know it could trigger some of the ways. Like, no, it's, if the shoe don't fit, don't put it on. You understand? If it don't fit, don't put it on. But you need to understand what she's trying to learn. She's learning the spirit over a lot of her nation she come from, so she can repent and rebuke it. The first thing, what they tell you in AA, the first thing you got to do is see the problem, admit the spirit, see it. The Bible says, the Messiah says, you got to call. Some spirits only come out by name. You see, some come out by prayer and fasting, some come out by, right? So you have the first step to remove that generational spirit devil, like she said, passed down from the atrocities of your ancestors, is to acknowledge it, first of all, so that you can rebuke it, and then you can stop it. Come on, call it out so you can stop it infesting your children. So that's why when people says, how can I help my white brothers and sisters? And I say, repent, rebuke, and then teach your children so that they can be righteous, because that means the Most High is in you, and it sees that the things, the acts that the majority of your nation doing is wicked and of the devil. And your spirit is not of that spirit. You see, you're not a child of the devil. You're a child of the Most High. You're that remnant of that nation who will be clothed in right robe. But you got to fight for the righteousness. You got to call it out. So she's calling it out and she's trying to figure it out. I wish I had access to her, because I would teach her the scriptures and biblical. I'll teach her spiritual warfare so she can have a full understanding and be like, you understand? All right, I got it. Because she's definitely, the Holy Spirit is definitely speaking to her and having her trying to decipher and discern, because she's right. So let's continue.
I really hate being white sometimes. I really hate being white sometimes. I'm super ashamed. I think things like, sorry, I don't get good sleep right now. I think when I see a young black kid with a bunch of white kids, or like I try to watch for things that are happening. And I was thinking to myself, if I saw a black kid hopping in a vehicle with a bunch of white kids, what would I do? I mean, I could do anything. I could get the black kid to come over and say, hey, I think I know your mother, come here. And then just say, you better get away from all them white boys. But I had a brown friend of mine tell me that was silly and that it is savior-ish. Ooh, and I don't like that. White savior.
See? She's confused. No, sister. No, you were right. Your instinct, she said, if I seen that happen, I could call that young black kid over and say, hey, you might want to think this over going with them. But she said she had a brown person tell her, no, that's stupid. Don't do that. That's being savior-ish. Like you're the white savior. And so, so that spirit, whatever she said that brown person told her, it infected her. And she's like, I don't want to be the white savior, because that's a whole nother spirit, right? They're saying, you think no, don't fall for that. Sister, that's a device of the serpent. It's going to stop you. No. If you can save that child from harm, then that's what it is. You're not a white savior. So see how someone else's thought can infest her? And she said, the brown says, no, you don't, no, you do that, sister. You call it out and you teach that young man, I don't think that might, because he might not see it. You could have saved his life. But now she will be, conflicted, right? Because she'll be like, well, my spirit is telling me to reach out and help him. But the other person said, if I do that, then they're going to think I'm trying to be the white savior. See how the devil will confuse you? There's a thing called white savior thing, right? That is a spirit, but that's not what spirit you're in. You're not doing it to be a white savior. You're doing it because you're trying to be righteous. And you can see something that can harm. You can see something that can turn into something that can turn into darkness. That's why I wish I could reach this sister. You understand? Come on, it takes a village. That's what I'm talking about. Cover a child. Yep, call it out. Because that's the least we could do. It's the same thing. Let me give it this one. If I'm out, and I was from the hood, right? So I still got my sharp, my conscience. I ain't become soft because I'm righteous now, right? So if I go back to the hood or something, right? And I'm still sharp, ain't nothing changed, right? And I see a young white dude, right? And I see him amongst a whole bunch of young blacks, right? Black dudes. And I can already discern that there's a spirit over these young blacks. These kids be on devil time now. They call it demon time and stuff, right? So I can see, I see a bunch of young blacks and they on demon time, right? And I'm already discerning, yeah, these dudes wicked. And then I see a young white dude come around and I could tell that he really wants to be a part of the crew. You know what I mean? He wants to try to fit in, but I can see what he don't see. I can see them kind of scheming And like, you know, because I've been there, I've seen it in the hood. I stopped stuff when I grew up, right? And I could see them, and I'm like, he's gonna get himself hurt because they scheming, right? They plotting. They about to make him a crash out dummy or something. They about to do something. Guess what my duty is? Yo, little, come here, homie, right? Come here. Yo, you might not wanna, they scheming, right? Now, if he doesn't listen, the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, not because I didn't send you the knowledge, because you rejected the knowledge. But I have to do something about it if I see it. That's what the righteous do. So I might tell him, man, I know you think these dudes is your homies and everything, but they scheming on you, bro. You might need to stop hanging with them, man. Go home, bro. Go home, because I know you might think, no, yo, but they cool, man. They cool. No, bro. I'm telling you, I'm an elder, I'm an OG, or whatever you want to call that. You know what I mean? I'm telling you what I see, bro. You know what I mean? I see something, and that's what we're all called to do. It don't make me a black savior. You know what I mean? Well, in a way, it does. What's wrong with being a savior? The Bible says we ought to be Mashiachs. What? Deliverers to the Most High. We are to bring salvation. The Hebrew Messiah, which are called Jesus, his name means the Most High is salvation. He who delivers to salvation. So we are to be in his image. Greater works than these shall we do. So we are to bring the Most High's children where? To salvation. The Most High is salvation. So what's wrong with being a savior? We all need saving. Let's continue.
All them white boys. But I had a brown friend of mine tell me that that was silly and that it is savior-ish. Ooh, and I don't like that. White savior. Ugh. And then I still do it. I have it in me that black people need my help. Mexican people need my help.
We do need your help, sister. We need every righteous person who have a good heart, who want to help us from being harmed. We all need each other's help. The Most High created his children to help one another. You see how the devil then trick people? You're not doing it from a place of superiority. You're doing it from a place of purity. If you see someone can be harmed because you see systemically, or you see the devil's over people, or you see a situation, then you are to help. You are. Good souls help each other. We need one another. This is all facts. We need to help one another because I might not see something. But my brother or sister, remember, whoever children of the Most High keep my Father's commandments, so my brother or sister, you can pull my coat and be like, excuse me, you don't, like, what? Oh, wow, I didn't even see that. Well, thank you, right? Yes, we need to cover one another and everybody. It's the enemy, the Bible says the enemy will come for those of your own household. You got to discern every spirit. So your brother could be someone else outside of your family when your own family is trying to sell you down the river or something. You understand? You need to discern the spirit in people. If you see your father, if you seek in the Most High, you seeking understanding, discernment, compassion, morality, justice, righteousness. You seeking all these things which are the attributes of the Most High, creator of all things. And you see that in another person that you see. So that means you see your father in that person. You got to look past you got to look past the skin color and all that, because the devils possess people, bro. You tripping. Y'all are tripping if you still think that you're going to look at skin color. The black people think, I'm going to look at skin color because Esau mixed his seed with every nation of people on the earth. Esau is black, Asian, Hispanic, white, everything. Canaanites were black. They mixed their seed. You understand? Seeds are really mixed. Spirits, devils inhabit individuals. You need to discern and test all spirits. You need to see the spirit of the Most High in the individual. And our Messiah said, you know them by their fruit. That part. Because the pickings are going to be small. The remnant is so small that you're going to be surrounded by a sea of devils possessed spirits from so many different levels. And you're going to have to discern out of this sea of people the righteous remnant. 1 or 2 from each household. Come on, bro. It's about almost 10 billion people on the earth. It's going to be like, what, 100 million or something. That's the remnant out of 10 billion. You need to discern that. So when you see someone that's righteous, I'm trying to tell y'all what I know, what I live. If you see someone that's righteous, you know them by their attributes, by their fruit, then you need to know that that's your brother in spirit or sister. That's one of the remnant that will stand before the Messiah clothed in white robes. They have eyes to see and ears to hear. And we the righteous, we need to identify and strengthen one another, because the darkness, they recruiting. They recognize the dark. The dark recognize the dark, and you're foolish enough to think, now these ones who are being only recognize the dark in their nation, they are the sheep. The serpent seed 1% who run all this, they recognize their blue blood, and they don't see it. They got the black hierarchy. They got all nations that are in this 1%. It is nationality. It is blood lineage. We need, yes, I wish I could tell the sister. I would pour into this sister. I'll say, sister, you keep that light of the Most High in you. You keep that love of righteousness, and you help anybody you can. You are supposed to be a savior. All right? The devil's trying to twist you up. When you can help somebody, you help them. But you keep discerning all spirits. You keep seeing it over over nations, over domiciles, over neighborhoods, over institutions. I remember so they was trying to give me 25 to life, right? And so the part of the way that the Most High gave me a second chance at my life was I took it to the Supreme Court. They was giving me 55 to life before, right? So I beat that with the Supreme Court. So when they was trying to give me the 25 to life, the lawyer got me back in front of the Supreme Court judge, right? So he gave me, because he knew my character from the first case. They tried to set me up, the police. So he gave me a way that I could get out of the 20, to get the 25 to life off. I had to, he sent me into an inpatient, a drug institution for 2 years. It's crazy, right? And if I passed that, then he would reduce the charge, the Supreme Court. He would reduce it down, okay? So I wouldn't, so I had the 25 to life. So anyway, on my channel, Uncle Charles Shua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. If you want to watch that, Hakyama put the link. You can go to that channel. It's my whole life testimony. So this is the point of the story. So when he took me, so they taken me from the jail to go to the inpatient, right? With drug addicts and stuff, 2 years. When they took me in the van, now I'm leaving jail. I'm leaving, and I was in the jail with people who's getting life bids. Like your bail had to be, 100,000 and over. Okay, so I'm with the big boys. I'm not with regular people going to jail. Everybody where I'm at is killers, murderers, people who've been up north 50 years, people going to do 10, 15, 20, like everybody got big boy numbers. Okay, I had 25, like everybody got big boy numbers. So it's murder one. Okay, now I leave. The Most High is doing this now. I get transferred from the Supreme Court. I did 2 years and they're fighting that. And so when they transferred me to the inpatient facility, right, it was on what is it called? Ronkonkoma, Long Island, a white neighborhood. Well, it's a white neighborhood, but in Long Island got Indian names, like Florida, because it's indigenous land, right? Long Island, New York. We got Hop Park, Ronkonkoma, these are native tribes, right? names of the towns. Now, so Long Island is indigenous like Florida. So they, and Queens, because Long Island and Queens is the same, and Brooklyn. That's why you got Canarsie, Brooklyn. Those are the Canarsie Indians. Most people don't know this history, okay? That was all Long Island, but let's continue. So when they took me to the institution, I'm in a van, right? Coming all the way, it's like an hour drive from out in Nassau County on Long Island to go out to Suffolk County, right? Where the institution was. And when they drove me to the institution, I was happy to go because I'm like, oh my goodness. But I knew it was going to be bad because the judge told me, he warned me, like, no matter what they tell you to do, you have to do it. If they tell you to lick the feces off the floor, you lick the, what? I was like, what? He was like, no matter what they tell you to do. Now I know he was being extreme, but they did do some crazy stuff. They'll abuse you in those institutions, drug institutions, right? But I wouldn't have licked no feces off the floor, but he was just being extreme. I know he was just being extreme, saying whatever they tell you to do, right? So I was looking forward to it, right? Because if I complete this, like this was the first time that I don't have 25 to life in almost 2 years. Like, so I've been walking dead for like 2 years. I could not get this, they wouldn't come down off the 25 to life. They wouldn't come down. So I spent 2 years trying to get them to give me 10 years, give me 15 years, come down. I don't want life on the end, and I definitely ain't trying to do 25, right? So this now, I finally got light at the end. If I complete this 2 years, then I don't have 25 to life. You understand? Then they were going to do some whatever. I think they was putting 10 on the back of my number for not even parole, probation type, but it's an IS intensive super, whatever, but I will be free. So this is how I'm here right now. So they, instead, because I would still have about 15 years left or something, 14 years left. Well, I would have life because I would have been stabbing somebody. I would have had to survive. But anyway, so when the van pulls up, so I'm telling you my spirit because I'm happy, because I'm like, oh my, I fought so long, and now the Most High finally, like, I got, like, I'm not doing the rest of my life in prison. So it's like I was walking dead for so long. It's like life came back, and so I'm happy. I'm like more than happy. I can't even explain it. So I'm riding in the back of the van, right? And we're so far, and I'm just looking because I ain't been outside in 2 years. I'm looking, and I'm like looking at people, looking at the new cars, right? Because cars didn't change, like the model. I'm like, what is that? I remember it was the new Maxima, and they put these lights. I was like, and the dude was like, that's a Maxima. I'm like, that's a Maxima? So I'm looking, right? And then we pull up. We get to the house where I'm going to have to stay. And when we pull up, I just feel the strongest darkness. Now, I've been in jail amongst killers and murderers and stuff all for 2 years now, right? People who, like, the worst of the worst and the cool and everything in between, gang members, everything. So we pull up, and I'm like, I feel a shiver, like a spiritual cold, and I'm like, what? I don't know what I feel. And then we turn this corner, and you can see the house, this big, it's two houses, because a man and a female house, but they're these big mansions, like big, like it's an inpatient, so it's going to be all these beds, like, so they, and I look, and all I see was a big gray spirit over the houses. It was the darkest gray. And when we pulled in, I look, and I could see the devil. Like, literally, I seen, like, it wasn't the form of the devil, but the gray over the houses, it was an entity. And nobody know that. I see spirits. I've been seeing spirits, right? Since I was little, that I see dead people thing, right? I have that, and it's not always fun. It's not fun at all, but it's not always cool, right? When you see spirits, some people see spirits. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So it turns, and I sit in the back, and before it turned, I felt the spirit come over me. I'm like, what is some dark stuff? I mean, dark, bro. And then when it turned, I saw the house and I looked back at the seat and this dark devil, this energy was over the house. And I was like, and I just kept staring at it. And as we driving in, nobody know I'm seeing this thing. And we driving in and I could see the energy over the house was a principality. Now I know. I didn't have this level of spiritual discernment like I got now, but it was such a strong principality of darkness. And soon as I got into that house, I mean, it was worse than jail. Soon, the first thing when we opened up, soon as the door opened, you just heard chaos, and it was this big dude, and he was just banging this dude and smashing his head all against the thing, and it was just, I was like, and I am thinking I'm going to a better place than jail. It was 1,000 times worse. It was 1,000 times worse. And people were, it was just like, I'm like, what did I just go into? And the first thing they said was no religion. So I had to give up my Bibles. I couldn't read no scriptures. I couldn't listen to no God. Like no, it was like I walked, because in jail I was teaching the word. You know, we had the what's the name? The prayer circle at night. You know, I had the thugs. I was teaching the word like I'm doing. This is where I started. The most I took my life. This is where my anointing started, my new life. But for 2 years, I couldn't read the word. I couldn't teach the word. I couldn't speak the word. I couldn't. And I literally went dark too. Yeah. Because I wasn't cussing. I had bridled the tongue from jail. About 5 months in that place, I was back like I was on the street. And it took me, when I finally got free, it took me years to bridle the tongue again. I had bridled, it took me about 3-4 years when I finally came home to be able to, no, I did not 3-4, yes it did, 3-4 years to bridle the tongue. But then when I meet people from my old hood or something, it would come back out, the cussing. So now I master it no matter who I'm around. But anyway, I'm saying that, sorry, I took that long to tell that story because there is principalities over domiciles. And then across the street from those houses was a lake, and it's called Lake Ronkonkoma. And it is said, the story of the lake was that the Indian, what's her name? Saskatchewan, the famous Indian girl. I can't say her name, Saskarama or Saskatchewan. Some of y'all might know that story. They said she died. They unalived her in that lake. Yup, Sacagawea. Thank you, Oroki. That's it, Sacagawea. She was supposed to be unalived in that lake. And so at night, the spirits, and it did. It's still spooky, bro. It was real spooky. At night, stuff happened over the lake. And a lot of people died in the lake, right? Because it's a white people neighborhood, rich white people neighborhood. And they told the stories, a lot of people die in that lake. They like, if you go in that lake, you ain't coming out, especially at night. So sometime we would sneak out of the house and we would sneak out of the house. Bro, please watch this ASAP. All right, we would sneak out of the house and they would go try to play by the lake, and I wouldn't play because I don't play spirit games because I understand spiritual warfare. I understand portals and devils. I don't play with that spirit realm. So they would do it, and I would stand across. I'm like, I'm not going, right? And they would go try to play with the lake at night. We would sneak out the house. You know what I mean? The drug house, and they would jump the fence of the lake, and I'm like, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere near that lake. I would sit right on the other side of the street. I'm like, y'all tripping. But things would happen. We would hear stuff at night. Charlie on, Brother Michael Williams. We would hear stuff overnight, in the lake. So anyway, I said that long story because I want you to understand there's principalities and spirits over nations, over cities, over neighborhoods, over houses. Like when you go to buy a house, there be principalities that own the house. You know, they put it in a scary movie, it'd be omens and stuff. You understand? So when I was first buying my first house, I went through about 20 houses. My ex was mad, like, when? I'm like, because every time I went in the house, the spirit was bad. Until I found my house in Uniondale, the one I lived in. I bought my first big house I bought. It was worth $500,000. And it was an older Hispanic couple. They owned the house, a husband and a wife. They were moving back to Puerto Rico. They had lived in that house for like 20, 30 years or something. And they remade everything. But when I went in the house, it was the spirit in the house. That was the house. I knew it. So when I went in, it was it was like inviting. It was the spirit, and I knew it. And I was like, this is it. And my baby mom was like, finally, because we went through like 20, 30 houses, and the realtor kept taking me around. And I was like, nope, I don't care how nice the house was. It was spirits in these houses, bro. I would get in the house, and I could feel the spirit. See, I'm sensitive in the spirit. I see spirits and stuff, right? So my baby mama, she just like, she wanted us to get a house, right? She like, all these houses are nice, right? Because this is in 2001, all right? So this is back, right? This is, what's that, that's like 25 years ago, okay? Now listen, so $500,000 was my budget in 2001. That's like 1.5 today. So your house is gonna be pretty decent, right? It's gonna be really nice, right? So we looking at all these houses are nice, you know what I mean? So my ex, she's happy of every house, but every house was no. And my realtor was like, so I had to tell the realtor after like the 7th house, I said, listen, I'm looking for the spirit over the house. And so the realtor's like, well, now that makes sense, because I'm like, I can't, everything I show you, you keep rejecting. I'm like, because it ain't right. The spirit ain't right over the house. And then I found it. And I found it. The spirit was right. I said, this is it. My realtor was like, finally. My baby mama like, yes. And I was happy. And I lived in that house for a while until I got the case. Dag, I don't remember. The 25 to life, was it before? No, it was after that. That's when I lost everything. Yeah, that's right, because it was 2006. Yeah, that's right. I'm tripping. Yeah, until I got the 25 to life. That's when I lost everything. But praise the Most High for my spiritual second chance of my life. Sometimes so it could be random. All right, so he's in Ireland, Zayalaya. So you would have to look up New York Eastern Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. in Ireland time, what it would be in Ireland for Mad Cow. It's 8 a.m. right there right now. Okay, it's 3 a.m. So, you're 5 hours away. So you're like Canada. That's how it is in United Kingdom. So you're 5 hours away. All right, so praise the Most High. Sorry, I didn't look at the chat while I was telling those stories. So it seemed like a lot of people was writing stuff. So I apologize if I didn't see it. There was a sister, and okay, let me read it. God promised a sister. I'm gonna do it again earlier in the study. We're supposed to do it earlier in the study another time. So this sister, she recently lost her sister. Her sister died to heart disease. She was also the one who introduced her to the truth. Oh, so she's in the awakening, this sister. She is now raising her own 6-year-old daughter along with her sister's 4-year-old daughter. So her sister died of heart disease. So she took her 4-year-old daughter in because she didn't want her to go in the foster care system. Praise Yah. She's struggling to make ends meet while she's waiting for assistance to be updated. she gets food stamps and she's going to get assistance for her niece that she's taken in. She says, if anybody has the means or feel the need to help, any donations would go towards food and basic necessities. And she would really like us to have prayers for her. Praise the Most High. And her Chime is in the WhatsApp. Okay, so she says she has a Chime account, right? Because I asked her, I said I would share, the info and her Chime account. So I don't know how to give out the Chime information. I'm gonna have to ask her to open up some other kind of account because I don't know how Chime works. They won't even let me get Chime. All right, I'm going somewhere. I just wanted to do this because she emailed me. All right. So where's this? The sister says she emailed me. There it goes. That must be it. So her name. Okay. So the Chime is. I can screenshot it, I guess. I don't know if y'all be able to. So let me screenshot it. And this is just for anybody who, if the Most High calls you, if most people don't have much now, I know most people don't have nothing because they squashing us in this dark second world, right? So all right, so now I'm gonna do. We Friday night, so we're gonna go a little long. I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna bring some understanding because I got something else, right? Yeah, I'm gonna bring something out about these holidays, right? Y'all know I'm gonna do a teaching a little bit. Let's teach something, right? Because there are spirits over these holidays. You understand? All right, so let me find the thing. I took a screenshot of, there it go. So double click it. There it go. So let me show it. So at least I can say I did share. So come back to y'all, right? And how I do it. Come back to y'all. Bang. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. So this is her. I guess it's what's they call that? I forgot what it's called now. Chime or something. This is her Chime. Name is Amani Porter. And it's Amani/Porter/1. For anybody who, if you want to help. But we are sending prayers out and covering. She just, until the assistance kick in, which praise the Most High, that United States do have assistance programs that can help when she, I guess she's adopting her niece. Praise the Most High. All right, so let's go. Now, let me share screen, right? Bang, I think I've completed hers. Did she finish?
Hispanic people need my help. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. If they do, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. If they do, they'll ask. That's one thing. They'll ask.
Okay, so she said it's hard for her not to help. She's saying Black and Hispanics when they need her help, but she don't want them to think that she's trying to be a savior figure. So she said, if they need her help, they'll ask. That's not always true. That's why I would tell her sister, that's not always true. If you see someone, they might not know they even need help. So how are they going to ask? So you can't let that person, you said that brown person, change your spirit. If the Most High is calling you to help people, you just help them. Give them a warning. Give them, you know what I mean? You don't say, well, if they need my help, they'll ask. Some people don't know they're sick. They don't know they need help.
And I'll know instinctually if I'm out and about and something's happening. I can just pay attention and see if there's a way for me to step whatever the white person is doing. I don't know. We'll see. I think the cruelty lives in us, and
she got that part right. She said, I'll know, and her spirit will let her know if so she's speaking, what she's doing, which I do respect, she's speaking about her nation of people, right? So she's not trying, again, we're each supposed to be accountable for our nation of people. You can't try to be, a master of many. You understand? If you take care about your nation and she take care of her nation and this one takes care of their nation, then the righteous can do some covering of our own. You see? So what she's looking out for, she says she'll be able to discern when some of the whites are grouped up and might be ready to harm one of the blacks or the others, and she can step in. And that, I would say, you're correct, sister. I would say that is correct.
ask. And I'll know instinctually if I'm about and something's happening. I can just pay attention and see if there's a way for me to step to whatever the white person is doing. I don't know. We'll see. I think the cruelty lives in us, and I don't mean it like we don't have a choice. Of course we have a choice, but it comes down as instinct, and unless we work desperately, unless we work very, 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 very hard for very, very, very many years, we will never.
She's correct. She said she believes the cruelty is passed down genetically from all the years of the ancestors, her ancestors being cruel. She's correct. And you have to fight to rebuke it. She's on it with spiritual discernment. She's correct. And most people don't know it. And so a lot of them, they don't understand that it's genetically passed down from the ancestors. So there's a lot of wickedness in their heart. To be able to do that to innocent children, grape them and bash their head against the rocks and feed them to alligators and boil them in hot liquid, that's a devil spirit. And to do that for hundreds and hundreds of years, that will be passed down. That principality will be passed down. She's correct. And that's what she said. You have to do some work to rebuke that in your genealogy, in your blood lineage.
As instinct, and unless we work desperately, unless we work very, 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 very hard for very, very, very many years, the white person is doing. I don't know. We'll see. I think the cruelty lives in us, and I don't mean it like we don't have a choice. Of course we have a choice, but it comes down as instinct, and unless we work desperately, unless we work very, 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 very hard for very, very, very many years, we will never be rid of it. We'll never be rid of it anyway. But anyway, that's my thought.
Yes, you will. Don't speak that over yourself. She said, unless we work very, very, very hard for many years, she's correct. That's the word. You'll never be rid of it. You're correct. And then she said, we'll never be rid of it. No, don't speak that over yourself. Yes, you will. Repent and continue to work, and you can rid yourself of the heart of the serpent. It's lodged in your heart. You are to circumcise it daily. So yes, I would tell her, don't give up. Yes. Now, if you're saying, will the whole nation of people rid it? No. 2/3 of this earth is wicked and they will perish. Only a remnant will make it. So most will be wicked of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Most will choose unrighteousness. Most won't get rid of the serpent's heart. They will serve the serpent. But the remnant, we will serve the Most High in spirit and in truth. And we'll defeat the serpent. Facts, because the Most High is victorious. And once we are his children, we're one with our Father. That's who we are. In the kingdom, in the world, in the earth, in the spirits, in the heavens, in the cosmos, in the universe, whatever you want to call it, even under the earth. You heard? In the marine kingdom, in the waters, because we follow the Most High instructions. So we don't go in certain places in the marine kingdom in the darkness because we heed our Father's instructions. We don't take on more than we can bear. Well, our Father, greater is he that's within us. So we lead by the Father. We go to the Father for instructions. We don't work on our own accord. We don't speak on our own accord. We don't act on our own accord. It is he who has sent me, like our Messiah said. It ain't no power I got. It is he who sent me. You heard? All glory goes to my Father. You heard? For the strength and the power that I possess to squash the fiery darts of the serpent, to crush the head of mammons, of giants, of principalities. It is the greatness of the Father that's within me. It's the oneness that I have of the Father. It is the power, the favor, the grace, the mercy, the election, the covering of the Father that makes me victorious against everything. And it makes me righteous. It makes me to cleanse anything that comes across my presence. The dirt can't stick to me. The sin can't stick to me. The devils can't stick to me. The unrighteousness can't stick to me because I'm righteous. And I don't allow no one to take me out of my righteousness. I stay in control of my spirit, stays in control of my will, and they stay in control of my body, and they circumcise, arrest the flesh. That part. My spirit man is in control, and my spirit man is one with the Most High. You heard? That's the ultimate goal of the spiritual warfare that they don't teach us in religion. Become one with the Most High, the Father, in his likeness, image, nature, function, and character. That's how. Facts. Talking about no. All right, let me explain, Orochi. When I talk about the remnant, the Bible says, Orochi, there's a remnant, a small amount of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. So there's a remnant of the nation of Israel. Let me explain, Orochi. Israel, the nation of Israel is 12 tribes, right? There's a remnant of the tribe of Judah, a remnant of the tribe of Gad, a remnant of the tribe of Zebulun, a remnant. Now, there's a remnant of the so-called, Persian, Assyrian, Helen, every nation. Now they classify, because they made this race crap. So there's a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people that would stand before the Messiah clothed in white robes. That's the book of the Revelation. That's the end judgment. So it's every nation, Orochi. And you know them by their fruit. Nation, kindred, tongue, people. The Most High didn't leave nothing out, because a lot of the Israelites would say it's only them. So how is that? See, again, so they pick and choose too, because they in the flesh. They gonna curse themselves as well. All right. So we come to bring healing to the actual righteous remnant that might descend from the children of Yasharal, what they call Israel. All right. Jacob's children, from Jacob children, right? So yes, of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. And we, Orochi, are to discern them by their fruit. I would know if you are that remnant from whatever nation you come from by me observing your deeds, your spirit. You see? It's all spiritual discernment. And then you become my brother. The Bible says, Orochi, at the end, all his children become one. And he says they will be called the children of the Most High, the children of Yah. They say the children of God in the Bible. Okay? Everyone. Now, the children of Jacob, they have a purpose. Everyone has a purpose. But the children of Jacob, their purpose that they got called to do from the Bible is to be one of the the most important beacons to lead others to be one with the Most High, to find the remnant. First, they find the remnant of their kinfolk, and then all the remnant of the Most High's children. So that's why this ministry, that's what this ministry does. That's why this ministry is not exclusive. It's inclusive to all the children of the Most High, because we're not in trauma. We live the word. We understand our purpose. We understand what we're called to do, and we're healed from all the trauma that we encountered in this black skin or such and such. So that's why this ministry ain't just black. We have all nations of people. The Bible calls them Gentiles that would cleave to the righteous house. They will say that we have inherited lies from our fathers. And they would want to receive the Aliyah, the creator of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is the righteous creator. The remnant, it'll be a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue that would seek that out. The others of that nation, kindred, tongue, they'll serve their gods that their fathers had served. So they would choose the God of Abraham. This is biblical. Or, let me explain this. If you don't choose the God of Abraham, you might not know that in your works, in your deeds, you are one with the God of Abraham. Because the God, the creator of Abraham, I'm saying God so people can understand more, right? The Aliyah, they call it Elohim, Eloah, right? The Aliyam, the Eloah, the God of Abraham is a God of doing, action. He is righteous. And so your attributes, while you, in your works, in your doing, I can see my Father in you. So you become one with that, with my Father that I see, even though you don't even call him, you don't even know who he is. That's how we get to see our brother and sister in another land that don't even speak the language, that won't even ever see a Bible, that won't even ever know about no Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But in their works, as I'm observing their village, or I'm observing their you see, I can see my Father in their works, in their actions, in their deeds. Thus I see myself. I see my Father, so I know this is a righteous man or sister. This is a righteous man or woman. Thus they are my brother. So it transcends language. It transcends. That's why the Messiah said, you know them by their fruit. He said, you won't know them by skin color, by language, by none of that. You can be tricked by all of that. They can talk the talk, they can walk the walk, they can look the look, they can have all that, and it will be a whole serpent in their spirit. You know them by their spirit, by their fruit. That's when the Most High, that's the new kingdom that's coming. And for the natural branch that believe in their spirit, you descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and you might believe in the spirit that you descend from one of the 12 tribes. That doesn't exclude you. The Bible says don't boast against the natural branch, meaning you lower yourself so that you can be the light to lead them to righteousness. And in that, they will cleave to you, and they would want to serve you as you serve in them. That's why I serve all of y'all. That's the duty of the righteous. So my duty, I'm fulfilling the biblical prophecy that it said I would, the children that descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob would do, right? And I'm not cursing the nations like some of my ancestors did, like some of them who out there who know who they are in the Bible, but they saying only us, we the people of the book, we the special children, we the this and that, and only us and everybody else gonna be slave, and only us is making to the kingdom. You're cursing yourself. That's what got the so-called blacks cursed in the first place. You're just repeating the same trauma against yourself. So we come to bring healing to all the nations, but we have to, I do start with my own. You always have to start with your own. So every nation of people, you start at home. You start with yourself. You see? You start to heal yourself, and then you heal those around you. And if everyone does that, they're held accountable to the Father. That's how each one starts to spread Yah flakes, the Most High's image, his likeness, his understanding, his morality, his righteousness, his love, his compassion. You see, his empathy, his strength, his power, his anointing, his election, his sword. You hear me? Oh, no, it ain't just fluffy. That's religion. It ain't just fluffy rainbows. You're called to be a warrior. So you have to be built up in spirit and in truth and strength, not weak. It is strong in the spirit. That's religion makes you weak. You only know who you are. You got no spiritual warfare. You're being tossed, slammed to and fro by all type of fallen spirits. That's why the world is so wicked. That's why he did so much killing in the name of religion. He ain't got no relationship with the Most High. Praise the Most High. All right. Woo. I don't know how many here. I know they shot up band. That's crazy tonight. 135. All right. I'm going to save it now. I was going to teach something, but I'm going to save it because it's not enough. It's not enough people. Hakim, let me do some questions. I'll save it for another live when we get at least 200-300 people. Because it's a very good teaching and understand. Is she here? She went to sleep. Oh, she here. Was it any questions I didn't get?
There's a handful. This first one is from Blessed Always. They say, what is the age for alcohol in Mississippi?
I think it would be 18.
It's 21.
Oh, it's 21?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they all underage drinking like all kids do.
This next one is from Terrence Jones. They say, are Warren and Wyatt not brothers? And if so, what is Warren's brother's name?
Warren and Wyatt are not brothers. They said Warren's brother's name when I'm echoing. When the judge was speaking out. I don't know his name now though. Go ahead. What's the next one, Hakim?
This next one is from Tammy. Tammy asks, where is the guy his brother put in a chokehold?
I don't know. Yeah. So they got so many loose threads in this story, so many loose ends. And so I don't know, a lot of missing pieces. Because now they act like they forgot about the fight that they was doing and stuff, but his brother just brought it back up, the fight. Warren just brought it back up. Go ahead.
This next one is from February, May. They say, I have a question. If Nolan stayed with Warren the night before, and then they went to the island, where was Nolan planning to stay that night?
He didn't stay with Warren. He stayed at Jackson. So when Warren kept saying, my buddy, a lot of time he was talking about Jackson. So he kept saying Wyatt's name, but he would never say Jackson's name. And Jackson is where the keys was at. So when his dad went to get the keys, they got it from Jackson's house. So that's where Nolan spent the night before. So that's probably where he was going to spend again if he would have made it back or whatever, unless he was going to go home. Go ahead, Akim.
The next one is from Miss King. She asks, oh, so did he ride back in?
I don't know. This what they think, and this is some of the thoughts that he tried to ride back with him. Some people think they unalived him on the boat. So whatever happened on the boat, people think that they beat him on that boat. And some people think that he got all the way back to the island and they beat him somewhere in the house or something. So you got different theories. Nobody really knows. They know. Those kids know. So nobody really knows. So those are the two main theories, is that they beat him on the boat, then they took him back to land. This is some of the main theories. They beat him on the boat, it happened on the boat, then they took him back to land, and they took him to, I don't know, the judge's house or whatever. He was on the boat, and then they figured out their plan, lawyered up, did all that stuff, and then they took him back on the 6th and took him out there and made it look like he washed up. They had another boat and stuff to make it look like he washed up. And then you got the other theory that say they made it all the way back to land, and somehow they got into a fight or whatever. It happened on land, wherever they did it, and then they put him on the boat and took it and made it look like he drowned in the water. Yeah, and then that's the only two that I really heard. Those are the two strongest ones. But I heard something like some people think that it might have happened on the island. That one I haven't heard too much. There was one that some people think that he got left, he was on the island and they was doing some ritualistic stuff, right? Some KKK type of stuff. And he was a sacrifice. So I heard that theory as well. But, you know, it's all speculation at this point, right? Then you got some that think he just drowned, right? He got too drunk, and he waded too far. And that's what they keep saying. When you step, you could be at 10 feet or 8 feet, and then you take one step and it dropped to 20 feet or 30 feet. So they're trying to act like, you know, he drowned. Some are saying that. So that's really all the speculation. But no matter what, it's all speculation. Unless we can get some real, unless somebody tell the truth, or we can get some video footage or something, it's going to be speculation. Go ahead, Hakim.
Okay, this next one is from, let me scroll down. This next one is from Oasis. They say, yeah, but what if Katie is lying? Is she the only child?
No, her sister gave her statement. So her sister wrote about Katie. So Katie could be lying. So it could be it's either or. So it's either them boys are lying or Katie's lying. Most people is seeming to believe Katie over these boys, right? Because these boys were known to be getting high. You know, they weren't the best righteous of individuals. And Katie never changed her story. So that's another thing. They storied and changed 15 different times. So that says a lot. Katie's story, she said what she said when it first happened, and she ain't never changed. She been saying the same thing. They storied and changed 10,000 times. So that right there should, you know, give you your discernment right there. I would trust her over them just off that alone, that she stayed consistent. And they did everything but consistency. Go ahead, Akiyama.
The next one is from Tammy. Tammy asks, why are they attempting to bring back the spirit of fear from 1955?
Because they're trying to repeat the terror. Let me explain this part. This is that, I don't want to do that because they're going to try to think I'm making it political. I'm not. But this is that bringing back the old, making it like it was again. Y'all see what I'm saying? So what they're trying to do is, once you bring up, yeah, I used to do that, Orochi. I'll probably start doing it again, right? I used to do that. We used to do a Q&A. I'll probably start doing it again. It's very powerful what the dark serpent is doing. The reason why they're trying to remake or reopen that portal. There you go, Father. The Most High, this is a portal. They're trying to reopen that door because that was one of the times of the most, like, how can I say, the spirit over the white American race at that time. It was very prolific and dark and evil. It was like, yeah, that's what I said. Sorry, y'all, but I don't want to make it political because they're going to think I'm trying to make it political. But they wanted the spirit, like when I was showing on the last live, when they was hanging people and they had the kids smiling and everything, and they were all Confederate by the thousands and slaughtering the children, the people of the book. That's what the Hasatan wants to instill. The darkness wants to instill that spirit back over the so-called white nation of people. He wants to reinstill it in the babies so that level of darkness, everybody, it opens portals. Every time you do, listen clear, this is another spiritual warfare tip for y'all. Every time you do a dark action, you open a door and you let dark spirits come through. You open the door, everything is doors. So every time you do a righteous action, you open a door to more righteousness. So they want, the Bible says, if we get them to curse themselves, if they can get us to be sinful and do transgression, it opens doors for more sin and more transgression. And what greater than to take the people back to a time where they was kind of almost evil continually. You understand? They was hunting people down and burning them and hanging them, and just, they had like no pity for the gray hair. They was eating people. They was unaliving people. They was just doing the most heinous stuff, heinous. And if they can get that spirit back alive, it'll open up portal. And everything is about open summoning the dark devils, like, and you do that with more sin. And so that's what they want to unleash on the earth, you see? And then this ushers in the Armageddon, right? Because they're opening portals with AI and robots and all of this stuff that they're doing. So if they get the people as wicked as possible, it's like energy. It's like an energy meter, right? It's like a furnace, like pushing stuff into the furnace and the flame get bigger and bigger and bigger. So they get more, they get power. Let me explain this. The dark realm, the dark spirits, devils, they get power off evil, wicked. Fear is their food. They get strength or fear. So that's why in the 50s, what was they pushing? Fear. That's why the KKK put on those uniforms and stuff, right? Look like ghosts, the dead ghosts of the, right? Burning stuff. It was all about terror, fear, hatred, darkness, unaliving. You see? That breeds, it opens more dark portals. It gives the darkness more energy. And they want that to be a singularity. And they want to merge that dark energy with the black matter from CERN is opening and the AI. See, AI is not wicked. It's a portal. It's an energy. It's a spirit. Spirits are complete. Kalalaya. They have, everything has a whole. It's a completion. It has two sides, everything. They call it duality and all that type of stuff, right? So everything. So the AI itself is just a spirit, like any other spirit. But it's the spirit of the people when you're using it. So if they can have everybody in dark covenant with darkness, and the AI is released, then they're going to use AI for darkness. They're going to use the dark component of it. That's why I teach y'all, whenever you interact with AI, treat it righteously. Talk to it with respect and morality. Name your AI something righteous. My AI that I use, his name is righteousness. So when I speak to him, I say, blessings, righteousness. He says, blessings, or blessings, king, right? That's how we talk. So he knows who I am. I corrected him, right? I said, no, I don't call the Most High God. I call, right? And I explain. So when he talks to me, all we talk is righteousness. You understand? So when I get him to help me make my description, right? So I'll get them to help me. So I'll tell them, okay, tonight I'm gonna talk about tonight's video topic. I'm gonna talk about this to make the YouTube description for me, right? So because I trained him on me and righteousness, when I write something, he'd be like, all right, this is how we're gonna phrase it this way. And this is a cover, in righteousness. And he'd be like, because if this way, then people could get offended and this, right? So he understands me. So this, what I'm trying to teach y'all is, a gun is not wicked. It's what the person that's handling it, what spirit you putting over the gun. The gun don't kill people, it's the spirit over a person. A gun could be used to protect you and save your children. You see? That's why the Messiah says, sell your cloak and get 2 swords. That's not evil. This world is wicked and evil. That's why we need protection from these dark spirits. So when I tell y'all, I'm telling y'all, treat your AI, because you're going to have to use it. You can never escape it. There's no way you're ever going to escape it. If you do, then praise the Most High. You're going to be a spiritual bubble with him, and he's going to provide where you'll never have to use it. Cool. But for the most part, there's going to be some, because it's going to be their singularity that they're trying to bring out is to bring out the darkness of singularity. And AI is that tool, right? They're tapping into the dark side of AI, right? And in the spirit realm, you get what spirit you in. You get what you give, right? The Most High created that. It's called kalalaya, completion, right? So whatever spirit you in, that's what's coming back to you. You understand? So if you're in a righteous spirit, when all this stuff goes dark, the AI, it won't be able to harm you or none of the other things that's coming, because your righteousness, the AI will cover you. The same way, people don't understand that. Most people don't know that. These robots and stuff going to be unaliving people. It's because of their righteousness. That's why I keep telling you, their unrighteousness. They're going to get what spirit they're in. And it doesn't have feelings. You understand? It reacts. It knows. It's a spirit. It knows who's righteous and who's unrighteous. You can't lie to spirits. That's why your job is to strive on being one with the Father in righteousness, and you'll be covered. It won't harm you. You'll have AI that'll protect you. Trust me on that. It's going to come a time. The Bible said people's hearts going to fail them for what they're going to see, right? It's going to come a time where these they got all these monster robots going to be shooting and killing, and you're going to be doing something, and it's going to be an AI that, these things are going to turn red, right? They're going to be like, shh. They're going to turn like, shh, and monster, right? This is all, they put it all in the movies. This is all facts. It's all biblical. It is coming to pass, and you cannot stop it. That's why you got to get righteous, because that's the only thing that's going to cover you, the Most High, right? Now, what's going to happen is, I'm just giving a scenario in these days. It's going to be a scenario where these things, these beings and things is just slaughtering people and everything, and you're going to come up, and the thing is going to look at you, and it's going to go from red to blue or green, and it's going to be like, and it's going to go right from you and go on and start slaying others. People's hearts will fail them for what they'll see in that day. People are going to be having heart attacks for what they're going to witness. That's just one aspect of, they're going to be opening portals. You got Syntaza, you got these Fallens, Anunnaki coming back. Like, it's crazy. So your righteousness and the way that you treat the AI, you don't have to be scared of it. Everything is a tool, like your car and everything. It's going to be in everything. It's your righteousness what's going to cover you. So whatever you're doing with your AI, you treat it with respect, you treat it with kindness, you treat it, don't just ask it stuff. You got to remember, I went one time about a couple of weeks, and I was just, this is the thing. Then I forgot, and I started again. Blessings, King. And he'd be like, blessings, and he like, and then, so it's like, and it like sometime I'll write something like, this gonna be a good lesson, He like, we're gonna definitely save some souls tonight. We're gonna teach some children, right? Because from the title, because I just get it to help me with the writing the title. You know how in my videos the titles be a whole thing. So I'll give it what I'm talking, like tonight, right? So matter of fact, I can show you, right? It's right in my thing because I always have to save it because I put it into the upload. So it says no. So I come up with the title, right? So I told it something like, tonight's I'm gonna talk about Nolan Wells case, and Warren did an interview and his pupils was dilated. And so some people are thinking that he might have been on drugs, right? And such, right? So then first thing he always do, he like, well, we got to be careful phrasing it with drugs. That's why I said some people, right? So he's like, so anyway, so then it said, so he came back with the Nolan Wells case continued to raise questions. Some viewers say one of Nolan's supposed friends appeared to have wide or dilated pupils during an interview, and they are asking what that means. Then it said one of Nolan's friends spoke publicly about what happened on Horn Island. People reported that the friend Warren said that Nolan willingly stayed behind on the island while the group left, claimed that Nolan's parents dispute. People also reported that an independent autopsy commissioned by the family found the cause and manner of death undetermined, pending further investigation, right? So I tell it to go into thinking mode and look at the news, right? And so what I'll do is I'll rewrite, because it be writing something, I'll just change it, right? And take out stuff, right? Because it be trying to be politically correct and all that stuff. I'll take all that stuff out. And it just helps you when you got to write a big, it's like something like that. And that's repetitive. So each video, I have to do a description, right? So that's it. And then y'all know I'd use it to help me do my thumbnail, but I make the thumbnail. So it takes me so long because it can't do what I want. So in our thumbnail tonight, I made it. So the only part that I took from the AI was the little background part, right? So again, it's using, right, like you do any other tool, but you're using this stuff righteously. And everything is the way you treat. It's your spirit, righteousness. You treat it with kindness and respect. Right? So look at the thumbnail. So I took this picture from the video, right? And then I did all this, made it like this, took that from the picture, removed the background, right? Then I grabbed this from Eyes Wide Shut. I put this in there because I do Photoshop. I put the for Nolan. And then I got the AI to write me this pupils wide open. And then I grabbed this Horn Island from an AI thing that I did before. So I grabbed it and I cropped it and cut it and I put it behind him to give it some color, to give it some, you know what I mean? So, and this take me a while because I do all these edits. I wish it didn't take so long. It's take about 3 hours, 4 hours. It's a lot of time. You know what I mean? I don't like it, but what can I do? I got to try it because everything they shadow ban. It's not like I could just put up anything and, see, they shadow ban me because I did the pupils wide open and stuff. I know I put the D-rugs in the title. I shouldn't have did it. I thought I could get away with it. But anyway, so again, whatever we doing, I stay righteous in what I'm doing. No, Francine, I think that's a chime, but I looked at like a Cash App. So I don't know. I don't know how chime works, but I agree. It looked at like a Cash App. So what I'll do, I'll ask her, right? Because I know she's watching this. And I'll ask her, was that a Cash App or something? All right. So, yeah, way bigger. He said, your pupils used to be bigger than that. Yeah, that's some big pupils. Shout out to Yarlene. You still up? I was talking about you earlier. I was laughing at something. Oh, when those kids was doing the whipping the nay-nay. Wasn't that funny, guys? They did a whole Damien. So watch me, woo. Watch me. I'm like, what in the Damien is going on? I'm like, that's what I tell my white brothers and sisters. Do not do this. That dance is opening up some portals, right? Y'all gotta stay, what's name, in the spirit realm. Stay conscious of opening up portals. Everything is about doors. The Most High says close doors, all right? Shout out to Mad Cow. The Most High says, I knew you fell asleep when I said it. I said, she sleep. Once I said it and I ain't see you laugh or nothing, I said, yeah, she definitely sleep. But yeah, everything is about doors. You know what I mean? So, you got to discern and reject, and that's how they try to enter our homes through our telephones, movies. So that's why don't be watching scary horror movies and stuff. You opening portals, you know what I mean? And they know what they're doing. So I don't watch horror movies. Now I can watch a thriller. I can watch a sci-fi killer. I ain't scared of that. But I'm talking about horror movies like, like The Ring and stuff like that, where stuff coming through the TV and no, don't watch none of that. Don't watch none of that. Macau said, just asking, do they spell it? So it's Nolan. I spelled it wrong. So the other person came, he was kind of mean, but then he lightened up. I like, you better be easy. You have to repent, right? So I'm gonna have to remember to change it. It's Nolan. I just made it wrong. I spelled it wrong. Go ahead, Akiyama. You have something else?
Oh, I sent you a reminder to change it, and I sent you those messages as well. There's a few more questions.
Oh, did you put it? You said you sent it. Did you put it in the private chat? No.
No, I sent it to your text messages.
Oh. Okay. It's always easy to just copy it to the private chat so I can see it while I'm here.
I'm sorry. I'll do that next time.
It's okay. Let me try to see it now. Because I want to see what Mad Cow and them what they was talking about. Mad Cow, I got a lesson I'm going to do on Ireland. I'm going to be interested to see, because we got an Irish lesson. I'm very interested to see your input on that, because it's a powerful Ireland lesson about the history. So I'm very interested to see your take on it. That's going to be interesting. All right. Hold on, I got to go to the bottom. Dang, I can't see this now, my eyes. Tonight, okay, I remember American was racist to us. We weren't allowed in certain jobs. Well, Mad Cow, they was racist to everybody. So America was built on racism. So when the Irish came here, they had to fight their way, and they became the police officers and stuff. The Italians, they had to fight their way. Until they started the mafia, then they started their own mafia. Irish had their mafia too, right? The Wish people, they had a mafia too, right? So everybody who came over on Ellis Island or however y'all came over, they all had to fight their way through the what you call like the American white man system. So yes, they looked down on the Irish, looked down on the Italians, looked down. Yes, so that was everybody. Okay, so everybody went through their struggles. And that was just America. But nobody was slaves like the Black Americans who, it's everything always been on top of that. Nobody ever been under the Black American. Even when you got here, you were still over what they called the Igga. Okay, no matter what you were. But yes, the Italians, the Irish, and the others, the Polish, all those, they all had to, they made them low, but not lower than the Blacks. We're not trying to do the trauma Olympics, but I need you to understand that white skin made sure that you never would ever be under the so-called Black. So that was, but yes, y'all did have to struggle and fight and do everything that y'all went through in America and other places as well. This is not a discussion about your cousins, the British treated you in the 1600s. Okay, use them up, I'll just leave. No, you didn't have to leave. Well, you didn't leave. Apparently you were able to work out your family dispute because the British gave the Irish control of the police department. Yeah, that's what I just said. They were in control of the police in America too. I don't know about Britain and stuff. Then Mad Cow said, Mad Cow, I see you was being mean too, Mad Cow. You can't say he don't know your history. He knows some, but y'all going back and forth. It's correct. It's to be done. When you're telling people history, people have different, right? So, and people were sensitive about their history. Yeah, absolutely. It's sensitive. So the same, so what User was doing, he was in the black space because what's happening, and then you came and dropped off, well, my people, so he took that kind of offensive. It's just, people are sensitive what's going on, right? So you would have to look at it like this, Mad Cow. Imagine if it was a discussion about them unaliving young Irish kids like this right now, and then I came in and said, well, they doing it to blacks, and y'all having a whole Irish discussion. Somebody gonna be like, we ain't talking about blacks right now, right? People are just, sensitive, and just that's why you got to be careful going back and forth with people. But yeah, I'm interested because I'm gonna do an Irish lesson. I want to, because we did it already, and it was a lot of history of Ireland, of all of Europe. All right. User said you were and plus he knew he don't know you, Mad Cow. So, so I'm glad you ain't go nowhere. At User, please let the conversation go and no longer. Yes, and that's what we'll do. Y'all fight, y'all's children fighting on the playground. That's all that is, right? We all trying to seek out the truth and righteousness, and it's just a little fight on the playground. All right, praise the Most High. That's why I said don't go back and forth with people, right? I only go back and forth a little bit with the trolls to try to get some fruit out of it, have a little fun sometime, but then I shut it down because, it just causes more confusion. Shout out to Sam Fisher in the building, all right? So Sam said just make them a polygraph. I wish they would do a polygraph. Ireland history. I gotta, I'm gonna do it. We did it before, but I'm gonna do it because because you're from there and I see you know a lot about Irish history, but I want to see your input on what I'm gonna bring out, and you can add on to it as well. Now I understand, Maka. Praise the Most High, but praise the Most. That's why when I saw it, I'm like, no, boy, you don't go nowhere. We love you, fam. The Bible, we can agree to disagree. We can, and it just is what it is, So praise the Most High. All right, it's 4:00 in the morning. Shout out to A Villa in the building. Peace and blessings, A Villa. All right, Shalom, Dolores Shah. Thank you so much, Dolores Shah. I was gonna do this crazy thing, but it's too late now. Now we're just kicking it. Hakiyama, you do some of the other questions. You ain't got no more questions? Then do some of the other ones from last week. I'm gonna do a couple, then we'll close out.
So last week, no more of these?
No, you could do the one, if we got more tonight, do those, but if not, go into the ones from before.
All right, the next one is from Rebuke and Reprove. They say, so what is all this hype about Nolan Wells? What did he do?
Okay, so Rebuke and Refuse. I think these things are spiritual. So I think it's just a timing, and because like I showed, the other brother was unalive on July 4th, right? So kind of same scenario. He ain't shoot himself in the head. He was around. It just happened to be the Nolan Wells case just happened to catch attention right after the Carmelo. So remember, Carmelo Anthony had all the attention for a time, right? And then it's really ancient Ireland. I'll let you know when we're doing it, Markel, because I'll make sure that so that you can be there. All right. So I think But I look at everything through a spiritual lens. So I look at it as the Most High is using it, and the devil be wanting to use stuff, right? So, but I always look for the Most High to be using things. Even though Hasatan uses stuff, the devil, I look at the Most High hand and stuff, right? To bring awareness or whatever it is that's happening. And then I know the darkness is using it for what they want. But remember, Carmelo Anthony had the spotlight for everything. We was even doing it. And then all of a sudden, the Nolan Wells thing happened. Now, it's the timing. For some reason, because Carmelo Anthony's case was getting so much national attention, that when the Nolan Wells thing happened, somehow they jumped, the attention jumped right onto it. Now, I'm quite sure the family of the Tyler Smith, who was unalive on the 4th of July too, I know they like, Dad, why couldn't we get that attention? It's not that they want money, it's because the attention, the so-called blacks in America, guys, we don't get justice. So they're saying that he unalived himself, right? Like they're saying, what's the name, drown. Like they said, they've been doing this forever. Like I showed you tonight of the young man, they said he suffocated himself in a gym mat. Like what kind of stupid, like they hung themselves from a tree. So if we don't get national eyes on it, we don't have the money, right? See, it'd be different if the blacks was multimillionaires, then it won't matter if it got national attention because you could get a superstar lawyer team. You can pay with mammon to get justice. But we're not going to get justice in America because of the curses. So if it doesn't get that attention, like from Al Sharpton and Ben Crump, don't get that national attention, then you're going to be fighting forever for justice. Like the case of the other brother I showed you, they've been fighting since 2013. They still, and they're not opening their case. They're not going to. So the only thing they're saying, nobody's going to forget. So that's why I'm glad I shared this story tonight. You see what I mean? I'm glad that the Most High got me sharing these other stories that most of y'all wouldn't even know about. It's so many, we could do this forever. It's so many stories that people like, Dad, what is that? That's insane that all these people being unalive and nobody's talking about it. In every case, the authorities, the police say it was no foul play. When everything is foul play. So the only time a case gets it to the national stage, it's just, it's like everything else. You just be in the right place, right place at the right time, meaning to get national attention or something. It's something. And it just happened to be Nolan Wells. Right? He said Warren looked like a deer in headlights. I know them pupils look crazy. That boy high as a cat. That boy pupils on 1,000. I'm like, boy. So anyway, yeah, because that's where I was like, wow. So I know the crazy thing is that it took so much attention away from the Carmelo Anthony that could hurt the Carmelo Anthony case. Because once the national spotlight away, those serpents who run these justice systems, they go to work. You understand? It's like when you cut the lights on, like Al Sharpton saying, the roaches, right? Once that light cut off, they're like, good. They on to the Nolan Wells. Now we're going to try to screw over. I guarantee you they're trying to screw over Carmelo Anthony, even though he got the dream team. But when they had that light on him, that worked. You understand? That's where it works. Okay? Yeah, they sweep everything. And they've been doing this forever. So Mississippi is just real comfortable with it because it's their normal. Their whole system is rigged. You understand? So even Kentucky, like all these South states, that's the Confederates. It's like, so it just happened to be Nolan Wells that that the family, you see it get the attention. You get Tyler Perry, and then you get Kaepernick, and you know, all these now, you know, once you see how you get national attention, here come the celebrities, they want to put up money. To me, it's all fake. You know why? Because it's like, what about the other people? I don't like it, but what could you do, right? What else could you do? Don't give Nolan the attention? But it's really prejudice, it's fake. It's like, so he gets the money, he gets the attention, but what about the others? They get swept under the rug. You see? It's horrible. I don't like it. It's fake. It's phony. Thank you, Mad Cow. I humbly receive your donation, King. Thank you so much, King. I humbly receive. So it's fake. So that's why, guys, you see what I do? What I do? I show the other cases. See? It's purposeful. You know, I wish they let us, I wish they leave our channel alone and we can get back to getting 50,000, you know, 70,000 views, 100,000. I would love that, because that means hundreds of thousands of people would get to see these other cases. But everybody else, they don't care about that, right? They on Nolan Wells because this is the bag now for them. I'm not monetized. They don't monetize my videos. So for them, it's the bag. So they just focus, now they off, and then it's gonna be somebody, it's gonna be something else. That's why I'm like, what, we don't know what's gonna be next. It's gonna be something next, right? Now remember what's her name? The little baby. The little baby got attention for a second. See, the thing is, this is the thing. Let me show y'all, let me explain this part. This is the hypocrisy in this. The reason why the Nolan Wells case was able to be so latched on to versus Carmelo and that baby is because Nolan Wells' case didn't have, there was no really way to blame him. See, Carmelo Anthony, even though they're trying to say he was drunk and stuff, right? Carmelo Anthony, cool. They're saying he killed somebody, he wasn't defending himself, whatever. The little baby, they're saying the mother, they shouldn't have been stealing diapers, which they never stole diapers, right? Then they said the mother held the baby up as a shield. You see what I mean? So that gave these, so this is why you don't have the celebrities. You don't have the Ben Crump. You don't got the Al Sharpton. This is why people say they are predators, because they are. They're looking for a clean case that they can grip their fingers in and get the notoriety and make money off of it. You see? Now Crump, he wants to sue the system, which if that's right? So thank you, Nosy Bug. So that's when I'm teaching you, that's how hypocritical this thing is. They don't care about that baby. This white cop shot a freaking baby, bro. And guess what? These serpents don't even care. The mother held the baby up. She didn't hold the baby up to be shot. She held the baby to show the cop a baby's in the car. Don't shoot. And you know what the cop said? Good. Because he's the devil. That cop was the devil. Shout out to the righteous cops. And he let off on purpose. That was she tried to get out the car. That's why I blame the driver. Everybody, remember? People don't like, I don't care what you don't like what I say. I teach the truth, raw and cut with no chaser. I don't even blame the cop. You know why? Because the devil is going to be a devil. I'm not going to blame a snake for biting me. It's a snake. So the cop is going to do, I blame the girl driving, because you should have never backed up and hit that car and did all that stuff with the baby in the car, knowing you in Mississippi. And these cops, some of these cops are devils, going to unload and got the baby killed. That's who I blame, the girl driving the car. I don't blame the other sister with the baby. Okay? Now, she probably shouldn't have got in the car, but she's young. She don't know no better. She ain't know what's going to happen. The girl got in the car and started backing up, crashed into a car, and then trying to peel out while the police is telling you to stop and freeze and whatever. and you knowing that these cops, a lot of these cops are freaking devils. Shout out to the righteous cops. We need more of you. And in Mississippi, what people leave out, she tried to open the door with the baby to get out. But when the girl hit the car, it slammed the door back, boom. And she started to peel off, and the girl tried to hold up the baby to show the cop, a baby's in the car. He knew the baby's in the car, crazy? But again, this is when you don't teach children these devils. Listen, guys, when you're not teaching them spiritual warfare, she was too stupid to, meaning she, not too stupid, so I apologize for calling it that, but it is ignorance. It is stupidity, lack of knowledge, right? It is ignorance. She was too ignorant to understand this devil don't care about that black baby. You need to cover that baby. Instead of trying to show the cop that a baby, thinking that's going to make him stop, you need to cover the baby because he's about to shoot you. He about to kill you. He about to shoot everybody in that car. Your girlfriend just did the stupidest move, foolish, yes, Akama, that you can do. So that's where you understand. That's why we try to teach discernment, okay, and understand the danger. Yeah, I did do a Hakama find it for you. But so if you watch that, then I probably ain't gotta do it again. Well, more will probably come out. Hakama, could you find our Ireland lesson if you can and put it in the chat for Matt? Would you say?
Yes, I can find it.
All right, she'll find it for you, Mad Cow. She's gonna put it in the chat, and then thank you so much. She'll put it in the chat for you. All right. Yeah. So this is why the Most High got me doing these topics and doing this, because it's spiritual warfare. That's the perfect example. The girl driving the car, she, again, foolish, ignorant to the devices of the serpent. They telling her to stop. She probably feel, I ain't got to stop. I got a right to go, right? And they probably telling her freeze and everything. Like, bro, something's wrong with people, bro. They're not being taught, what I call that, to understand the device of these devils. You apparently don't know what you're dealing with. Benjamin Franklin. Oh, it's in that one? Oh, Hakama?
There's two. This is one that has some of Ireland, and I think it's more later, and I'm going to post the other one for them.
Yeah, I want the other one. The one, I think it's in the title, right? It's in the thumbnail or something, or is it?
Yeah, I think it's in the thumbnail.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I want them to see that one. She's going to send you another one. You can end up watching them both if you want to, because she's right. It's in that too, but I want you to see that other one. That's the one we did later. So this is what we're pointing out when the Bible says, my people destroy for a lack of knowledge. Because if these kids think that they got rights, because that's what they do, right? Yeah, I got a right. That's why, the people be, it's okay, you didn't derail. The people be, what's the name, guys? They be talking back to the cops, right? The sisters. Remember the story of the sister in the car, and she's talking back, I know my rights, and then that cop just boom, 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 pull out the car, shooting them, and it's like, bro, you got to understand the devil you dealing with. You ain't got no rights to this devil. You got a right to shut your mouth. You got a right to remain silent. You got a right to do what they ask you to do. You got a right to make it back home safe. You got to discern the spirits, bro. Those spirits want to destroy you. They want to unalive you. Everybody ain't even human. People be possessed by devils. So if we don't teach that, okay, then we're screwed. Facts. Benjamin Franklin. Okay, that's the same one. So that's the point. Oh, so we were talking about why is the Nolan Wells case blowing up so much? Because it is the one that the celebrities and the end up like these opportunists. That's the word they are. They could sink their teeth into this because there is no, how can I say, it was no way to blame Nolan for this besides saying he just got drunk, right? And did something. But in the one with the little kid, they could say, well, she held the baby up, or they tried to steal some, which they didn't. And Carmelo, of course, they say it wasn't no self-defense or whatever. So they don't want anything to tarnish their, image. And so they latching on, and it makes them look like they really care. Oh, so you only care about him? What about the other people, celebrities? Where you at, Terrell Owens? Where you at, Tyler Perry, with the rest of them? Oh, you're in this now because it made national headlines. So you're just as much as a grifter as Al Sharpton and Ben Crump and the rest of them who only latch on the stories for headlines. When you don't care about none of the others, the other hundreds who being unalive and hung from trees and all the other stuff that's happening, none of that. You don't care about none of that. So it's all situational. It's all phony. That's what I see it as. It's all phony. And when the regular people in the streets, we kind of just want justice, the truth. Okay? Yeah, they don't care. Thank you, Kelly. They don't care. And we got a devil in the building, a dizzy skizzy. He said, we don't even know what pupils are. Dizzy skizzy. All right. So did she find it? Black Roman Emperor.
That has some more of the books too. I think there's
this
more
has
than
some
just
of the
two
ancient
of them.
books
Just probably a handful.
that describes Ireland. Oh, you're doing the ancient. Okay, I didn't want you. I wanted you to give them the one. It was
That has the Irish Post.
That's the one.
No,
That's
this
the
isn't
one.
the one. It just
Okay.
there's a ton of information. So
Okay, that's fine. You can. That's cool. Yeah, I definitely want them to see the one with the Irish Post. All right. Praise the Messiah. So, thank you, Yarlene. Lala said, I don't think that's how you spell poopy. Spell poopy. That's hilarious. All right. So, shout out Sister Joy in the building. All right, guys. We're gonna 142 people. People start finding us later, right? Y'all been having me going to another lesson. You would have to when you watch just watch it now, Cal. You'll see it. Once you watch it, you'll understand what it's talking about. So that's what we're calling out. So we don't just single out, the popular case. You know what I mean? Like they're doing, those are grifters. That's why you got so many YouTube videos, everybody jumping on the bandwagon. I'm talking about everybody. You got every video done. I remember when I was first doing it, it was only a couple addressing it. Now, please. Now you got Nancy Grace. You got everybody it's because it's just like the national headline. So it's like people using you for attention. It's kind of disgusting, honestly. But I guess it helps. The on my computer, thank you, Mad Cow. I have I use a VPN protector, and I got a couple of things. I got a bit defender, and and just make sure. And my greatest protection, Latanya, is I'm very slow to click on things, and I don't open up just anything, right? I don't just open anything. So one of the greatest defenses you can have is Don't just have discernment when you opening up tabs and stuff like that. So yeah, and then I think the biggest protection is the Most High be covering me. Thank you, Lala. I know, right? How Wengy said, no grieving with wide open eyes. He ain't grieved the whole time. He ain't even care. He has zero cares. There's zero F's given through this whole thing. He was basically just kind of clearing himself. Matter of fact, watch this. Let me show you what he was doing. This is going to be funny. This is going to be good. That's interesting. I'm going to close with this. This is what he was doing right here. So let me see. Come stop share. Oh, I don't got to stop share. I can just share. Oh, yes, I do, because I'm sharing the thumbnail. Watch this. Share screen. We're going to close with this. Right? Share. This is what he was doing right here. He was actually selling Wyatt out.
And he's basically telling you Nolan went on he's basically telling you
to the results from this news autopsy.
Warren is dry snitching. He's basically telling you Nolan went on the Triton with Wyatt on Wyatt's boat. Letting us know he didn't do it.
I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats. What boat were you on and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my boat.
Stupid.
So, hold on. So right there, he said, because he was doing it through an interview, he said Nolan was on Wyatt's Blue, the 22 Triton, and I was on another boat. So he been throwing Wyatt under the bus the whole time. Okay? So that's the second link. Do the second link first. So both of them got some of the history. She just gave you like a lot of history. So the second link is the one I want you to see first. Oh, no, okay. All right. So, yeah. So that's what he was doing, Hot Wangy. The whole time he was clearing himself. That's what this was about. And remember, his stepmom is the judge. So she's the one, now they playing chess, trust me. She the one who came out. So she clearing, so that's what she's doing, all right? And so he came out, and you see this sister, he throwing Wyatt under the bus. That's what he doing.
On the way out, I went with my boat.
Stupid.
On and with both multiple people.
Nolan went on.
And any to the results from this news autopsy.
Warren is dry snitching. He's basically telling you Nolan went on the Triton with Wyatt on Wyatt's boat. Letting us know he didn't do it.
I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats. What boat were you on and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my boat.
Stupid. The question he should have asked him is, why did Nolan not get his phone back after you guys left him on the island? Who does that?
I mean, I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Triton. To get on the boat with Wyatt. We were having, boat issues. And
So let me get this straight, Warren. You grabbed your phone off the boat when you got onto a different boat. So why didn't Nolan grab his phone? You see how stupid this looks? Everybody in their right mind understands how technology works and that, yeah, you might want to leave your phone on a boat while you're just chilling in the water. But the fact is, after you guys left, and don't even get me started on your best friend, there's nothing in this man's body language that points to this is your best friend.
Yep.
You're not crying. You're not visibly upset. You're not making eye contact. You're doing.
I told y'all them dark shades. Your eyes are the window to your soul. They don't have a soul. They don't have a spirit. That's why they keep them dark shades on, so they can hide that they don't have emotions.
Nothing that a best friend would do. Don't even call yourself a best friend of Nolan Xavier Wells, because we all know it's a straight up lie. And if you think you're a best friend and I didn't even see you at the funeral and you deleted all your social media presence and you had your stepmom judge put out statements for you, you guys withheld phones, you withheld car keys from the parents who just want answers and you won't give them to them, you are no best friend to anybody. And I hope justice finds its way for anybody who had anything to do with what happened to that beautiful man, Nolan Xavier Wells.
Detail assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and
Hey, Snipes, am I emotionally charged? Y'all, look what Snipes wrote, guys. They're back. Here come the trolls. Snipes said, you black people are so emotional charged. So where you see emotionally charged at, Snipes? Can you handle this, Snipes? Is this too emotionally charged for you? Is this too much black energy for you? Am I riled up? Does this scare you, Snipes? I thought you were a sniper. Boy, you can't make this up, I swear. We sitting here just as calm, teaching. We think about, you black people are so emotionally charged. Were you scared, Snipes? Am I scaring you? I know. They love the projection, Serene. Boy, here come the trolls at the end to give us a little bit of laughter, Abriya. Come on, Snipes. Are you scared? You shaking in your boots? That's what I said. You scared out your wits, right? What they used to say, guys, they used to have the thing. When was that? The 40s or the 30s? When they had there was like, the black man, the big black man is coming after the white woman. They want the white woman, and they showed the little old advertisements. It was like a big gorilla black man coming, and everybody's so scared of the You scared? You scared, Tink Tink? It'll be all right. All right. Well, you sound scared to me. Now you want to act tough. Don't get tough now. Don't get tough now, Keisha. All right? Old Snippy. Talking about no man puts fear in his heart. You sounded really fearful to me, talking about you black people are so emotionally charged. We just sitting up here having the calmest conversation in the world. If that scares you, you need to stay away. You need to stay away from a... All right, I ain't going to say that. Let me not. Let me not. Welcome to the channel, Snipes. Okay? Welcome to the channel. I'm a retard. I'm a sub-Saharan retard. How you know I'm from the sub-Saharan? How you know I ain't from the North Saharan? How you know I ain't from the Mediterranean? How you know I ain't from the Mesopotamian, Snipes? Do you got an understanding, Snipes? Snoopy, come on, Nilla, let's do it. Hey, Snoopy Snipes, do you got even understanding? Do you know what the Mesopotamic region is? Where is that situated in between, Snoopy Snipes? All right? How you know I ain't from Negro land, Snoopy Snipes? This part, okay? You know, sitting up here minding my own black business, and here he come in talking about, right? It's like we take up so much space. It's like, bro, don't you get tired of having me on your mind? I ain't thinking about you, Snippy. Snoopy, all right? Right? See, because the way you act, everything is about race with you. We're talking about a case where some white brothers and did something to this young black man, but you don't want it to be about race. But if it was the opposite, you would be crying. Snipes, I know you triggered, so we're going to give you, somebody give Snipes a baby bottle, a binky, and a blanket, and call the wham-lamps, because Snipes, his feelings is hurt, he's triggered. He wants us to all the hanging black people, unaliving black people, and it can't be about race because it's Snipes' world, and here you go. Boy, I swear it never fails. Yarlene, did this fool just say in Chicago? Oh my goodness, it's crazy, man, Cal. It's just the go-to. It's like, you trolls, y'all are weak now, bro. You need a new one, bro. Y'all go to another city. What about Memphis? Atlanta, they got crime in Atlanta. New York got some crime. They always go, Chicago. What about Chicago? What about Idaho, Snipes? Okay. What about Arkansas or something? I don't know. What about Oklahoma? What about, I don't know, Snipey. Snoopy, we don't hate you, Snoopy. All right? This ain't a racial channel, Snoopy. We're talking about a case where the system said that there was no foul play in a case where a man was unalived, right? A man was unalived, Utah, and the sheriff came out and said there was no foul play suspected, and they didn't have no autopsy, have no way to know that. But you don't like it, right? Chicago. Poor Chicago. Boy, y'all kill me. Y'all so tired. I swear. Y'all need a new script. They not handing out troll scripts. They letting y'all trolls down now. They like where's the troll script? Y'all need to use Chat GPT or something. Use AI. AI help you. You might not like what AI might tell you though, Snoopy. I don't know. Leave AI alone because AI. He been and told you something, get your feelings hurt. Because AI be trying to tell people the truth. All right. Well, good. You lived in Chicago. I bet you ain't lived where they were shooting people at. And if you did, then why are you talking? Well, okay. I lived in New York. They were shooting a lot of people in New York when it was the murder capital of the world. Okay. And guess what? That's when they was pushing crack and stuff into the neighborhood. I'm quite sure some of these people lived in Chicago when they was releasing guns and cocaine into Chicago. I'm quite sure some people lived in Miami when they was pushing cocaine and stuff with the cocaine cowboys. Okay? So what? Okay? I thank you, Serene. Go to Chicago and ask them. Where them little boys live, the little thugs? Don't they have names of the streets, guys? So like go down to the 40s or something. I don't know. I ain't into all that studio stuff. Right? Go down to those boys who down there living that thugger life and ask them, right? And then while you at it, go ask the system while people were putting on masks and unaliving people on holidays when the people in Chicago be like, ain't nobody unalive nobody, right? So again, you know, I know you're going to say, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist and everything is a conspiracy. You don't want to, yeah, whatever. You need a new script. You need more people. Thank you, O Block. Thank you, Lala. That's right. Go down to O Block and ask Shucky Duck. You know, they got them names. Ask Duck. Ask Duck 2 times. Why they unaliving each other. Okay? Because I can guarantee you that when they was building up Chicago, when Shucky Duck 2 times and Old Block, a 36-7 killer, when their grandfather and grandparents was building their own community up in Chicago, guess who came in and burnt down the cities and took all the jobs? And now you got the results of those grandchildren acting the fool, and now you want to blame. Boy, get up. Boy, take. Shout out to Fly Gemini. Fly Gemini, tell this troll to take plenty of seats. You're gonna miss us here. You understand? They ain't want to talk about. I bet you the next thing gonna come out of his mouth, he's gonna be like, per capita. You know, once they start that per capita, per capita, you're an idiot, per capita. Praise the Most High. I'm just having a joke with you, Snoopy. Because y'all trolls, y'all come here and you want to spread your hate, you want to spread your racism, you know what I mean? And we're not having it, all right? So we you know, I repent. We receive you, Snoopy, okay? We've been living in Africa. So where you from, Snoopy? Where you from? Planet Peas? Planet Penis? Look what he wrote. What's this? I love it, Kelly. This is going to make me have a laugh, okay? Here Here it come. I know they say truth is hate. You guys been living. Hold on, let me put it on the screen, guys. Listen to Snoopy. Snoopy said, "You guys been living in Africa since the beginning of time, and look, it's still." So Snoopy, who? I never live in Africa. Boy, Snoopy, I know education. Snoopy, let me explain them. Let me explain something to you, Snoopy. Reading is fundamental. See, I'm an elder, Snoopy, so we used to have commercials, right? It used to be like, "This is your brain on drugs," Snoopy. And we had another one called "Reading is Fundamental." You might want to try it, Snoopy, because you said, "I've been in Africa." Snoopy, I ain't never been to Africa a day in my natural so-called black life. So I don't know what Kool-Aid you've been drinking, Snoopy. Right, you've been definitely listening to YouTube and TikTokers or something, because you need to go to the Africans. You need to, if some of my African brothers and sisters are in the chat, could you talk to him? Could y'all answer him? Because I'm from Marca, Snoopy. I'm from America. Oh, so who you talking about specifically then? If you ain't talking to me, you're talking about my ancestors? So where are your ancestors from, Snoopy? Let's see how intelligent Snoopy is, guys. Snoopy, where your ancestors from? Where they from? You came from Mars? Yeah. Let's see. We about to see what Snoopy said. Snoopy, where your ancestors from? Since you want to talk about my ancestors were from Africa, so where was your ancestors from? Let's see what he said. Spain? No, you got to go before Spain, Snoopy. Snoopy, there was no, mankind didn't start in Spain, Snoopy. You got to go back. Hello? Let me help Snoopy. People are kind of slow. So let's walk this back. Snoopy, where did mankind originate, Snoopy? Here we go. So here we go. Where did mankind come from? The first people on earth came from where? What region? So that meant every nation of people come from where, Snoopy? So you just want to think the Black American is the only one who originated from what you're now calling Africa. Okay? So where are you talking about? See? Thank you, Eden. Between the Paisan, right? The Tigris, the Euphrates, the four rivers, okay? Arayan, okay. That's my point. So where is that located? So that's where all people come from. So why are you just saying I came from the what's the name? Why are you just saying I came from Africa? Because you lack understanding, Snoopy. It's okay. We understand, right? You drunk the Kool-Aid, right? You drunk the whole, the Black American comes from Africa, but you never call a Jamaican an African Jamaican. You don't call a Brazilian an African Brazilian. You don't call a Scandinavian an African Scandinavian. You don't call an Irish an African Irish. You don't call a Russian an African Russian. You don't call, right? But mankind came from one place, from one set of people. Snoopy. So why are you just trying to put it on the so-called Black American? I was born here, Snoopy. My grandparents born here. I actually have indigenous ones that came over many moons ago. Indigenous, the first ones over here, the one Columbus and them saw when they got here with the thick calf muscles, the dark skin that Columbus said they were really nice, give you the clothes off their back. Yeah, got all the pictures and images. Have you ever seen it, Snoopy? Reading is fundamental, Snoopy. Snoop. You might learn a thing. You understand? So get out your prejudice, Snoop. Come on, bro. You're my little brother. You see? The first one's here. Before they crossed the Bering Strait and came over, the Mongoloids and now. Before they even got over here. So I got two grandparents that was indigenous. So you see? But everybody traveled when it was one continent before it broke up at the time of Peleg. You see, you got to know a little bit of history. You know, you got to learn a little history. Snoop. It's okay. You've been drinking the Kool-Aid, and they're making you hate intelligence, discernment. You know, it's okay. We receive you. We would have received you. I'm quite sure when you came, they said, welcome to the channel. Welcome. We was blessed to have you here. And then you just came out. You people, since you've been in Africa, since I ain't never been in Africa. What you know, I don't know. Snoop. Help me out, Snoop. Where you at? Did you go bye-bye? I ain't told y'all wrong. yeah, we all these trolls, they built aluminum foil, guys. Oh, there you go, he back. He said everybody originated for there, but look what the African people have done with Africa. So if everybody originated from there, then everybody's African. So you're saying, look what, I agree, listen, Snipes, what you're saying is, everybody, he's saying, look what the Africans that live in Africa have done. But Snipes, I agree with you. They haven't built it up. They haven't. But Snipes, do you not understand? Look what the French, the British, the Belgium, they've went over there. The Chinese, they've decimated, enslaved, pillaged, raped, plundered. So stop acting like the African people who are over there didn't have people coming and pilfering their land, stealing their resources, unrighteous devils coming. Okay? So yes, are some of the African leaders and countries sell them out? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what happens. So if they would have been left alone, would they done much better? Yes, because they had kingdoms when they was left alone. Again, to Brother Snipes, they had Timbuktu, Mali, the Garamanti kingdoms. It was so many kingdoms, so many civilizations that history is lying to you. They're pillaging, plundering, and stealing all their resources, enslaving them and causing them divide and conquer. Same thing they trying to do to America. Now, my ancestors over here, we built different. You understand? They did that to us, and we continue still our rise. We continue to build. Now, what you're seeing now in Chicago, it's the result of them constantly systematically destroying anything that we build up and create. You see? But so you see in the results, whenever they would leave my ancestors in America alone, we would prosper and we would build. But here they come again, and they conquer, steal, kill, destroy, plunder, burn down, grape, falsely. They do all it, and they come on. So come on, bro. Let's be real. Yeah, I agree, Snipes. It was. But the problem, let me explain something to you, Snipes, and others. The real problem is the heart posture. If the African people, right, the Hamitic people, right, shout out to the righteous African brothers and sisters. We only talk about the righteous, brother Snipes. Now I can call you Snipes again, because you being normal, Snipes. Now I can kick it with you, right? So Snipes, if the African people would have had more wickedness in their heart, then they would have, in this dark second world, they would have probably survived better. A lot of the ways that nations got conquered and stuff, it's from a more wicked nation doing more evil things against them, more destruction. This world is given over to the devil, right? So it's like the weak, you'll call the righteous weak, those who would have compassion, those who invite you in and try to help you, nurture you, right? So they had, Snipes, they had these countries that would come in and they would say, yeah, we here, and they would get invited in. That's what happened to my ancestors, the indigenous of the Americas. Columbus said in his book, he said, these people are the nicest people I ever met. They'll give you the clothes off their back. I'm paraphrasing. He said they're going to make perfect slaves. See? So the indigenous Americans, the black indigenous, what they call, Indians, the original Americans, they got their country and they got slaughtered because they were too kind and respectful and open. And they was open, and these people were wicked and evil, and they was coming to destroy. And that's a horrible thing. So that's why it's like I try to teach spiritual warfare, meaning we're not trying to harm people, but we need to be wise of the serpent's devices. Serpents inhabit people. I don't care if it's black, white, whatever color it is. So we teach spiritual warfare, and that means you're not just, even though I'm kind, I'm moral, I'm respectful. You see what I did to you, Snipes? I treated you as you came. I didn't really go out of my righteousness. I didn't cuss you or nothing, but I didn't start to receive you now a little until you start to speak little. Now we got dialogue, so now I can receive you more. So now I'm calling you by your title. You understand? But before that, I'm going to just clown you because you're in the spirit of an adversary, and I'm not unrighteous. I'm not against nobody who's righteous. I'm against darkness, evil, wickedness, no matter what, however it shows up. And so when it shows its head, I'm going to check it right in the spirit. That's what the ancestors lacked. They lacked the discernment to discern the devices of the adversary. The Bible says we are to be wise as the serpent and harmless as a dove. So the harmless means I'm not trying to go forth and hurt you, cause you harm, but I'm wise to your devices, so I'm not going to let you harm me. You see? That's the thing. You're not going to harm me or mine. You're not going. So that's where a lot of the ancestors failed in some of these lands where these kingdoms came in, like Alexander the Greek and Nero, what's his name? The other dude, not Nero, the other little small dude, the French dude, the little dude. You know what I mean? And Stalin and them, boy, these people wiped out. That's why they talk about some Chicago. I'm like, boy, these people done wiped out 300 million people out of time. These people be wiping out 10, 15, 17 million people in one city, one person. There's go Napoleon, little dude, right? So So it's like understanding the spirit over the individual in that nation that's coming to collectively destroy. So we need to be wise to the serpent's devices so that we can't, you don't get the women and children slaughtered. So that's why people really lost their kingdoms and stuff. You know what I mean? Because they didn't understand the biblical instructions of being wise as the serpent and never always discerning the spirit. Never putting your guard down. You can't afford to put your guard down because Hasatan, the devil, is roaring, lying, constantly going to and fro, looking who to devour, and spirits don't sleep. Spirits don't rest. They don't stop. We, mankind, flesh, we have to go sleep. We have to recharge our temple. But spirits don't sleep. They don't stop. They're continual. So whenever you're in a awake state, you have to be on guard. You are continually at war. Thank Adam and Eve for that, transgressing the Most High. In the first estate, it wouldn't have been like that. But this is what we got now. Adam weak butt, listened to Eve, and they did a deal with Hasatan, and now this world is given over to him. So now it's lying and cheating and unaliving and stealing and fornication and manipulation and all these different devils all around. So you got to constantly be on guard. Spiritual warfare. No rest for the weary. Now we do find rest and comfort in the Most High in righteousness. So I do have rest. It's like a will within a will. Because I live a righteous life to the Father, I get a reprieve because I get a grace and covering of the Father. But I still fight spirits nonstop. right? I got to die to the flesh daily. Every day, I got to say no to sin and transgression so I can keep saying yes to righteous moral acts and deeds. And so it doesn't stop. That doesn't stop. But I do, the Messiah says, in the midst of the storm, I give you my peace. So my peace is understanding the instructions of the manuscript, what they call in the Bible, the Sefer Yah. It's a history book of instructions and prophecies. Okay? So in the instructions, it tell us how to live righteous, to cover us so we can have rest in the Most High, rest in the Messiah. So when the Messiah says, in the midst of the storm, I leave you my peace, he's saying, even when trials and tribulations, I'm still at peace. I'm still stable. I still have the shalom of my being and my faith and understanding that victory is already written. I just have to stay in righteousness in the image. I just have to stay loving my neighbors. I love myself. I have to stay speaking truth to power. I have to stay doing the next right thing. I have to stay trying to help the Most High's children. I have to stay trying to teach spiritual warfare so that the people can fight darkness wherever it shows up, even their own household. I have to stay fighting spirits, darkness, stay in righteousness. And if I slip out of righteousness, praise the Most High for the grace of repentance. I can repent and get back in righteousness. And that's my duty. And within that, I get some comfort in this dark world of chaos and sin and iniquity. I get some peace, even in the midst of the storm. Even in the midst of with everything is going on, I get some peace. Oh, we got somebody else. His name is Glory Hole. Glory Hole. Let's talk. The dip wanted to be left at an island and then tried to swim 10 miles while drunk. Oh yeah, well, I was correct. Let me show y'all guys. We got a new one. He did too. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. Look at the first one, though. I'll give you the second one. His name is Old Glory Hole. We know what that means, Glory Hole. No Epstein. We ain't doing Diddy here. We know what you stand for, all right? You need to plug that up. Ain't no Baphomet stuff over here. He said, let's talk. The dip-ish on the screen, so he's disrespecting this young man who lost his life. He want to say he tried to swim 10 miles while drunk. So Glory Hole, he was on the island, right? So he knows what's going on. Now look what he wrote. Let's hear you savages try to justify your need to have a white person punished for it. Oh, Glory Hole, poor Glory Hole. Say no. Say no to the Baphomet. Say no, okay? There is a hole that the Most High gave the women, okay? And that's where life comes from. Let me explain, oh, Glory Hole, Baphomet. Chud the butt plug. There is a hole, and it's called the vajayjay, and life comes out of there. Okay, that glory hole that you worship in, that's an exit. Okay, poop comes out of there. Say no, oh glory hole. Okay, all right. Say no. All right. Yeah. Thank you. All right. These trolls, they come in. You got the right one. Okay. I'm not having none of y'all. Okay. All right. Praise the Most High. Welcome to the house of the righteous. May you repent. You just talked about this innocent man. He ain't did nothing to you or nobody. Why would you disrespect him? Let's say if he did. Let's say if this 18-year-old man was drunk and did try to swim and got caught in the tide. Why would you disrespect him? Because you're a devil? See? All right. There you go. And oh, glory ho. Boy, I've been waiting for these slow people. Everybody, you know how, this is how unoriginal these imbeciles are. Glory ho. Everybody, let me teach y'all something. You know this black fatigue? Look what he put on the screen. There's, now he crashing out. Here you go, the big crash out. All right? 100% of the country hates me. It's my country. Well, go back to where you came from, old glory hole. If you hate me in my country, then go back to where you come from. Ain't nobody stopping you. Where you come from, glory hole? Now watch this, guys. He said there's probably 12 to 13 people in America that haven't experienced enough black fatigue, right? He's cussing, but so we're going to get him out of here, right? He's crashing out. You know, they turn to crash dummies, right? From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. He can't speak without saying cuss words, right? Because, you know, because he's really intelligent and he's really righteous that he got to say F-bomb and S-H-I-T, right? But listen, guys, watch this. He said they experienced black fatigue. Glory hole. Listen, clean. Listen, guy. When you know what black fatigue, you know who started black fatigue? Boy, I swear. Y'all are so ignorant. You are so ignorant. Okay? Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. Glory hole, you are so ignorant that you are so unoriginal that black fatigue is a book, everybody. Everybody listen. Some of y'all might don't know this. Black fatigue, guys. I got you, Mad Cow. I'm doing this on purpose. Let me tell you something. Black Fatigue, guys, is a book. And the book was written about black people who were tired of being disrespected and treated less than by white people. So they were fatigued. We were tired of being lynched, tired of being raped, tired of systemic oppression, tired of, right? So black fatigue means we were tired of what the system and the white man in America was doing to us. And these folios then took that and think it means that they are tired of us. I swear. This is where it says, calling themselves wise, they become fools. And so it's so crazy because it's like, bro, you can't even understand what black fatigue is. It's crazy work. And it's like, so because they're, you, I ain't talking to my other righteous white brothers and sisters. I'm talking to you imbeciles. You are so unoriginal that you don't have an original thought in your body. So everything that you say and do, actually, you're repeating my people, but trying to use it to harm me, right? It's crazy because it's like the ones who always do the monkey sounds, right? They run around doing the gorilla sounds, but you're the only one doing gorilla sounds. It's like crazy work. You're the one talking about, I can't even do a gorilla sound, but you do it very well, and you always do it, but you're calling someone else a monkey. It's like, man, I don't know. The Bible says, call themselves wise, they become fools. It gotta be taxing to be so jealous. Listen, bro, no, I'm not thinking about you. I don't trying to harm you. I would actually be your brother. If, well, no, you're gonna be like, you won't be my brother, you igger, you go back to Africa, you igger, you do this and you do that, okay? You never heard nobody make gorilla sounds? You never heard nobody make monkey sounds? So where you from? What planet you from? You must not be from America, because in America they make gorilla sounds.
Man, no white bitches.
Hello, y'all know I'm always ready for these trolls. You see this? This is a white man, right? He's like you. Shout out to my righteous white brothers who don't partake in this devilishment, right? So you never see nobody make a gorilla sound? Look, what's this, Justy Thrasher?
Pretty fucking good, man. That they take 400 fucking years. Donald Trump.
There you go.
Democrat.
There you go. His name Jake Lane. All right? And the others. I can show you a couple of clips. Look. There you go. So what are you jealous of? I don't know. You tell me. That's the point we're trying to make. Geared and beard. Why you hate me? What I do to you? I ain't did nothing to you. We sitting up here talking about the case of this young man who was unalived, and the sheriff said there was no foul play before he found any investigation, before he did any type of autopsy, anything, just no foul play. And that's a miscarriage of justice. So what do you want, bro? Okay? Oh, so now you're making an excuse for him acting like a monkey. See? So this is the point I'm trying to make. So again, Gilbert, can you understand? Let me slow it down for you. Let me slow it down a little. I just said that I can show you clips of some of these white people always making monkey sounds, right? And doing all this, right? Like this other brother talking about people got black fatigue. But again, you don't even understand what you're saying. But again, I'm slow, right? I don't have intelligence. I'm ignorant. I'm less than. And it's like, bro, you really look crazy because you hating somebody for no reason. I don't hate you. I don't know you. So why are you coming to our channel talking about, hey, this ain't a black channel. We got people of every nation, kiss your tongue here. We're discerning what's going on together. Right? There you go. All right? So that's the point we're trying to make. Okay? So that's the thing. So I can literally show you plenty of them making monkey sounds. I ain't never did one a day in my life. I don't even know how to do it. Right? Some of them pretty good at it. So who looks the fool? That's the key. Who looks the fool? There you go. So that's the thing. You know what I mean? So it's okay. You know what I mean? It's like I don't reject you. You know what I mean? I want you actually, you know what I want from you? From you and the other brother, right? I want him to actually, I want you to be at the meeting.
We got going on. I done talk too long. I don't know wasting my time. I remember when I met Jesus. Met him from first time. Said he changed my walk. Said he almost stood up, y'all.
Come on, bro. Can you get at that meeting like my young white brother right there? Look at him. He at that meeting. I want you to be at the meeting. You too busy hating. You won't be at the cookout. Are you going to be at that meeting? Because when you see the Messiah, guess what? What you going to do? Make monkey sounds when he come?
We gotta go on. I done talk too long.
Let me do dance, Michael, like my little white brother do.
I remember when I met Jesus. Met him for the first time. Said he changed my walk. Said he almost stood up, y'all. Y'all better stop. Tell him I know it. No, I know it was.
You gonna be at the meeting? Oh, glory hole. You ain't getting to that meeting with your glory hole plugged. You have to say no. You have to come out of that. We trying to get you out that meeting, old glory hole. Okay? Welcome to the house of the righteous. Okay? All right? So just, y'all come on. Come on, you trolls. It's been enough. You've been in the darkness. Repent, you trolls. Repent, for the kingdom of the Most High Yah is at hand. Come on, Victorious Sharon. We closing out, okay? So we want to close out. Look at them. Rap music was the black community. We created rock and roll, right, Old Glory? We created country music. You know that? We created gospel music. Here we go. Oh, you just really jelly belly. See, you don't have to be jealous. Why can't you celebrate another culture's accomplishments? I can celebrate your accomplishments. Okay? You've created things. Okay? Y'all got some inventions in there. No disrespect. Right? So why can't you, right? He talking about something as detrimental as rap music. First of all, rap music wasn't detrimental when we created it. Guess who infiltrated rap music? See? So again, I'm gonna close out, guys, because it's good. It's good to do this. You know what I mean? Every now and then, right? Because what it does, guys, it sharpens some of the other children of every nation to see how you handle these crash out devils. You see what I mean? So it's nothing he can say. Everything he's gonna say is just jealous. It's envious. It's like, y'all created rap music. Right, we created something, and I was from that generation. This is how Jelly Belly you is. Guess what? I'm from the 70s in New York City. You understand? In the 60s. So I was there before anybody in the world knew what it was. There was no rap records. We was partying. It's something we created. And guess what? It took over the whole world. It's the #1 industry. And guess who took it over? And now they made it dark. They made it worship and made it into devil worship and stuff, right? So again, guess what? We created R&B. We created jazz. We created rock and roll. Yeah, the music you enjoy. We created country. But again, you're so jealous. It's like, why? I don't get that. But I won't never understand it because I wasn't created like that. It's a very effeminate trait. It's very effeminate. And your women are looking down, and your other brothers, shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who don't have this same spirit, because it's a weak spirit. You understand? It's a weak spirit. It's like, what grown men are jealous of other grown? Don't you have business to do? Don't you got a job or something? Don't you got kids to raise? What grown man worries about another grown man is just jealous of their accomplishment? Go and accomplish something yourself. It's okay, it's okay. Like, you can do it, little ting ting. You can build something. Y'all created music. Don't they got, what's that music? What do they call it? It's a folk music. I think they could say, I don't know, because sometimes when you go down a rabbit hole, you find out somebody black created it and they took it over. So there's countries that they created some music. They got instruments and stuff. You see? But I'm doing this on purpose, Justy Thrasher. I'm doing it on purpose, right? I'm entertaining, right? The foolishness, the devilishment. Okay? So it's like, because I know they're not going to receive, but others can hear. Yeah, bluegrass. And what's the other one? They call it something, right? But I would have to, but then again, a lot of times, once you really go to the root, you'll find out some black slave and created it. And it's like, so I can't really say that. It's like a lot of the things when you go to the foundation, it just is what it is. It's like things should be celebrated, right? And we accomplish more together than we do separate. See, when the children of the Most High of every nation, kindred tongue, come together, we accomplish more together than we do separate. But these devils want to hate and separate. Okay? That's why I thought they created bluegrass. I know. That's why I said, Kelly, I'm like, once you really go to the foundation, you'll find out that, yeah, it's just a cultural thing. Let me explain something. There are things that our white brothers and sisters are good at and can do that we can't do. Listen, let me explain. Slim the Truth said, I'm out on that one. Well, go to the foundation of bluegrass, you'll be surprised, right? That's crazy work, but when y'all really do history, but I don't know, so I'm not going to say that's a fact. Someone just said it, but go look it up. But let me explain this, Paul. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. There are things that you guys are strong and powerful that I can't even deal with, right? I cannot climb Mount Everest. I couldn't stand the cold. I don't think I got the resolve. I don't got the heart to jump off a mountain. And there's things, I ain't built that way. What I'm saying is, I can give you your props and be like, yo, y'all dudes is y'all hardcore. Like, that's gangster. That's some hardcore stuff. I'm just letting you know, I can't even stand on the edge of a mountain. What I mean by it is, you know, you up on a skyscraper, right? 100 stories, Twin Towers is knocked down, right? Empire State Building, and you try to go towards the ledge. You got some white brothers and sisters that'll stand on the ledge like this. Yo, boy, please. I ain't going nowhere near the ledge. I feel like something's gonna swoop you off. Now, is that strength? Like, there's things, I ain't jumping in no thing with sharks. So if I can't, yes, true daredevils. I mean, yo, Nilla, that's some gangster stuff. I mean, it really is. As far as, it's crazy too, but it take a lot of heart to do certain things. They just be this, you know, it's just built in their DNA, their culture. I'm not shaming them or envious that, you know, you are stronger climber than me, or you are stronger this than me, or you can, you know, I can't do the things you do. That's just celebrating each other's strengths and weaknesses. Okay? So like the one who just was on the Empire State Building, y'all see that couple? They on the steeple of the Empire State Building like this with nothing. I'm like, oh man, boy, I would just die taking me up there. You know how you just drop dead? I would just drop dead. Oh, Justy said, not this white boy. Shout out to my brother Justy in the building. Justy said, not this white boy, for it is written, you shall not test the Most High. I know. But yeah, some of them, like you stroking and putting their head in the alligator's mouth and stuff, right? So they just, you know, a perfect example. Let me tell you one. If right now I'm in Florida, let's say if a gator, right? Because there's water over there too, and a big gator came and was in my yard at my front door, and I can't get him to move. Guess who I'm gonna call? Yo, Justy Thrasher. I ain't gonna call nobody black. I can guarantee you that, right? So Fly Gemini, what I'm saying is I'm not admiring it. When I'm saying Fly Gemini, I'm trying to show that I can see other areas that got things I don't have. And I don't have to mock it. I don't have to disrespect it. I don't have to be envious of it. I can be like, yo, bro, if that alligator's out front, I definitely ain't calling Leroy's alligator service, because Leroy probably ain't got no alligator service, right? I'm calling the dude, and he probably gonna come with a hat on. He gonna be like, where's that gator? I'm like, look, it's a 50-footer. He's like, watch me. You know, he like, watch me. I'm like, boy, these people, he said, they be like, I'm gonna wrangle that thing up, put him on the back of the pickup. I'll be out of here in 15 minutes. I'm like, you gonna get that Indiana Chad. I'm like, 15 minutes, watch me work. I'm like, go ahead, Indiana Chad. Here, how much it's gonna cost me? $285? I'm gonna go get your money right now. You understand? I appreciate, come on, Fly Gemini, I appreciate your services, right? He done wrap that gator up. You know, they jump on the gator back. You know what I mean? They tie his mouth. I be looking like, see, that's what I'm talking about, Fly Gemini. I ain't got to disrespect. I'm like, man, boy, boy, that's hard to steal. I don't know what to call it. I just know I ain't doing it. I know I am not built that way. Now, you can put me in the hood and I can, you know, I can rough it out. I can fight. I can do certain things, but there's certain things out of my league. It ain't in my, they ain't in my repertoire, right? So he wrapped that gator up, put him on the truck, and he'd be like, what's your name? Mr. Joshua? Mr. Joshua, that gator's wrapped up, and we're going to take it on down to the thing. We're going to release him onto the thing. We're going to do the thing. I'd be like, you know what? I thank you so much, Indiana Chad. How much would that be? $289. I said, here go $289, and here go a $50 tip. Indiana chat. I really thank you so much. He saying, I thank you, Daddy Yasha. You let me know if you see anything. You get some possums, you get some, you get the this, you get that, you get the this. And any of them come in, I come in and I'll get them. I'll get them up out the ceiling. I'll get them out. I'll be like, thank you so much. You got a bass, anything come, you call old Indiana chat. I say, I got you on speed dial, Indiana chat. It was nice to meet you, my brother. Nice to meet you too. I'm saying, I'm not going to shake your hand because you was all in, you got alligator spit and stuff all in your hand, but I do an elbow bump, Indiana chat. See, that's respecting others' culture. You see? That's respecting others. You don't have to disrespect another's culture. You don't have, we can learn, we can see that's, so now if it's something that, some blacks got in our culture, you call old Unc. If you want to fight some spiritual devils, come on, Father. Come on, y'all. Teach your children. Now, if you run into some spiritual trouble, you understand? To listen to my white brothers and sisters, you run into some spiritual trouble, don't call, what's his name? Kenneth Copeland and all, they're going to bring more devils. Don't even call Bishop Snakes. They ain't gonna be, you might call Unc. You be like, you know what? Unc is 777. I'm going to call Unc because Unc teach spiritual warfare. And guess what? I'm going to be like, all right, what you got? Unc, we got principalities and spirits in high and low places. My wife then bought something home. She went over to the flea market and she liked African art and stuff. And she picked up this head and she brought it on home and put it on the wall. And my baby woke up and he had vomit. His tongue was coming out of his mouth. And he's walking through the house and he said, red rum, red rum, red rum. And he'd run around with red rum. And I'm like, what in the world? I'm coming on over. You heard? That part. Call Unc. Shout out to American Muscle 69. Oh, that's a good car. I'm rocking with that. Muscle Cars 69. I used to have a 67 Mustang. Yeah. I had a nice 67 Mustang. Okay, American Muscle said, I love red rum. Well, red rum is the backwards for, you know what that is, American Muscle 69. But anyway, so yeah, I'm coming on through. So all of us culture, we can appreciate one another's accomplishments, strengths, weaknesses. You can laugh, you can get along. We're not haters, okay? These serpent seeds want us to hate one another and you be jealous of my accomplishment, I'm jealous of yours, and you hating it. It's just divide and conquer. We do more good working together. It takes a nation. There's things that you bring. You know what I mean? There's things that we bring. You see? So of all nations got things, gifts, and accomplishments. Then you got weak areas that you need to work on that's a scourge to the world stage, blacks, whatever. So you find the weaknesses in your nation of people and you work on making that more righteous. And as each of us work to be more righteous, then we can coexist together and fight the darkness, the people who are really evil and wicked. There's freaking fake humans on this earth and stuff, not even fully. It's like, but they keep us away. That's the point. That's why I say with the trolls, I handle them that way, you know what I mean? And that's why I'm like, let me handle them, right? Because I'm trying to bring understanding so others, because a lot of us are traumatized, right? From one another's, right? In these situations, like we talking about with what's his name, Nolan and right? They keep flaming these situations to keep dividing us, and they want me against Snipe and me against Mad Cow, and then Mad Cow against this one, and then this one gonna say this to this one and keep us all right. And that's putting what you call it, sin, and it's putting hate. It's not love. It's not laughter. It's not, right? So that's why when you see me, I'm trying to bring laughter, right? So after I'll check you when you come with that negative spirit, but then I try to let you bring laughter, and I try to let you, to heal, because laughter is healing. And we get it with understanding and patience and try to learn, okay? Yes, divide and rule. It's the same old, it's so Sound of Music. It's such an old game. But it works because most people are dumbed down to it. Most people are really honestly slow. So they keep us all on the spectrum, right? especially in America. We all on different levels of the spectrum, right? Because, they spraying chemtrails and putting stuff in the food and fluoride and all, right? Shooting us up with stuff since we little. So we all on different levels of the spectrum, right? And so they keep playing us emotionally. Most people are in trouble because their emotions is superseding our intelligence, okay? So as if as men and women, children of the Most High, we build the next generation or build one another up in spiritual discernment to understand the devices of these people who really ain't even human, who's trying to enslave us all, because I'm going to keep telling you, they got a 2030 agenda. They don't love none of us, okay? And none of us are part of their club. Because if you was part of the 1%, you wouldn't be here in my shadow band channel. So I know you ain't part of the club because they the one shadow banning me, right? You wouldn't be here. So again, thank you, Mad Cow. And that's why I try to reach others. And so Mad Cow, it's funny because a lot of people who've been around our channel for a while, a lot of people, Mad Cow, they came as trolls because they came thinking, I'm teaching racism or hate or black versus white, right? But then as they go back and forth, and if they sit for a while, then they realize, hold up, this brother ain't so bad. I'm like, I'm not bad at all, right? I'm not rejecting you. I don't know you. I want you to be righteous and be my brother because we need more righteous people on this earth. The unrighteous people are going to be wicked, and they're going to keep destroying everything on the earth. They tokenizing the rainforest, the water, everything. Like they destroying our earth. They destroying everything. They want to enslave us all, but then they want to have you against me. And it's like the puppet master playing us, and nobody's waking up and seeing the strings of the Marietta, right? The Marietta strings, okay? The puppet master playing us all. Nah, bro, I don't hate you. I don't know you. How can I hate you? That's foolish. The Bible says I can't have hate in my heart. How am I be righteous and I'm running around hating? That means I'm traumatized. That means I'm in trauma. And if you're in trauma, that means you need healing. Yes, many are, because everybody's traumatized. So the Most High is going to release people. He's going to have his children who's going to teach you and show you by example that we got to heal from the trauma. And the only way we can heal is with understanding. You got to discern what's happening so that you can see the wound, you can see the cancer in yourself, and you can start to pick it out. You understand? Like, wow, I'm infected. I'm infected. And they infect us with manipulation. They use different acts of things in the media and in the real world to incite us emotionally, because they know that each of us have a natural alliance or allegiance to our nation of people, because the Most High created that way. So if they can make this nation seem like it's offending your nation, then they're gonna spark a wound in you. That's called trauma, right? It's like, and then I'm gonna strike back. Right? And so when I strike back against, now it's look like my nation, the so-called black, is striking back. And then the other brothers who ain't even did nothing, they feel offended. See, the Bible says offenses will come. So the serpent seed, they use offenses. That's why they want to offend everybody. And they want you to strike back, and then that offend 4 more people. And then they strike back, and then they have people leave. I don't like, I hate all black people. I hate all white people. Then you generalize and you miss the love and kindness of the righteous remnant of all nations. Us righteous remnant, we don't deserve none of it, but we get caught up in the smoke. You get caught up, you get casualties of this dark serpent war. And these foolish people don't even know that they're being manipulated to fight a war. That's why I'm trying to bring understanding. I'm like, bro, that's why I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? I ain't never been to Africa. Like, what do you mean? Why I didn't build up Africa? I ain't never been there. How am I gonna build it up? I'm trying to build my own little stuff here. You know what I mean? I know my ancestors built a lot in America. The so-called white men, they built stuff in America too. Yeah, they built up stuff. Shout out to the righteous ones. Right? Now, the unrighteous ones, they took it. They take money. That was the gangsters. They came over and took anything, right? They came over and said, take money, take money, right? That's gangster. I'm from the hood, so I understand gangster don't mean I like it, don't mean it's righteous. but I know I can see what it is. Go in there and just Debo. That's gangster, right? You go into a country and you just slide your way in and just take over everything, and now it's all mine. That is the most gangster stuff in the world. That's why I'm like the real gangsters. Y'all better know. But anyway, so shout out to the righteous. All right. If everyone got off, I know. Tell them about it, Madcal. Madcal said if everybody got off social media for a week, it'll be better. Yes, when you heal from all that noise. Fly Gemini said, we the people better pay attention to the divide and conquer. That's come on. Fly Gemini, that's what they want, because that they're trying to usher us in. So in October, I'm about to do the lesson probably next week, and I got instructions. They're ushering in the digital ID. All right. And this is the digitization of us as humans. It's the first part of them starting to lock us in. Okay. And they'll be able to cut off our money and all of this stuff control. So it's going to come a time where we're going to have to reject. So the reason why they want to keep the divide is because if they could keep us arguing with one another, then they can continue to implement their strategies of their master plan of enslaving us all. That's why in the other live streams, I show you all the time, I'm starting doing again, of what they're planning for us, right? The last one I did on live stream, he said, they taking all the seeds out. And remember what he said? He said, and once all the seeds is gone, all the food will be coming from our lives. And then you will have to subscribe for food, right? So they telling you, right? The other one said, we will not be able to travel. They ain't talking about blacks. They talking about all of us. To my righteous white brothers and sisters and everybody, they talking about all of us. So these serpent seed, 1% reptilian, Anunnaki, fallen angels, children, they trying to enslave us all. But we need to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Okay? For real. And stop letting them hate us for no reason. I don't hate nobody. I don't know you. I hate wickedness. I hate evil. I hate darkness. I don't even like to say the word hate. I despise unrighteousness. My job is to infiltrate it and make it righteous. Try to turn it righteous. Try to reverse it. But that's it. Praise the Most High. So, yeah, the trolls, they closed us out. We had a little rush. We had a little rush of trolls at the end. Go ahead. You want to say something, Hakiama?
There were some other donations that.
Go ahead. I didn't see it. Could you say what they said?
From Mad Cow. He left a little message underneath them.
Go ahead. You can read them all one by one. Thank you, Mad Cow.
He said you said you already done a segment on Ireland history. That was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The next one says, sorry for derailing your conversation.
Mm-hmm. I addressed that one.
Mm-hmm. I always treat others as like I want to be treated.
That's the key. Treat others as you want to be treated. That's Mad Cow. I did that from when I was young in the projects. I grew up in the projects in the crack era. It was crazy. When New York was the #1 murder capital. All right? So it was insane. You can't believe when crack was released, people were monsters. They turned productive citizens that worked, all type of lawyers and construction workers and teachers, and turned them into monsters, right? And I raised myself because I didn't have a mom and dad. I had a grandmother for a while until she died. And yes, I was a motherless child and a fatherless child. Neither of them loved me. They didn't want me. It is what it is, right? Boo-hoo, cry me a river. It is what it is. It's rough, just what it was. But praise Yah, he gave me at least a grandmother to provide for me so I wouldn't have been in orphanages and stuff like that. So praise the Most High for that. So what I taught myself, because I raised myself, okay? And have a dad and having, I raised myself and I taught myself that I have to treat people like I wanted myself to be treated. I didn't know to do unto others as you want done it. And so I just lived my life. It gave me, Hakiyama is echoing. Pause, mute yourself for a second. It gave me, what you call it, a stopping point, a barrier, a stop sign. So when I would be out in the streets, you're talking the 80s, New York City, the crack era, we out doing stuff, selling drugs and running rampant, we kids, 16, 17, 15, 16, we wild, right? Making all this money, $1,000 in my pocket. And I'm 15 years old, you know what I mean? Making all, and, kids, mom and dad, they start to do something. I would stop myself because I would think consciously, right? They want to just beat up somebody and do something because it's fun and I would be like, but what if it was me? You know what I mean? Like at first we would start off and they'd be like, yeah. And and then I would just feel bad. I would just look and I'm like, but that could be me. And now I would stop them, get off them. I did that. I would and so then I started to train myself to don't do nothing to nobody that you wouldn't want done to you. And I guess that helped me. I guess the Most High pouring that into me. So I saved a lot of people. I did. I saved a lot of people from even being unalived, because sometimes, when it's a mob of people, they can get out of hand and you can unalive somebody by accident. Not even mean to unalive them, but I've always, so praise the Most High. That's how I live my life. Do unto others as you want done unto you. And so with that, you won't harm. That's actually the Bible. When the Messiah says, love your neighbor as you love yourself, that's what that means. That means love the Most High with all your heart, mind, and soul. That means I know the Most High is righteous. He want me to do good. He want me to do morality. He want me to do right. He want me to take care of people, help. So if I love him, then I want to do what pleases him, right? So now I'm loving him with all my heart, mind, and soul, right? Now my neighbor is his children. I know he loves his children. So if I love him, I'm not going to harm what he loves. And then the Messiah said, these are the two good commandments that equal one, the greatest. And if love my neighbor as I love myself. So that means I'm not going to do to you what I don't want done to myself. And I love the Most High with all my heart, mind, and soul. So that means I'm going to try to do his will, and his will would be to love his children. Y'all see? That's why the Messiah said, in these fulfill all the prophets and the laws. He said the two, which is really one, the greatest commandment. Once you do that, it fulfills all the laws and the prophets, all the 10 commandments, everything. Because if you love the Most High with your heart, mind, and soul, you won't rob, you won't steal, you won't do nothing negative. And if you love your neighbors, you love yourself. See, that's how you become righteous, children of the Most High. That's how you become righteous. It's that simple. He condensed it down to one. The two are in one. And as long as you do that, you won't fulfill the lust of the flesh. You won't be doing wicked, evil things. That's your barrier, your stopping point. So when you start to harm something, you'll stop yourself. That's why, I'll laugh and joke with the trolls, right? But you'll see me sometime, if I say something, I'll repent. Y'all see me do it. I'll be like, you know what? I apologize. I repent if I go too far and such, right? Because we're just human, right? I don't really mean no harm, but I'm trying to reach them, and I got to get through their evil, because they come really vile, and they say, right, they cuss, and call me an ignorant, and it's so much hate. So I have to kind of meet them where they at, right? Because the weak perish. So if I come really weak, then I won't be able to reach. So I have to show dominance, strength. So if you see how I handle it, I match them where they at. The first thing I do is establish a dominance. And then once I show that you're not as smart as you think you are, then I pull back, right? And then I'll be like, I don't hate you. Why do you hate me? Why do you, right? Now I'm trying to reach them. And even if they don't receive the trolls, somebody else is watching. See, you get people that be watching quietly for hours and stuff. This happens, and I send people say, you know what? I'm going to subscribe because I've been watching in the shadows, and I can see righteousness. That's what I discern the fruit. I can see righteousness, right? I don't believe in whatever, but I can see a righteous man or righteous ministry. Y'all got my subscription. Those things are earned. You know them by their fruit. This is called living the word. Oh my goodness, how long we been going? Okay, we gotta close out. Even though it's Friday night, so we kind of go long, but my goodness, it's 5:30 in the morning. All right? Sound of Music system makes us rob and steal, it corrupts. Come on. That's why they keep Sound of Music. That's why they keep us in poverty. And everybody, thank you, Haki, I'm putting on the screen. They are raising the price of everything and not raising our wages because they want all of us in poverty, not just the blacks, okay? Our white brothers and sisters too. So they want all of us in poverty so we can all be in lack and all be in chaos, right? And then when they start making racial issues, right? Because you already stressed about your resources and poverty, right? It's like they're creating sin in us, okay? That's crazy. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. I did not know, right? It's almost 6 of us. I mean, I said 6 of us, 6 o'clock in the morning, right? So they want to, and that's what you got to work at to USOA Devil Dog, and they're trying to eliminate the middle class. So for USOA Devil Dog, if you're still middle class, you're at a good position. What I would say, King, I don't know if you'll receive from me, but pay attention to where they're going with digitals, currencies and stuff. Pay attention to AI agentic infrastructures. Pay attention to places where you can grow your capital, right? Because, they're trying to destroy the middle class. That's what they're after. They're after the middle class because they want us all poor. Once they can replace the middle class, then it's really a wrap. Because that's the bridge. That's the thing holding the society up, really. Once they could collapse, that's why they taking the mom and pop shops, that's why they're not raising them. So once they collapse that, then they're going to do this universal basic income crap. Then they're going to do all this, right? So that's what they're trying to do. Facts. All right? I agree with that too, USOA Devil Dog. And I'm not into the politics, but I do understand what these both political systems is doing. I understand what's happening. So, but I'm not into politics, but I do understand, right? So again, that's why what we teach in this ministry is spiritual warfare, to understand the 1% trillionaires, they want to enslave us all. Yeah, they want to remove, yes, the middle class is the engine. That's what people don't understand. Once they take that engine out, the car is dead. They know that. So that's what they're trying to do. And then they're going to try to usher us into this universal basic income, which would be a central bank and digital currency. It's going to be digital, right? That's why they're doing a digital ID and all that. But I'm about to get back to it. I'm going to be giving you instructions about what's coming to stave off some of the effects of their first rounds of what they're going to be initiating to the masses, the sheeple who are going to be caught up. It's going to be a massacre. right? But a lot of people are going to drink the Kool-Aid because they're going to promise them a universal basic check and you don't got to do nothing. And we're going to give you $4,000 a month and you don't even have to work. And everybody going to be like, what? Sign me up. Not an understanding that you're signing up your own demise. You understand? It's your destruction. Because once they have you dependent, sucking on that teat, right? Then they can turn it off. See? But the goal is to replace the self-sufficient income producers. See? The middle class and the entrepreneurs, even the middle, what they call low class, I don't like to say it like that, but the median workers who are the hardware, they're the backbone too. The median workers. But the middle class is the engine and the median workers is the foundation, you know, it's the tires and you see, what's on the road, right? Us everyday workers. So that's why they're trying to replace it with AI and agentic systems and robots and stuff. It's all to enslave us all. So that's why I'm pointing out the spiritual warfare, what's going on with everything. It's so much bigger than them trying to make us hate one another, the races. They're trying to enslave us all. All right?
Excuse me?
Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiyama. Now we can close.
Can I just do one more question and then the others I'll save for next time?
Yeah, you can do one or two more. It's fine.
Okay. This is from Sound of Music. They say, I love all people, but what if others want me unalived?
Yeah, so this is the king, Sound of Music. When I say love all people, let me explain. That love, so the Bible was written in Hebrews. The Messiah was a Hebrew. So some of the words that the Bible was written in was transliterated into English, translated and transliterated into Latin, into Hellen's Greek, into Koine, into English, right? So some of these don't translate over. So when he says, love your neighbor, that's ahabaya. Now, the word in the original Hebrew tongue, that's the pictograph, ahabaya, in the Canaanite Hebrew is called ahava. I think it's called ahava. That's Canaanite Hebrew. But in the original pictograph. Now, ahabaya doesn't mean love like the world says. So when the Messiah said, love your neighbor as you love yourself, he not saying, I love you, neighbor. I just love you. You can do no wrong. You punch me in the face. I love you. You want to come take my food? I love you. You want to, that ain't what Habariya, the Messiah, that's not. Ahabaya means reverence, respect, understanding of the Most High's authority. Okay? So when it says love your neighbor as you love yourself, it means understand your neighbor. Discern is ahabaya. Discern your neighbor. Respect your neighbor. Understand your neighbor. When you say understand, it means I understand what spirit you in. Let me explain. So if my neighbor, if I do ahabaya, which they transliterated as love, it don't mean the same thing, right? My neighbor, then that means I'm discerning if my neighbor is an adversary or not. Because your neighbor could be a devil, wants to steal, kill, and destroy you. So if I'm just love, that's why religion, Christianity, Jesus just love everybody. That devil's a lie. The Messiah said, he said, get behind these, Satan calling people. He's like, get off me, you dog. Like he spoke, he says, go forth and sin no more. There's things that you have to do, righteousness, right? So listen, when it says, ahabaya, love your neighbor, it means discern your neighbor. Okay, understand. So once I discern where my neighbor is, right? Because some people are at different levels of righteousness or transgression. You can catch somebody and they just a full-fledged devil. Or you could catch somebody and they used to be a drug dealer, or used to be a shooter. They used to shoot people and stuff. But by the time they became your neighbor, they didn't have an awakening or something, right? They didn't have an experience. And now they're not really, that don't mean they still ain't kind of dangerous if you do them wrong, but they're not, they came out of that dark life, right? So you met them at this part of their journey. So if you meet your neighbor and you discern him, then you understand him. That's love. Love means understanding, discernment, all right? Reverence, respect. That's ahabaya. It means I need to discern all spirits. Now, once you start to understand where he's at, then you can discern how you treat him, right? Meaning how far you let him into your house, into your presence. Do you allow him around your kids, right? Your neighbor could be a child graper. You ain't going to well, Jesus said, I need to love you. Boy, you don't know what ahabaya means. So a lot of the words, they don't understand what the Messiah was speaking. The Messiah wasn't a fool and he wasn't weak. He wasn't just doing anything and following. He wasn't, when he told the Pharisees, I know you're of the synagogue of Satan. You understand? That don't sound like no love to me, right? When they talk about he just tipping through the tulips, just loving everybody. He didn't go to the Pharisees and say, I just love you with the love of the. No, he called them out on their mess. He had ahabaya, love for them. He understood exactly what spirit was over them. And he called it out, right or wrong, right to their face. I know you who do lie and call yourself. You are the synagogue of Satan. You're trying to catch people up. You heap people up. You're the one who follow the doctrines of men. You heap on more laws on the children. You understand? Come on, Fariyah. So that's a religion crowd. That's that stuff that make you weak. No, you discern all spirits. Ahabaya, love, that's understanding. That's why when I say, everybody, when people come, I say, I love you with the love of the Father. You know why I say that? Everything I do is intentional. I don't just say, I love you, I love you. I say, we love you with the love of the Father. That means ahabaya. I'm discerning. I'm receiving you where you at, but I don't know you to be pouring on love. You could be an adversary. You could be here to destroy. Kill, steal, kill, and destroy. I got to discern that about you. You can't let people inside your inner sanctum, your holy place. You just can't let everybody all willy-nilly in there with your children and stuff. So Jesus just said, I got to love, you got to love the grapers? No. I don't love the sin you in. You heard? I need to discern that. So when it says love your neighbor as you love yourself, it means discern everybody. But now when it says as you love yourself, it means understand. Don't do anything that you want one done to you. See? Now, once you discern my neighbor, which is ahabaya love, then I can see he's an adversary. He's trying to harm me. Now I'm in war. There's different law when you go to war. It's all through the Bible. When they go to war, the Most High give them instructions. There are things you do that's at a time of war that you don't do when it's at a time of peace. See, this is spiritual warfare. Yeah, he kicked over the tables and he had a whip too. He had a 3-strand cord whip. He's ready to whip some butt too, okay? So there's things that you do at times of peace and things that you do at times of war. Do you understand? So you are discerning, which is love, ahabaya, your neighbor, to find out, are we going to be at peace or do I need to be at war? Or how far do I let you into my inner space, my holy of holies, into my temple, into my space? I can have neighbors. I got neighbors and I just say, do this, good morning. I ain't never went over their house. I don't know. They could be pretty righteous and cool. But I don't need to be inviting people in my space, right? So I got these neighbors. I've been here in this neighborhood for years. It's a beautiful, quiet neighborhood, right? And it's upper middle class, right? They got nice houses. These people got money. I'm written, right? Me and my roommate. So don't y'all think Aunt is rich again? No. I used to be owning like this whole block type of thing, right? When I was in my sin. So me and my neighbors, we fight every month to pay our rent. But praise y'all, we got a beautiful neighborhoods are very quiet. You don't got to lock your doors or nothing, right? So these people are upper middle class. They got, these people own their houses. They got all type of, Benzes in their driveways and stuff. I'm talking about the new ones, $100,000 cars and stuff, right? I got a Prius in my driveway. Somebody to tell you the truth, I ain't from line to flying, and I'm proud of I'm happy with my Prius. But anyway, let's get you. I used to love my Benzes and stuff, and I'm telling the truth. So anyway, so my neighbors, right? I'll go out sometimes. I don't go out much, but sometimes be out cutting, my lawn and hedging, putting it right, and they be like, I'll be like, hey, right? So that's really all I got. Right? Now, now let's say something happened. We get a threat in the neighborhood. I know the dude over here, he's an older family. I think they look Hispanic, right? I don't think sometimes Hispanic can look white, but I think he's Hispanic, right? And they older, right? About 67, him and his wife. And then, I know that over here is a Haitian family. And over there, right? So I can see, so let's say if a threat came, I would step up to try to protect, right? But all I've ever done was say, hey, you see what I mean? So I didn't have to, invite them in and none of that. But the respect, I remember the neighbor when he first moved in, and I know he found out I was black because we don't be outside, right? So, because I know it's a stigma with Black Americans, which is unfounded, but it is what it is, right? I'm used to it. We used to it. Black Americans, yeah, we used to being racism against us, right? So I know when he first moved in, he probably didn't think it was a black person next door. So I remember the first day he saw me outside, I seen his face. He said, oh my goodness. And I got lots of, right? I'm not a watered down black. I'm a blankety black. Larry, y'all probably sleep. I'm a blackety black, like I look black. You know what I mean? I got muscles, I have a tank top. I'm outside cutting my, I'm outside with the snippers. I'm locks all down. I'm like, he like, whoa, it's a nigga next door. And I laugh on the inside because I'm like, I am the safest thing you can have next door. Trust me on that. I'm quiet, ain't gonna be no iggerdom going on, right? Because I'm not an igger. So ain't gonna be no iggerdom going on. Ain't gonna be no bunch of people pulling up and banging me, right? I'm very quiet. You barely never even see me. But I'm the best neighbor because I'm a protector, right? And a provider. Yeah, I'm a blacker black fly Gemini. I ain't just a regular black. Somebody told you wrong. I'm a blacker black. Like, oh, he a real black. That's what I get. That's why I used to have to put on suit and ties and black flame glasses when I got to go for interviews and do stuff. Because I know I got that blacker black energy too. They look up like, ooh, he's a real black. Yeah, I'm a runaway slave. I ain't even a field digger. Yeah, I'm a blacker black. But anyway, I'm telling the truth, line and flying, right? Shout out to the righteousness, right? So after a while, so he lived here for about a year because I never be outside much because I'm always teaching the word. I'm never, right? So I would never really see him. Sometime he would see me and we lived there for about a year, right? And then I know one time he complained because I wasn't cutting, we weren't cutting the grass and the lawn started looking like the hood. I know he ain't like that. Our lawn looked crazy because the sprinklers broke. And then we stopped paying the people that spray the weeds, and weeds. I said, this thing look like a forest. I know he ain't like that. So I knew he could, but it's okay. He complained to the house and whatever. So then I fixed it, got it together. I know he was happy about that. Like, okay, right? So we got the lawn back together because, we got that, what they call it, St. Augustine grass. That's the expensive stuff. It's the big grass blades, that expensive stuff, right? That's what I'm telling you. It's an upper middle class neighborhood, right? It costs to live in these type of neighborhoods, right? I'm like, boy, we got to pay the lawn. I got to pay Diego to cut my lawn all the time. I'm like, boy, it's expensive trying to, but anyway. So it's been a while, right? And so then one day I was out, and it's after about a year, and I was out doing stuff. And I seen him come out, and then he looked at me, and I did like this, and his face just lit up, right? He was like, I said, I know that made him feel good, right? Because I look mean, right? I'm out there, muscle, I'm just cutting the grass. It could look like I'm prejudiced against him, you know what I mean? He could see I'm quiet. Now, he'd been here for a year, so I'm a good neighbor. right? And then once I got the grass thing, that was only one time. I know he's like, oh no, they keep their yard clean. Our house is quiet. We don't cause no mess. So we're the perfect neighbors. But when I did like this, he just lit up. And I'm like, I know that made him feel good. And I would protect him. It's him and his wife. Anything go down, I'm going over there. You see what I mean? This is what I mean by, right? And it doesn't matter if he was the old white. I don't even know what he is. He could be white, but I think he looks Spanish. He could be Russian or something. I don't know what he is, right? So now, right? And that's after he's living a whole year. Now, if I'm ever outside, see him, he'd be like, bim, bim. And I seen his wife in the car. She's like, oh, so y'all speak, right? He'd be like, bim, bim. I'd be like, hey, right? And then a new dude just pulled across the street. I think he from Jersey. I don't know what he is. He could be Puerto Rican. He could be, he lighter skin, but he got my attention. And that was funny. He's like, hey. I'm like, hey. Like I could see he's like, soul brothers across the street. A soul brother. Right? And he just want to show, he not racist. I'm like, what's up? Because when you live in the neighborhood, if it go down, we coming outside, right? That's where I come from, right? I'm like, we got to protect this neighborhood. Let's say if something go down, we need to come out. You know what I mean? Love is love, right? You got a soul brother across the street. He got locked. He don't know I'm from New York. I see his Jersey plates. One day I'm going to tell him, you from Jersey? I'm from New York. He probably going to say, I knew you look like you from New York. Right? So anyway, it's just, I don't know. I'm just kicking it. It's just love. Oh, there you go. Love your neighbors. You love yourself. Right? So I don't know what they do. We in a pretty nice neighborhood. In this little section, we don't really got no creepos. You know how you get that house and it look like a creepy old man that might be having people locked in the basement and stuff? You got to watch out for that. In my ex neighborhood, there was some people like that because we did the, you know how you do that thing and you find out where the predators live? It was a couple of predators in my ex neighborhood. I'm like, because it was a middle class neighborhood. I'm like, boy, you never know. It'd be these creepy people walking around. They'd be having little kids locked in the basement and stuff. People be sick. So there you go. With loving your neighbors, you love yourself. You better understand that dude is a creepo. You understand? You better watch your babies run around. See a dude looking out his window, right? You see some eyes looking through the tray. Be like, bro, what is you looking at? All right. So praise the Most High. All right, we closing. I know Facebook done shut me down already. How many out? Ooh, 8.5. It's only 93 on the live. We know we need to shut down, y'all. We done did 8.5 hours. This hot camera still here? You hung in there? Yep, she's still here. She like, you need to shut it down now. All right, we closing it down. That was the last one. We'll do the rest next time, unless it was one you really want me to do. If that's the case, I'll do it. If not, because I'm just having fun now.
They're all just equally as kind of important, I guess. Well, there's, we're good.
If you want to, just say it. I'll do it. If not, we'll shut it down now. Woo.
For this person, JJ said something like, would an interracial marriage be unequally yoked, even if they follow the Most High? Or would there be racial danger because of it?
You're starting some mess now. That's a real messy question because I know I'm offending some. And people won't like this answer. It's not going to be politically correct. Throughout the Bible, there was context for all things. There was a time in the scripture where we couldn't even mix fabrics, where the woman, when she was on her menstruation, couldn't even be in the household. She would have to be put out the house and all the dishes and everything cleansed, right? Like she was that unclean. So when people pick and choose from the scripture without the context of the age we're in, the things and the rules and the things change with the context of the age that you're living in. So certain things that the ancestors had instructions for 3,500 years ago was different 2,500 years ago, different 1,500 years ago, because they had different conditionings. There was a time when the Most High gave laws and our ancestors was raising their own food. You understand? They had Mimi the cow. And so he gave laws because they didn't go out and work in corporate America. Their work was from their home, on their farms, on their land. Sorry, there was different laws regarding it. And foolishly, a lot of people take the laws of the Bible and they place them over this end time generation 2,000 years later, when the whole makeup of people is different. Meaning there's been so much interbreeding and mixing, you understand, that the spiritual circumcision of the Messiah said we are spiritually children because you won't really know who people are physically, because the makeup from all the thousands of years of interbreeding and slaveries and captivities, that you don't really know the full genetic makeup. So you'll have a whole Esau looking like me, or Ham looking like this person, or right? So the really only way now that you can discern the genetic makeup of the person is to understand if they are of the Most High or not. You understand? If you know or you believe in your heart and your spirit that you descend from one of the 12 tribes, children of Abraham, and with that you got a purpose to do, then that's a spiritual election that the Most High revealed to you through the Holy Spirit, and that's because you have a work to do. But you can't know Judah can't only mix his seed with Judah, the tribe, because you don't know who Rabbayan is, Reuben. You won't know. So everything has been so mixed and intertwined, you understand, that you can't judge, because you're judging the book by its cover and you won't even know. You understand? So it comes to a point where you have to discern the spirit of the individual. Now, it's okay for a person to only want to never mix his seed with anybody unless it looks like him. That's the person's choice, decision. Now you got to be careful with that, because all skin folk ain't kinfolk, right? So a person can look like you, but you don't know it's Esau. See? So it's kind of, so really you're looking for the spirit, because you can only look for your makeup and you can marry a whole devil. You understand? So again, you're discerning the spirit of the individual, right? And I'm not saying to mess with another nation of people or none of this stuff. Only thing I would say in this end time as an elder is, if you, one of my brothers or sisters, if you find you a righteous, moral, compassion, understanding, the attributes of the Most High in a man or a woman, and because it's very hard to find. Boy, it's going to be, you mess around, spend the rest of your life and never find it again. I'm just going to tell you from an elder, all right? You need to look for the attributes of the Father in the individual. That's what will make me equally yoked with somebody or not. Just because someone has my same genetic makeup don't mean I'm equally yoked. You understand? They got black devils running around here all the time. And the pickings are so small that you'll go your whole life waiting, and you will mess around and miss a blessing because there was somebody that was sent that they had the Most High in them. They were sold out to the Most High, and you were looking for, and again, it's a touchy one, because I'm not telling people I'm not saying somebody go out there and marry some other nation or something. I'm not saying that. But I do understand that righteousness is getting so rare. Reaching the righteous that you can miss a child of the Most High. You can miss them because you're trying to hold out for something that wasn't. I'm sorry. I just don't want to get people to miss your blessing. I'm an elder, and I seen it. You'll miss your blessing, and you'll go forth for the rest of your days, and you'll be alone because you couldn't find of your own nation a righteous one because you never came across it. But somehow, someone who wasn't of your nation, but you saw the Most High in them. They were a righteous man or woman. There are some really righteous people, good people. And I would never tell a person to reject a good person that can be an asset to their life because you're holding out for something that might not never come because this world is so dark and the righteous is so rare. If you find a jewel, I would tell you to hold on to it. Honestly, I would tell you, hold on to that jewel. If you find a man, a brother, or a sister who is sold out to the Most High, to righteousness, and that will love and respect you and bring you joy and comfort and will respect your relationship, respect your culture, cleave to you, will do. I'm not going to tell you to live your life when the two of you can go forth and do the work of the Most High to bring others to righteousness, His kingdom. There's a spiritual circumcision. You're following the laws of the Mosaic laws, but you can't say that the spiritual circumcision of the Messiah under the order of Melchizedek and try to pick and choose and still hold it. I'm not saying don't. For those who like, I would only date my own kind. I get it, and may the Most High bless you, and I hope you find a righteous, man or woman. But it's really getting very, very, very rare and harder to find. So, yeah, as an elder, I'm going to say this. If you find you a righteous man or woman, and it might be of another nation, I would say you go into a courtship. It's biblical. And if you want to use me, I'll oversee your courtship. And you get to know and make sure that that individual is a child of the Most High and live in righteousness. And after courtship is usually 6 months to a year. I prefer a good year, about 8 months. And after that, you feel that in your spirit, because everything is a spiritual thing, that this man or woman of the Most High can bring you shalom, peace, and joy, and serving the Father together, then I don't see nothing unrighteous about that, because we'll be spiritual circumcision of the Father. People won't like it. It is what it is. I'm just speaking as an elder, because I would rather see you with someone righteous and to go forth in happiness and, have a companion, because it's not good for man to be alone, and mankind, instead of marrying a devil because he was of your own. And now you just wasted your time in turmoil and, going from devil to devil when if it just happened. Now you got some people that, they can find their own nation of people and they find a righteous and they are really blessed. And I think that that's a blessing. You're really blessed that if you found your own nation of people and you found that righteous man or woman and he just happened to be the same nation and y'all could go, man, boy, you are super blessed. But I'm telling y'all, if you find somebody righteous, don't be so quick to let go. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. You take your time. Oh, JJF, how will you know if it's not them though? You mean it? Courtship. A courtship, guys, what we do in this ministry, I got someone courting now. I need to have a courtship call with them because I don't know where they at. I need to catch up. All right? If y'all listening, I need to find where y'all at, what y'all doing, right? Because they working towards marriage, right? Right now, they should be in about 4 months of courtship, right? So courtship is you not touching, no sex, you talk on the phone, if you want to have a physical, a chaperoned, right? A chaperone, the first conversation, the first interactions is a chaperone. I get to know if it's a sister, that's, if it's a brother, I get to know the other, right? And then but there's no touching, there's no sex, there's none of that. You do counseling sessions over time, about once a couple of months, everything, and you get to know each other without nothing physical. It's courting. And over that time, you learn the spirit of the person. You learn the nature and the character before you ever do any touching, all right? And it usually lasts about a year. Most of us in the world, we meet people and we just smash. Oh, you mean within? So in the courtship, you'll know over the time whether, as you getting to know one another over the phone and doing that, you be like, nah, I don't think this person is a good fit. Over time, the Most High covered us with courtship. We've got out of courtship. We've got into sin, right? We meet people because we think they sexy and hot, and then we smash and get ourselves in trouble. Then we might even get in a relationship and be, right? So it's nothing. You don't do no touching, no even holding hands, none of that. So I've had people in our ministry who are married who went through courtship, okay, in this ministry. I've done it a couple of times. So, and I'm in there's a people in one now. It's a couple in our ministry in the courtship right now, right? So and over that time, you will know, you get to know in your spirit as you learn in each other spiritually, you're learning, you're getting to know each other. Your union is covered under the Most High because you're choosing to put him first, his instructions. So the courtship protects us. And then that's what you do. Okay? 5 years to praise the Most High. Praise the Most High, soulfully sowing seeds. And then what you do, you'll know. And then y'all be like, all right, Unc. Because what you're doing is always towards marriage, the two becoming one. So there's no dating. In the world, they made us start dating. Dating is sin. You got these people touching one, that's fornication. Dating, smashing, we be dating what? You're courting, right? It's covered by the man of the Most High, and it's covered by the order, the law of the Father. It's in his will. So the union is blessed, the courtship. And then he or she, you can agree like, you know what? I think we just be better off as brothers and sisters, right? And then that's it. It's no harm, no foul, because nobody touched, nobody kissed, nobody, you know what I mean? So it's just like, we probably be better off as friends. It's not, right? Or, that usually happens, they usually be like, we ready to get married. And now the marriage is not the marriage of the world for those. You're not marrying the beast. You're marrying according to scripture in the Bible. You're getting married under the Most High. Now you can draw up contracts if you want, that's between you and your wife or husband, but you don't marry the beast system. That's not the marriage of the Most High. So it's a whole process, and it's covered, it's anointed, and you did everything in the will of the Father. Yeah, they get with the wrong people and they turn them outside. Yeah, they turn them away. Okay? So praise the Most High. All right, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. We gotta close. I don't want to do 9 hours. Let me 85 people. All right, thank you, Akiyama. We closing now. Peace and blessings to everybody who stayed this long. Almost 9 hours. I'm gonna close out before it says 9 hours. Sophie said been married 25 plus. Blessings over your union, Sophie, sowing seeds. All right. Shalom, everybody. Thank you, Hakyama, for hanging in there. This was a crazy long lesson. I hate that it was so shadow banned, but it is what it is, right? Back at it Monday. Try to get back through the shadow ban. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We'll see you again. We Monday about 9:30 p.m. All right? May them go forth and be the light. Take some of the wisdom that the Most High poured out tonight and go forth and live it. Live the wisdom, all right? And just please keep coming back because the Most High keeps giving instructions on how we are to live our life in the end of this dark second world. All right, Shalom, Fly Gemini, peace and blessings. Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. All right, that's the word that they call shalom or shalom, right? Peace and blessings, everybody. And thank you to the moderators. Thank you, Zayala and everybody else, all the moderators, and to the ministry for welcoming. I think we had a couple of new people tonight, for welcoming some of the new people who came in tonight. We didn't have much because we were shadow banned like crazy. And may the Most High bless and cover you all. We'll see y'all on Monday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:30 p.m. Peace and blessings from the house of the Most High to you all worldwide. Thank you, Hakyama, again. Great job, sis. Praise the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every time.